Welcome to the second day of IntelliJ IDEA Conf. We hope you liked the sessions which were presented yesterday. They were recorded and will be shared on our YouTube channel later. Hi everyone, I'm your host Mala.
Hello, I'm your host Trisha. We'll also be joined later on today by two other hosts, Helen and Dahlia. So the whole of the Java advocacy team will be helping to host this event. IntelliJ IDEA Conf is a free 2-day virtual event. It's a peek inside the internals of JetBrains. You'll hear from the creators and developers of IntelliJ IDEA about its incredible features and how to use them. You'll get insider information about the evolution of IntelliJ IDEA and some tips and best practices.
And once again, we want to thank you all, our amazing users, for all your love and support. We would not have been possible to survive 20 years without you. And now let me share some quick housekeeping details before we start with the first session. The duration of the event today is 7 hours. We have 7 sessions and each session is 1 hour long.
We do not have any breaks between the sessions. I don't know. Why are we doing that, Mala?
And all the sessions will be presented live by the speakers today.
As Mala mentioned, all the sessions will be recorded and they will be uploaded to YouTube later. So subscribe to IntelliJ IDEA channel so you can get notifications of the videos once they get published.
And when a speaker is presenting their session, please use the YouTube chat to ask your questions. Hosts and chat moderators from JetBrains would answer your questions and will also ask as many questions as possible to the speakers.
Please use the hashtags below to engage with us on social media. Does anyone say engage with us on social media? To say nice things about the conference on Twitter.
Yes, and I hope you like the sessions today. Trisha, your turn to introduce the first session for today.
Yes, indeed. Great. So let's get this show on the road. I am very happy to introduce Hadi. Hadi's not ready yet. Just add him to the stream randomly. Hi, Hadi.
Hello. Is it live? Am I on?
Yes. Is this thing on?
Is this thing on?
I'm really happy to introduce Hadi as the first speaker of day 2. Hadi is a very good speaker. He is the author of many of the code samples we actually use in the IntelliJ IDEA code sample project. He's probably the reason why Kotlin is so popular. And he's also my boss, so he doesn't believe anything I say when I say nice things about him. I did warn you I was going to say nice things and you weren't.
Yeah. And you also kind of gave me a heads up. I'm not being sarcastic, okay? It's like the story of my life with my kids. When I say a compliment to them, they're like, what have I done wrong this time? So yeah, thank you. So it's great being here. This is my first talk of the year, if we can call this a talk.
Are you dissing our conference?
No, I'm staring at a screen right now. Hi, everyone. I'm great that all of you could join me on this very early, dull morning. Well, it's dull a little bit here in Spain where I am. I'm at the south of Spain, and I could say to you that I'm coming to you from sunny Spain. But no, apparently today they decided it needs to be dull and cloudy. But It's okay. That means that it doesn't shine through the window, and you won't see my face with all that wonderful sunshine that I normally get.
You're not making any friends there. Most of the rest of the world doesn't have sun at all.
Yeah, no, don't worry about that. Climate change will fix that for a little. Well, never mind. Okay, so do I start, Trisha?
Yes, before you started, I wanted to say one more observation. You gave me this T-shirt back in 2013. You gave it to me at Java Zone before I started working for JetBrains. So you did a very long, slow recruitment process on me, and I'm wearing it again today. That's all I wanted to say. Right.
Yep. Go ahead.
This is totally not rehearsed, as you can tell. Great. I will let you get on with it. I will add your screen to the stream and drop off. I'll be asking you questions at the end of the session. Good luck and goodbye.
Thank you. And a couple of disclaimers. First of all, if this goes wrong, this is a live session, right? If it goes wrong, please don't worry. And also, please don't expect me to record it for you and upload it later on. I'm sorry. It's a live session. It's gone wrong. It's gone wrong. The good news is that I've given talks like this before. They're all on YouTube. And if anything is horribly bad here, you can just look up the other ones that are pretty decent. If I can say so myself, which I can. I just did. Also, something that Trisha pointed out, she said that every time she has watched one of my talks, she has actually picked up something new. So I kind of consider that kind of like a compliment, in the sense of, if you've ever watched Monty Python's Life of Brian, you always pick up something new every time, no matter how many times you watch it. So yes, and yeah, there you go. I don't even need to do a new version of the talk. You could just keep watching the other one and pick up something new. I mean, you're bound to pick up something. But anyway, as I always say, I'm going to set my bar very, very low. If you learn one thing, that's worth 45 minutes of your time, right? It could be something life-changing. And talking about life-changing, we've had a change. This is the change, as you can see. This is the new welcome screen in IntelliJ IDEA. You know, that thing that you try and avoid as much as possible. This is it. We've made it easier to, or more clearer or bigger to search. So I could just type website and see everything that's website. But there's a couple of things on the left-hand side which are kind of nice. One of them is this thing called Learn IntelliJ IDEA. Now, I don't know how many of you have actually ever clicked on this. Don't be scared to do click on it. And if you click on Start Learning, what that's going to do is open up IntelliJ IDEA for you. It would be very strange if it opened up something else, wouldn't it? Hadi, yes, mental note. And what it does is essentially give you a bunch of steps that you can go through. So I can click on context actions and it will show me what it's about to do. It tells me, like in many cases, IntelliJ IDEA can guess your intention or propose a fix for a warning or error. Let's invoke one, and it will guide you step by step. So I will say Alt Enter. You can see that it completes it here, and it says now apply the safe delete redundant. So I would apply the safe delete redundant, and then it tells you what it has done, and so on and so forth. And you can go step by step through this live interaction with the IDE, and it's showing you everything that the IDE can do, right? So thank you. Now all you have to do, this is a hands-on lab, so you could just all open up your IDEs and click on Learn IntelliJ IDEA. Bye-bye. No. Okay, never mind. Now, another couple of other things. We're going to open up our project here. And that welcome screen is actually nice. Why is it nice? Because you get access to all that wonderful recent projects. And you can actually see those recent projects. Unfortunately, it doesn't come with a key map by default. But if you click on key map and you search for manage projects, I have assigned the key map to it, which is Shift Command P. Now, why did I assign that? Because that's the only keyboard shortcut that's available right now, after everything else has been taken by IntelliJ. But also the P stands for projects, and Shift Command M was taken. So here, if I press Shift Command P, you can see that I basically kind of get that same feel that I did on the welcome screen, and I can essentially open up any recent projects. So, you know, it's actually quite nice because it lets you go back to recent projects in a quick way. Now, let's start with something very, very simple, that Search Everywhere, which I always start with. And I'm not going to go through it all. You know basically what Search Everywhere does. You know what it does? It searches absolutely everywhere. But there's a couple of things that people still don't know. And one of them is that you can actually do other things other than search. If you press the command, you can actually change things. So for example, I go to System, and from System, I can modify anything. You don't have to go to Preferences. I can click on Plugins. From Plugins, I can see all of, well, not pugs. That's a type of dog. Plugins, I can see all of my different plugins, switch them on and off. And now generally, I can say that for quite a few number of plugins, you don't have to restart IntelliJ IDEA every time you switch them on and off, which is kind of nice. The other thing that we've added to Search Everywhere is this concept of searching in Git. So if I have my Git repository in my project, I can also look for things on here. Now, notice that when I do a home, it says no GIF refs found. And you're like, what does that mean? Is that GIFs? Because I read GIF there. I don't know why I read Git. Don't know why I read GIF. But anyway, so notice that there's a little dot here with the filter. And what you want to do is, if you end up with that situation, just make sure that you've got the right filters selected, or you could have just hit all. And now it will provide you with more insight, right? So now what I'm doing is I'm actually being able to search through my Git commit messages and go to a specific one, and it will show it up for me inside the Git log and who it was, and get quick access in that, right? So it's, again, one step less that you have to do if you want to search for something in Git history. If you're also interested in doing maths operations, don't launch the calculator, just write 2 plus 20 plus 400, and that gives you 420 divided by 345 times whatever. Okay, gone too far. And that gives you the result, which you can also copy to clipboard. It also does currency convert. No, it doesn't do currency conversion, but that actually should be good. In fact, what we should add is kilometers to miles and all of that, imperial to non-imperial, to the rest of the world, imperial to the rest of the world. Conversions in there. That's a good idea, Trisha. I don't know if you're in the background. We should log that as a feature request. Now, this is search everywhere. Another thing that search everywhere is cool about is that it's not only that you have search everywhere in the search everywhere, but in IntelliJ you can search everywhere, literally everywhere. And don't forget that. So if I'm in the project window and I can come and say, for example, QC, that's going to allow me to search for query completion, and in fact using camel case. So you can see at the top here that I'm using QC and it's using camel case to search everywhere. And this essentially works in any tool window that you have. Anywhere you can search everywhere, and of course you can use search everywhere to search everywhere. And enough with search everywhere, let's talk about run anything, because anything is better than everywhere. Now with anything, run anything, if you press double control, what that's going to do is allow you to run your project or whatever it is that you're doing from the command line, so to speak, or from this dialog box. And if you have a run configuration, excuse me, if you have a run configuration, you could just type the name of that run configuration. For example, I don't know, if I have like data type rendering, so that's a run configuration, I can hit enter and that would basically run the data type rendering example for me. But in addition to that, this is the first time I've compiled, so it's a little bit slower. In addition to that, you can also, if your project is Gradle or Maven, you can use Gradle or Maven. And notice that it says, it shows you even an icon. And for example, if I write Gradle, it gives me a list of all of the Gradle syntax options, and I can run anything. If I run Maven, type Maven, I can do Maven clean, which I will not do at this point in time. So it allows you to run Maven task, Gradle task, run configurations. And the cool thing is that once you run something, you double click it, it's already there. So you can easily just run that. This is very useful if you have a multi-module project with lots of different things, or you're running a whole bunch of different unit tests to be able to, return to that specific one that you want to run. In addition to the search everywhere, and run anything, there is also one of my favorite keyboard shortcuts in IntelliJ IDEA, which is Shift Command A, which is essentially search everywhere, but tabbed along to actions. And this is very, very cool because it essentially allows you to run any action without having to remember the keyboard shortcut if you actually don't like remembering keyboard shortcuts. So if I say move, it will show me anything that is related to move, whether it's a caret, whether it's a refactoring, whatever it is. If I say, for example, refactor, it will show me the refactoring options, and I can say refactor this, and it would show me the refactor this menu. If you do not know how to find something, use Shift Command A and just type it. And the reverse of that, sometimes if you don't know what a keyboard shortcut is mapping to, don't just randomly execute things. You can come here and put the keystroke in key map. So click on this little icon here, and let's say if I say Command O, it will show me what things are being mapped to Command O. Okay, and escape obviously shows me everything that's mapped to escape. Last but not least, in terms of navigating menus and actions, one thing that is also useful is the quick list. So if you go to quick lists, that other thing that you probably never look at, this is quite nice in allowing you to create your own quick list with specific things that you use yourself. So for example, if I were to make a quick list for around running, I wouldn't do something around running because we've already got a bunch of actions for running, but I could say, okay, run configurations for template new projects, for instance. And then I could go back to my key map and assign a key map shortcut to this quick list, and then it would just pop up. So for instance, in the deployment one, if we go back to deployment and we say to key map, we say deployment, we can see that we've got a quick list over here, and I could add a keyboard shortcut, which is like, let's play that. What is that thing? Twister, no? With our keyboard, with our keys, Shift, Control, Alt, Command, W. That's not taken. There you go. Shift Control. Now let's remember that Shift Control everything. Let's just press every keyboard shortcut that there is and figure out if we can get this to pop up. There you go. Whoa, awesome. Now I got to remember why things go weird when I press that 5 keys combination. So that is also kind of nice to allow you to navigate quickly across things. Now let's move on quickly. Favorites, that other thing you probably never open, right? The Command F, Command 2, or just, you know, Shift Command Favorite, Shift Command Alt, Shift Command A and favorites. This shows you a bunch of favorites. Now you say, okay, big deal. It shows me bookmarks, it shows me code samples, etc., which is the actual project. Now, the thing about this is the following, in that I could actually create my own group of favorites. So for instance, if I were to say bad code examples, right? And then inside this bad code examples, I could actually, you know, add a specific example to this favorite. So for instance, I could come to this file that we have open, and if I press Shift Command F, not Shift Command F, yeah, if I, hold on a second, my keyboard mapping has been messed up, and now I've gone into full screen. That's fine. Add to favorites, add to favorites. Oh, other command, okay, never mind, right. There you go, add to favorites. I can now add it to a new list, or I could add it to bad code examples. And then as I see here, it's expanded, and I can see grouping of my files in a specific category, which is kind of interesting if you are doing, for example, an examination of your code base and you want to group specific files together. This comes in handy. Now, in terms of files, if this is nice for navigation, you can also, of course, set a bookmark. So for instance, I just press F3 here, and it's adding the different bookmarks. I can use mnemonics to add bookmarks, which is just Shift, Control, and the number. And I can then see all of these entries over here. So I can navigate to the different ones, and you just press the same number, and it just appears and disappears. And then, of course, if you want to set breakpoints, you can set breakpoint book favorites as well. So kind of useful. I use it quite a bit when I'm trying to understand a little bit the code base and I want to focus on a bunch of different files. Now, and I'm going to say something about tabs, but we'll take a look at that in a moment. But let's look at recent files as well. Now, recent files here, you got to forgive my little size of window here because I've put the system font very, very large so that you see it properly and some things come out strange. So recent files, Command E is very, very helpful. Recent files basically shows you all of the recent files you've been to, as well as giving you access to all of the different tool windows. So for instance, if I open up the structure, that's going to give me access to the structure without me having to know the keyboard shortcut for that. Now, Shift Command E, before, if you were to press Shift Command E, that would give you recent edited files. That behavior has been changed. I think it was last year or a little bit earlier than that. And now if you want to see the recent change to only, as you can see here, it says press Command E again. And this is a common pattern that we have. If you press the keyboard shortcut, the same keyboard shortcut in a dialog, it slightly changes that behavior. So in this case, I'm going to press Command E again, and it's going to show me the recent edited files, right? You got a little icon here, which maybe you didn't know about, but what that does is open it up in a second tab as opposed, sorry, in a split window as opposed to the actual window itself. Now, if you want to go to a line number, you can also use the double shift. And if I'm on files or Shift Command F and then, sorry, Shift Command O, and I say, for example, GSB 10, that will go to the file GSB, which is generate switch branches based on camel case, and 10 will take me to that specific line number. So that's another quick way of navigating through files. And talking about navigating through files, one thing that we've enabled is there was the option here that before it says auto scroll to source and auto scroll from source. That has kind of vanished, and now you can do this enable preview tab. Now, what does this enable preview tab do? Well, essentially, I've got it enabled, and then what happens is that you can see I've disabled it, and I can go through my different files in the project view. Let's close the favorite so that we see this better, and see that nothing actually happens. Now, if I enable it, what's going to happen is that it's going to change the actual displayed file each time I navigate. Now, I personally, I don't like this behavior, so I have it disabled. But this works well with tabs if tabs are your thing. Tabs are not my thing, but if tabs are your thing, you can do that. And the behavior is a little bit different. So if we go to editor tabs and we put them at the top, for instance, you can see that there is the enable previews tab over here. So now what happens is that you see that this one is in cursive or italics. And as I navigate, you see that it's using that same tab to show me the preview. Okay. Now, I don't kind of like doing that the way that I do it, and I don't like tabs either. So the way that I do it essentially is I've got that disabled. If I want to see something, I can hit enter, and then that will take me to the focus of the file. If I just want to see the file without editing it, I can, well, F4 should have done that, but now it's defaulting to the same behavior. Press Command 1 always to get back to your project view. One interesting thing is if you're using things like recent files and you go to query completion, how do you know where this is in your project view? That's where I add another key map. So if you come to key maps and we go to select in project view, select project of view in project. Oh, naming these things. Select in project somewhere there. Let me actually look it up by keyboard mapping. There you go. Select file in project view. So I've assigned the keyboard map Control-Alt-L to select in project view. That doesn't come by default. So what this means is that if I'm in query completion and I press Control-Alt-L, that will immediately highlight it for me in the project view, which is kind of nice. So I prefer that type of navigation. Now, a few more things in terms of navigation. We can click on a single symbol, for example, Command B, and it will show us not only navigate to it, but it can also show us all of the usages, which is kind of nice. So here I can see the usages. That goes to a declaration. From the declaration, I can actually navigate to the usages, which is everywhere that it's being used. If you want to navigate back and forth, of course, you have the command left square brackets or command right square brackets. Obviously, I'm using Windows. At the bottom here, you can see the mapping for Windows. Sorry, I'm using Mac OS. At the bottom, you can see the mapping for Windows and Linux. But if you want to also look at your recent locations, that's one of the things that has changed, where I said that we've now replaced the Shift Command E keyboard mapping. We've replaced the recently changed files to recent locations. And recent locations essentially is showing me all of the recent locations I've been to, which can be in the same file or they can be in different files, as can be seen here. So you can see that the first ones are the same file and then different files. Now, if I want to do the recently changed locations, much the same way as we saw previously, use the same keyboard shortcut in the dialog box to get the recently changed locations. And here we can see that it goes only to the places that I have recently changed. And it gives you a nice breadcrumb view as well of where you are in your project. But of course, at any time in your project, you could just press Control-Alt-L, and that will take you to the actual file in your project view. Now, one last thing in terms of navigating and finding things in source code. Shift Command F allows me to find things in files. Now, we all know that that's not how we should be doing things. And if we want to, like, you generally want to be able to navigate to things or see the usages, etc. But sometimes if you want to do a search, you can do a search, obviously. So for example, I do move, and then it shows me all of the entries for move. Now, if I open this up in a tool window, and the keyboard shortcut would be Command Enter as shown, right? Now it shows me a list of entries that I have recently searched for. Now, why is this useful? Because if I go back to searching for something and you click on scope, you can actually limit that down to the previous search results. So you don't have to go through the same process again. You can say, look, I searched for something. Now I want to limit the search down to the results that I previously got, because I searched for something, I played with something, I touched something. Now I want to go back and look at other things, and it will limit that scope to essentially everything that has been shown in the tool window here. Okay, which is also very useful. Right, now that's enough of navigation. Let's take a look a little bit about appearance. What is appearance, Hadi? I don't know. It's when you say appearance in the wrong way. Right, so let's go to appearances. Plugins, it's all about appearances. For the record, I put on cologne today. I wanted to appear well over YouTube. So plugins, if I go to themes, we can see that we have in the marketplace a whole bunch of themes. So this is something that we added a couple of years ago, I think, and we have the Dracula theme, which is kind of like Darkula, but it's actually spelt as Dracula. Hyper B. I have not looked through these themes for a while. I should actually start looking at these themes. Xcode Dark theme, nice. So if you want to change the appearance of your IDE, and remember, this isn't just about color. This is about appearances of even the way the buttons are rendered, the toolbars, everything. You can look through all of the different themes that are available. Now, out of the box, of course, we have support for some themes as well. As you know, you can see in appearance, I have IntelliJ Light, Mac OS Light, High Contrast, Darkula, or sync with OS. Now, if you're one of these people that has light themes in the morning and dark themes at night, or the other way around, I don't know how they do it, and your OS does that for you, you can now enable that in IntelliJ. And depending on when you use IntelliJ, it will basically switch. Personally, I'm back to kind of the light thing. I don't know if it's my eyesight or what it is, but I like to see some light. Okay. Now, maximizing the editor. A lot of times when you come to the editor, this isn't what you want to see, right? You don't want to see my tiny little bit of screen where I can edit some code. Shift Command F12 maximizes the editor. Shift Command F12, toggling back and forth. You can now access all of your different tool windows without having to open and close them individually. And you can maximize the editor screen. If you really want to get in the zone, then I recommend that you switch off Twitter, Slack, and every other tool that you have that is basically drowning you in notifications. Once you do that, then you can also enter the Zen mode. And what this does is basically make it, it just takes away everything else. Now, the one cool thing about the Zen mode is that if you hit configure gutter buttons, you can actually show the gutter buttons. So that means that if I have like a run or a test, I can still access that if I'm not familiar with the shortcut and see that. And I can still see information about the code without losing all of that information just because I'm in Zen mode. So that is very nice to have the gutter buttons enabled in Zen mode. There's another mode that we also have, which is called the reader mode. Now notice how we've got the little comments and no docs here, but if I click on Command B to go to string, notice this nice little layout that we have. This is called the reader mode. And the reader mode does a whole bunch of things like make the font bigger. It could increase the spacing. It renders nicely the data, the docs. So if I press Shift Command Q, not Shift Command Q, do not press Shift Command Q, Control Alt Q, sorry. It will show me the actual kind of docs the way they're written in source code, and it will toggle it now to a nicer format for me. This is very, very nice in reader mode. And if you go to reader mode here, you can see all of the different options that you have available when you are just reading code. And you know what they say, we should spend more time reading code than writing code. Or don't they say that? Or they say you shouldn't spend a lot of time reading code. You shouldn't spend it. Never mind. Right. Editing. Let's go to editing. See, the great thing about doing these is that it doesn't matter even if I make an attempt at being humorous. I'm just going to all assume that you're laughing at my jokes because I can't hear you. So I'm just, yes, and you're laughing with me. Yes, you're laughing with me. Now, templates. Templates, I'm not going to go through. Templates, you probably already know. They've been around since decades, or sometimes known as code snippets. One cool thing that people used to request and we finally added is support. In the case of file templates, we've added support for multiple file generations. So for instance, if I click now controller, let's say that I want to create a model view controller kind of template where I generate a model, a view, and a controller. What I can do is, enter this one and say, for example, this is a Java file, and then enter whatever I want here. I don't know, public void main, whatever. Well, it would be a home controller, public home controller. I don't really write Java. So, and then what I can add here is click on add child template. And then as part of that template, I can generate multiple files. And this comes in really useful for some folks where they want to try and actually have multiple files generated by a single template. Now, the templates, of course, if you're not familiar, make sure that you check out the postfix templates, etc. When editing code as well, we've got the expand, shrink selection on the text. Remember that if you want to select the entire line, just go to the cursor where there's nothing and then hit Alt up to get the entire line selected. Now, when you want to move code around as well, you can just use Shift command and up and down arrows to move code around. And when you want to format code, you can also just get it formatted quickly by pressing Alt Command L, and that will reformat your code. Now, talking about code formatting, if you're extremely bored in your life, what you can do is go to code formatting over here, code style, Java, and then sit through this. Now, personally, I think probably making some barbecues is more entertaining than this. But the point is that we do want our code formatted and we want it in a specific way. But this doesn't give me much insight and it doesn't allow me to have any kind of context beyond the sample that is being shown in the little side here, which I can't seem to expand. Now, what you can do is select a piece of code. So for example, I can select this code, and then if I hit Alt-Enter, I say adjust code settings, it will automatically pick up everything that is applicable to that specific code and allow me to then modify that. And you can actually see the results as you're doing it live as well, right? So I can see how that works, and then I'll save it. And this is a gradual thing, it's kind of like refactoring. You don't say, I'm going to sit down today and refactor the entire project. No, you do it gradually. So as you start the project, as you want to standardize on code styles, you want to do this. And once you got it done, then you can export it, you can reuse it. And talking about exporting, note that we do support editor config, both for settings and code styles and things. So you can essentially just save that to a file in your IDEA folder and then just use that. Okay, let's move on. Now, let me show you one other thing that I still sometimes forget and do by hand. If I come here and I'm splitting up these strings and I want to join them, don't do something like this because that's a lot of pain. What you can actually do is press Shift, Control, J, and that is going to join them for you. Okay, so that's the opposite of splitting up strings. And in terms of carets, so if you want to have carets, you can just basically place carets everywhere you want. So for example, here, and then just start typing there. If you want to select a word multiple times, for example, B, you can just go on the word in particular, and then just continuously press Control G until you get all of the instances that you want highlighted. And if you want to get them all highlighted, then you would press Control Command G, and that will get all of the instances highlighted. Now, this is great, and sometimes you want to use multiple cursors. What you should never use multiple cursors for is refactoring. Like very rarely would I say, yes, of course, you want to refactor, use search and replace or multiple cursors. No, don't. There's tons of refactoring built in IntelliJ IDEA. And you know what? I really hope you're sitting down because this might come as a shock. there are more refactorings than just rename. I know rename is very popular, but there are more refactorings. But talking about rename, one thing that we've done is kind of cool. So let's say, for instance, let's go to something that we want to rename. Let's find something, I don't know. Let's go to, for example, no, not location. String refactoring. No, let's see. Where did I have that nicely? Hippie completion. There you go. So I want to do this renaming, and I can press Command Shift F6 to do the renaming. Now, notice that this little icon, inlays icons popped up, and you can also navigate to it using the keyboard shortcut that tells you, which is Alt-Shift-O on Mac. And what we do is this is going to give you the rename comments and strings and text occurrences, right? So oftentimes in IntelliJ, when you want to rename something, then it comes up with this window and says, hey, do you want to refactor this? And do you want me to search across all your strings? And then you're going to say, oh, no, don't refactor my strings, because sometimes it doesn't make sense to refactor strings. Now you don't have to have that refactor window. You can basically just do it here and say, yeah, I want comments and strings, or no, I don't want text occurrences, and do the renaming there, and IntelliJ IDEA will do it for you. Another cool thing with refactoring is, for instance, the extracting functional parameter refactoring, which is kind of nice, especially if you're still not very well versed in functional programming. IntelliJ IDEA can help you actually create some functions and teach you a little bit. So I can say introduce functional parameter, and I can say by function, operation function, for instance. I'm no good at naming. And here it will introduce the concept for you. It will a little bit teach you as well how to actually pass in a function and create a higher order function in Java, for instance. And then we've also added some improvements to extract method. So here, let's go to extract method, and let's say that I want to select these lines of code, and I want to extract this. I could just say, just not minimize my IntelliJ, Control T, and then I've got move extract function, sorry, extract method. And it will, again, make it nicer for me to extract, a little less a little more user-friendly, and I can press the gear button to say annotate, etc. So it's already becoming a little bit smarter in that sense, and it's not taking you through this long dialog box of like saying, okay, now what do you want to do? No, let's just assume some defaults. You do it for me, and then if I'm not happy, I can go ahead and change it. Now, let's move on to analysis. Analysis is important. One thing that we've changed again with IntelliJ IDEA, you can see the little tick box here. We've always had that basically is looking through your code. As you see when I'm navigating, you can see that it's essentially looking at the code and it's finding all of the issues. And I could navigate to these issues. I can click on them, and I will see them at the bottom of all of the different issues that my file in particular has. But I can also navigate to them using F2 and Shift F2. This will take me through each of these ones, and then if there's a corresponding inspection, I can highlight that inspection and it will show it to me. Now, this is kind of nice. And what other thing that we've added now is that, for instance, if we go to Planet Java, and let's say that I'm going to make this private. Okay, now what happens is that IntelliJ highlights this related problem. There's technically nothing wrong with this refactoring, right? I mean, I've made my constructor private for whatever reason. However, it says there's a related problem. What's that related problem? It says you're not going to be able to do that because you're creating an instance of it and it's not going to be valid. So it will detect, it's going to inspect, obviously, not just that file, but all of the issues that are happening across your project. And of course, all of these inspections are the smart things that we are trying to build in and folks are working on and analyzing your code base, and you can switch them on and off, etc. If you want to do your own inspections, you can build a plugin, or you can use something similar to it, which is structural search, which I love talking about, especially now that we have it even for Kotlin. And here is the cool thing about a structural search. So I'm just writing code here. I'm just writing Java code. And then I say a placeholder. if you find some code, I don't care what that code is, I'm going to call it a placeholder. And then if I have catch, exception, E, and I have the full editor here, E, get message, tell me that this is a horrible code. It's basically searching for some code, and it says, yep, I found your code, and this isn't the type of code that you should be writing. Now, let's go back to that search structurally, and I can even make this another piece of placeholder, like bad management. Now find, and it will map anything that has that style of code. So you can see here that I have bad management because it's throwing a new exception or whatever, right? Top point being, I don't want to catch top level exception. Now, if I do replace structurally, replace, what this will allow me to do is essentially replace that code. So in this case, I could just say, replace that code with code, right? So if I find that, I can now say replace, and then I say replace selected, and it's basically going to just replace the selected and then go so on and so forth. And this is great, but it's proactive. Remember that you can actually do this as part of inspections as well. So structural search, there is somewhere there. Search structurally. Okay, well, it's somewhere there. I'll find it and probably won't do a video about it, but you can look it up. There's somewhere that you can actually add a structural search as an inspection, and then it will highlight it at all times. So you don't have to do it proactively. And talking about inspections, obviously we inspect a lot of things. Look at this. We were inspecting my name. This was the old days when you actually generated a template with information there. Now we've even enhanced the spell checker with a grammar checker. So if you go and look up grammar, there you go. You see that I can now add a whole bunch of files to be checked for grammar. So right now, by default, it only adds Markdown, but let's enable Java, right? Let's enable Java and see what happens. If I now go to, for instance, let's look up a symbol, Java 10 symbols. Java 10 inspections, right? I can see that, look at this, inside an actual comment in my code, it's detecting a grammar mistake. Note that we can use the diamond operator and the type is moved right. And the type is moved right. That's not an Oxford comma, but it's a comma, and it's an important comma. And if we enable this in our different types of files, and I don't know why Kotlin isn't there, we need Kotlin, people, then you will get the grammar checks also in your code base, which again is very, very nice. Now, query completion. If you've ever worked with IntelliJ IDEA, you know that we have excellent support for database, and this is part of what we call language injections, right? I've added a source here, so basically my database has access to the source, to the DDL information, and it can give me completion. I can get this in many places, right? If I go, for instance, to JSON, or let's say the regular expressions, here you can see that this is just a string, but using this concept of language injection, which has been around forever, I say that this is now a regular expression. It will highlight it for me and parse it to me as a regular expression. And if I type something wrong, which we all do when we write regular expressions, there is that problem that it will highlight. And I can even check regular expressions. So here I can, for instance, type in a number and it's correct. And if I type something else, it's not matching. And of course, the JSON stuff, which is awesome as well. So we have Alt-Enter, inject language reference, JSON. I never get tired of using this. Alt-Enter, edit JSON fragment, and this is how you write JSON. Okay? Don't go doing that manually. Okay. Now, data flow analysis. I believe that my colleague Tagir was talking a little bit about data flow analysis yesterday. I recommend that you watch the session. which was great. But data flow analysis is really, really cool in that basically allows you to understand how data analysis is flowing. So let's click, for example, data analysis flow here, and let's take a look at this date get month. Now, if I select this and I press information to show me the type, it's going to say to me int, right? Which is nice. If I put my cursor there, it says to me, what do you want to know? I want to know, for example, over here, that's a Boolean. Okay, great. That's fine. Now let's go over here, for instance, and do the same thing. I'm going to press Shift Command P and I say, yes, I want to get date month. It says int. But now watch, Shift Command P again, Shift Control P, sorry, and it tells me the actual value. It is telling me the actual value and is doing it based on data flow analysis. And data flow is fantastic for that because it essentially allows you to go through the code base and understand what type of data is coming in a specific point. And that information has now been even combined with debugging to make it even more solid, right? Because it's, again, please look up the session by Tagir yesterday about data flow analysis and how that works for more information about that. But it is really, really good tool to understand the flow of your data. Instead of you mentally sitting there and saying, okay, well, this is 12, and now if it goes there, that it will match the equals to 2, and how and so on forth. And of course, you can get, for example, data flow. Let's go to data flow, and I can say select here, and the ID, and say data flow from here or to here, and it's showing me all of the places that this data is going to flow to. So it says this is all of the functions or the properties or the parameters that this data is going to be flowing to. Now, debugging. Yesterday, again, my colleague Igor had a fantastic session on debugging. Really, really great. And I'm not going to go into too much details because he already showed things like the stream debugger, which is really fantastic, which allows you to basically set a breakpoint here, and then I'm going to debug this, and this should be, let's do that properly, multi-line expressions. Let's set a debug point here, and let's debug this. Now that's going to do the rendering. Let's debug the right one. So you can see that I get information there. And then if I hit the stream debugger, it's going to show me information about the actual parts of the stream, which is really, really cool. Okay, I recommend you watch that talk. We've added this inline hints that you know that we had before. You can, of course, add your own watches. If I were to come here and say new watch, this would allow me to add a new watch. For example, I don't know, words, and then I don't know, whatever. Here, let's do it on another example that I have. Let's go to customer Java, and let's see what is being used here. So let's say, for example, data rendering, right? So over here, I can add a watch here that is, for example, full name. So let's run this. Let's debug this. And you can see that I have I can come over here and say, I want to add a new watch, and I'll say first name plus last name, right? Now, this is always going to be there, and it's going to always show me that, but it would be nice to get it over here. And I can do that by basically saying create renderer, not create renderer over here. And actually, it should allow me to, add as inline watch. And I'll say, hold on a second. Add as inline watch. So I can say first name plus last name, and that should now add me that watch as inline as well. So I can basically customize the inlines as I have them. And then if you ever want to remove them, you can also remove them. Obviously, you can't remove the default ones, but the rest of them you can. Again, highly recommend you watch that talk. We've got only a few minutes left, so I'm going to just wrap up with a few other honorable mentions. Code with me, which is the ability to now code. You can code with me is the ability to now code. What kind of language am I speaking? Code with me. That allows you to actually do pair programming with others. There's going to be a session on that by my colleague Kirill, and he's going to be covering that, so I won't be showing it today. Shared indexes is a feature that we've added to IntelliJ IDEA, which allows you to basically make indexing a little bit faster. If you click on shared indexes, essentially what it's going to do is across the projects, and in addition to the common libraries that are being used in the JDKs, we're going to essentially be indexing these once and then being shared across the projects. And that's going to drastically cut down the indexing time for you to work on your projects. If you are working with Gradle or Maven and you use dependencies, make sure you check out the packages plugin, which is an awesome little tool that we've created, which allows you to basically add, get updates, see all of the different packages you have. So for instance, if I want to install a package, I can hit Ktor, that will find me Ktor, and I can say, for instance, add it to compile or add it to implementation or runtime or whatever, and it will add that for me. It will also highlight any versions that need updating. So you can see here that it says, for example, Jupyter has been updated to 5801 M1. Do you want to actually perform the update? It gives you information about the products as well. So the project, the GitHub pages, etc. Make sure you check that out. Then let's now just quickly switch over to another project, which I want to show you some things in payment. So if you're doing any kind of development that involves running services, etc., whether they're Docker, whether they're your self-contained services, etc., or based on jar or Tomcat or whatever, I recommend you check out the services tab, which is very, very cool in that it allows you to actually add your services, right? So let's go ahead over here and run something. So for instance, I'm going to go to my payments. It's a Ktor application, and I'm going to run this. So let's go ahead and run it. And then what this is going to do is essentially run that HTTP server. And what it will now allow me to do in the services view is see all of the different applications running, right? So I can now come here and say run configuration type, or I can add it to run configuration type, and I'll say Gradle. And then inside the Gradle one, I have all of my different runs. So I can now run that. And if I have a Docker configuration, I can say a Docker connection and connect to my Docker instance. And if I have a container, then you see it will show me all of my containers, and I can start running all of the different containers. And this gives me a wonderful view of all of the services that I'm running. So use the services if you're doing that kind of development. Also, if you're doing any kind of web development, remember that we've got support for HTTP files to test. So I can just hit run localhost, test from here a few new additions that we've added, which is copy take that and convert it to a command line URL so that you can run with curl. So if I open up now my terminal and I paste, I get my exact same code that I could just easily run with curl. And in the search everywhere, I can look for even URLs. We support multiple frameworks, obviously Spring. I think my colleague Marco also had a session that might be highlighting this a little bit more. And then go into Spring, you see that we even have, for example, open an HTTP client, go to declarational usages, etc. So a whole bunch of things around web development and backend and server-side development that are also available. And then, as I mentioned, there's been a few sessions that have covered this in more detail, so make sure you check that out. And with that, I'm going to have to wrap up because we're already out of time. Just one last mention regarding the help file, that thing, again, that you never look at. I strongly recommend that you look at IDE Features Trainer that I showed you at the beginning, and also the productivity guide, which is not a PDF, but it tells you how many times and what you've been using and what you haven't been using of IntelliJ, and you can click through them and see the number of times you've used them, etc. Okay, so that is it from my side. Trisha, we've got a few minutes left for questions.
Yeah, so firstly, fantastic, as always. I think you did a great job as well of adding lots of the new features that I was not expecting you to add so many of the new features in there. So that was really, really cool. The related problems view and the inline watches. I'd actually forgotten about inline watches, and they're so cool, very helpful.
Yeah, they are.
We also had a comment that you said way back at the beginning that you just assumed that everyone was laughing at your jokes, and everyone on YouTube says they are laughing at your jokes and they do think that you're funny.
Oh,
So,
hang on. Look, do you see all this white hair? Do you know how much stress I've gone through this week just for my jokes?
and it's well rewarded because people did think that you were funny.
Thank you.
We don't have loads of questions because the moderators have done a really good job of answering most of the questions on YouTube. So that's actually quite cool. One of the comments was, have we thought about creating and releasing our own keyboard to solve our keyboard shortcut problems? I like that idea.
Yeah, that's
like a
actually
really
quite
big
cool.
one.
That's a good idea. Did you like my idea about the currency conversion thing?
Yeah, I put that on
Yes.
my list.
Awesome.
Raise a ticket for. I bet you any money. Actually, there's probably already a feature for that. But I do think it would be a good idea. We'll use it when I'm creating my my invoices. I'll use IntelliJ for that as well. And we also had a feature request of find a free shortcut. But then you'd have to find a free shortcut to find a shortcut for find a free shortcut.
Yes, and also actually talking about that, I forgot to mention the key promoter plugin. I think you've maybe mentioned it. That helps you. You know, every time you use something with the mouse, it tells you if you want to use the keyboard. Here's something you can press next time.
You make it sound really polite, but one of the reasons I like Key Promoter is because it goes, don't use the mouse, you stupid person. Here's the keyboard shortcut. And it does it so much like, this is the keyboard shortcut. This is, you're like, okay, fine, I'll just learn it.
Yeah.
It's the best thing. And also I wanted to say, to my shame, I have not investigated package search very much. And I was blown away by that. I know, I'm so sorry, because you keep saying, you should look at it. I'm like, yeah, I'll get to that. But it's really cool. I really like that.
It's okay. I won't take it personally. Not for a while.
So
anyway.
I quite often spend, like every time we do a new release, I also check the versions of all my dependencies to make sure they're up to date. And I did.
Now you could just do update all with package search and it'll do it.
I will be doing that. So package search looks really cool. That's excellent. What else? Let me just quickly see if there's any new questions coming in. Oh, there's always last minute questions. Something, Gradle. No. So I had a question for you, which is, what is your favorite keyboard shortcut?
Shift Command A.
Which is also Max's favorite keyboard shortcut because he says he can't remember all the keyboard shortcuts.
Oh, so, okay. Yeah, no, I mean, that's the reason. Like, I don't memorize every single keyboard shortcut. So I just, mostly default to Shift Command A and just run it from there.
I was talking to the UI UX people yesterday about search everywhere, but because we were talking about how could search everywhere be even more helpful. But I think even though with search everywhere you can search for your keyboard shortcuts, Shift Command A is still better, right? Because you're searching for a command, not anything.
Yeah. I mean, I have to admit, I mean, I love search everywhere, but I've gotten so used to Shift Command A or Shift Command O or Shift Command Command O to go to symbol file type that I always default to that. And run anything now I do use quite a bit because that is really useful.
I use that loads because what I used to do is I used to navigate to the thing I wanted to run and then run it. So just run anything saves me at least one keyboard shortcut. So run anything is really cool. And I like like you were pointing out, I like the fact that you've got the little icon to show whether you're running Maven or Gradle or a run configuration.
Yes.
Yeah. Way
very
up there.
Useful.
One of my top 5 things. Yeah, and I was also talking to the UI UX people about muscle memory and about how IntelliJ IDEA, when they're thinking about the design of IntelliJ IDEA, they have to think about the fact that users like us don't know what the keyboard shortcuts are. We know it's this. You have to do this with your hand.
Yeah, it's like Quake, like
yes,
WASD. Like, well, why can't we just do everything around those 4 keyboard shortcuts?
WASD and what is it? Now I want to play Quake. Thanks for that.
Quake World. Oh, we should do a Quake World tournament. That's what we should all do in our confinement lockdowns. We should have this world tournament of Quake World.
I think we should implement it inside IntelliJ IDEA.
Quake World inside. I'm game. I'm game.
That's the next hackathon project.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. I don't think I've got any more questions. So thank you so much. It was, as always, an absolutely brilliant session. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Okay, next I am going to introduce Helen, who's going to be introducing the next session. Hello, Helen.
Good morning.
Did you learn some stuff?
I did. I've seen Hadi's pre-recorded talks. I've never seen him speak, live before, so that was a lot of fun. And your jokes were very funny, Hadi, if you're still listening.
Sometimes the pre-recorded talks you have an advantage in the pre-recorded talks because you can slow it down and pause it at sections. So yeah, it's a lot of information there. All right, I will get out of your way and let you introduce the next speaker.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, so it is my pleasure to introduce you to our next speaker today. We have Dmitry Jemerov. I really hope I said your surname correctly there. Morning, Dmitry. How are you?
Morning. I'm great. I'm actually on vacation in Turkey right now, so I'll be presenting from my hotel room in Turkey.
We appreciate that level of dedication.
Yes.
Okay. So by way of introduction, Dmitry is a product manager here at JetBrains for IntelliJ IDEA. He has worn many hats since he joined the company back in 2003. He's going to be talking to us today about developer productivity in IntelliJ IDEA and mixing that with his product vision as well. So please do continue to add your questions to the chat. The moderators are on it. And if there are any questions left at the end, I'll be putting them to Dmitry as well. Fun fact about him, other than he's in his hotel room in Turkey, is this is very relevant. He loves to look at maps, including where he's been, where he's going to go, and sometimes random places. So just before I hand over, I now have to ask, is this random or is this a place that you always really wanted to go?
You mean Turkey?
Yeah.
Or what? Well, actually, going to Turkey was like one of the few available opportunities for me to meet my family because like they're in Russia and I'm in Germany and I can't go to Russia and they can't go to Germany. So we had to find some place there where we could actually see each other. And like there were not that many options due to various lockdowns and travel restrictions.
I'm glad you made it.
Yeah, it's quite awesome here.
Good. Well, like I say, we appreciate the dedication. So let me add your screen and you are good to present. Good luck. Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, as I said, like as Helen said, my name is Dmitry, and today I'm going to talk a little bit about developer productivity and our product vision. So I've been with JetBrains quite a while, so you can see that I'm actually one of the top contributors to the IntelliJ IDEA code base. And in the past 2 years, my primary responsibility has been product management, even though I'm still quite active technically as well. And with product management, the main challenge that we see right now is how do we actually evolve a 20-year-old product where one of the most common feedback that we hear from users is that it already has too many features. How do we figure out what to add, what to change so that the product gets even more useful for our users? And one of the ways we approach that is we actually try to reflect on the process of development, try to analyze what exactly happens in the mind of our users as they are working with our product. And development includes many different things. You have to deal with writing code, debugging code, deploying code, testing code, and so on and so forth. In this talk, our primary focus is going to be on writing and testing and to some degree debugging, and all the other activities are not something that we are not going to touch. And the reflection that we are doing with, like, as part of our product work, we hope that it will also, like with this presentation, I'm trying to help you reflect on your own work using some of the same principles that we use to reflect on the development process in general. And please tell us what you think. So there is a lot of subjective stuff in this talk, a lot of stuff that is our worldview, which is not universally correct. So please talk to us, please leave comments to this talk, please contact us on Twitter and share what you think about developer productivity, what happens in your brain as you're writing code. So first of all, why is this a challenge? This is a challenge because programming is hard. And not only it's just hard by itself, we actually want it to be hard. So if we, as developers, encounter something which is repetitive, which is easy to do because it doesn't challenge us enough, we try to find ways to automate it, to condense the repetitive, easy work into something harder but more challenging and less time consuming, so that we can actually keep ourselves challenged. And this means that while working on code, we are focusing on the problem we are solving. And we don't have all that much mental capacity for other stuff. Like, we don't always have the possibility to think about whether we are using our editor or our IDE in the most effective way. We don't always reflect on whether we are doing something in the most time-efficient way possible, or if there are some shortcuts that we could have applied, but we didn't think of them because we are too much focused on the task. And the process of development is also not always the best time to learn about stuff that can help us get the things done faster using some features of the tools or the libraries of the language that we are using. And while programming is hard, on the other hand, we want to challenge us, but we also want to succeed. We want to be productive. And what does it mean to be productive as a developer? So first of all, we need to do the right thing. So it doesn't make sense if we write lots of code that is completely irrelevant to the problem that we actually need to solve. We want to do this quickly, and we want to do this with an appropriate level of quality. And the level of quality differs very much between the situation where you are writing code for the rover that is going to land on Mars, or when you are trying out Android development, you are writing a game that you maybe will play yourself and maybe share with a couple of friends. And the IDEs don't help all that much with understanding what you need to do, but they do help a lot with letting you get your job quickly and with an appropriate level of quality. So what exactly happens as you're programming? So the ideal situation is when you know what exactly needs to be done, and you just go ahead and write the code. Write the tests, do the TDD process if you like that, or just write the code and test the code after the fact. And you're just rolling, you're in the state of flow, you churn out many, many, many lines, and this is kind of the ideal state. But it's by far not the only state that you are in when you are writing code. So first of all, before getting into that state, you usually need to figure out how to accomplish something, where to put the code into the system, how to organize the code, what APIs to use in order to reach a goal, how to integrate those APIs with the rest of the code base, and so on and so forth. And in that, on that stage of the process, you are fairly often stuck. You just don't know how to proceed. You may need to do research, look up things online, to talk to colleagues, or find other ways to get unstuck. And then often after you write some code, it does not do what you expect. You have to debug it. You have to understand why it crashed, why it did not produce the result you expected, why the UI looks wrong, or why the service is not returning the right kind of response, and so on. And once you are done, once the tests are green, you generally need to clean up and maintain polish the code so that it meets the quality standards of your team, or the quality standards that you have set for yourself in your own project. And the IDE provides different levels of help in each stage of that process. So when you know what to write, this is kind of the most obvious way that an IDE helps you. So for example, it helps you with auto-completion. So you can type like 100 characters per minute, and with the auto-completion pop-up, it inserts some more characters for you. And so in the end result, in the end, you can get 200 characters per minute into your source file. Code generation features also help you with the boilerplate code that you need to generate. You just invoke an action in the IDE, and it generates a bunch of code that does not carry any deep meaning, but is required to maintain the structure of your program. Intention actions also help quite a lot with like localized changes to the source code. Like in this screenshot, you see some of the suggestions that IntelliJ can give you that help you with getting the correct code out, written. And this is all nice, but in that state, you don't spend all that much time. Usually, you do need to do quite a bit more research and understanding, figuring out what to do. As for figuring out how to do something, the IDE can actually provide quite a lot of help in this area. So first of all, there are many features that allow you to build the mental model of the project. You can easily see the structure of your code using diagrams and hierarchy views and other navigation features. You can easily jump through code and see how different places interact with each other and how the project is put together. You can use find usages to see what's the purpose of certain places in your code, where they are used from. You can use Skrygan documentation to access the documentation of the project itself and the libraries that you are using. And with those features, you can build quite a bit more deep level of understanding compared to simply reading through code like file by file and trying to understand what's happening there. Very often you need to build something that is similar to something that has already been built in this project. And in this case, find usages provides a great way to find places where something has already been done, and you can just follow the same approach or maybe even copy some of the code so that you can use that as a template for solving your problem. Very often you need to understand how exactly the code works that does something similar to what you need to write. In this case, the debugger is invaluable. So you can step through the code, sees the state of the system in the process of execution of the code, and see how it interacts with other parts of the system. And the debugger just is a super powerful tool for visualizing this kind of thing. And in some cases, you just need to ask a colleague. So, and even with that, the IDE can help. So the version control features can help you understand who is the colleague that you need to ask. And Code with Me allows you to set up a remote collaboration session so you can work together with a colleague on figuring out how to do something and get help direct and in real time. When something didn't work, the IDE can also help you get unstuck in various ways. In many cases, you don't even have to do anything. So for example, if the code you have written will not compile because you did not use the language syntax properly, or you did not pass the correct arguments to a function or something like that, you will see this in real time. So you will not need to go through the process of compiling your code and getting the list of errors and then jumping from the errors to the editor to understand what happened. You just see immediately what has gone wrong. And in many cases, the IDE can also offer quick fixes so that you can correct the problem. Also, in some cases, you can get a real-time preview of what you are writing. So this mostly happens when you are working on some kind of UI, and IntelliJ does not have all that many features for what you see is what you get UI development. But for example, Android Studio has a great visual designer that allows you to see your layout as you're writing there without doing the full rebuild and launch cycle for your application. And there are also many features that allow you to get assistance on request. The debugger is, of course, the main one. And one recent addition, I think Tagir may have mentioned it in his talk, is this very nice feature like find cause for exceptions. So when your program crashes with a null pointer exception or with a class cast exception, you don't have to manually hunt for the source of this problem. You can use the IDE assistance. So you get this nice pop-up, find out why, and IDE gets you to the location where you forgot to initialize a variable or where you put something of the wrong type into the field. And with cleanup and maintenance, there are lots and lots of things that the IDE can do for you. So if you've established some kind of standards within your team or just by yourself, you can set up them in the IDE. And once you do that, you won't have to spend any time formatting the code, ensuring that it has the right white spaces and indentation and blank lines and everything. You can set up an inspection profile that tells the IDE which kinds of problems need to be identified, and you can run inspections also in real time in the editor, or you can run the before commit, and you can make sure that you are not committing any yellow code to the version control. And this ensures that the quality of the code is maintained. Code coverage allows you to ensure that the proper level of testing has been reached, that you have enough tests covering your code. And if you see that something is not up to the standard, there are also many features that help you fix your code. Quick fixes, as I already mentioned, and refactorings can allow you to restructure your code so that it can be reused later and has a clean structure that is easy to follow and easy to understand. And if you look at the features that I've been talking about, they are essentially divided in two big groups. So there are proactive features and something that I'm calling user-driven features. So proactive features are something that just the IDE does for you without you requesting it. For example, syntax highlighting. You don't need to press a key to see like the string letters in one color and numbers in another color. IntelliJ does the same thing for error highlighting. So you immediately see errors and warnings in the editor. You don't have to request them to be produced. You just see them immediately. Some typing assistance features belong to the same group, to the same category, like auto indent, placing the character at the correct place once after you press enter, or inserting pair braces. This also happens automatically. Code completion generally happens automatically. So you see the completion pop up, you just need to select the parent manually, but you don't have to think about needing to invoke completion. It just pops up for you. Some of the editor decorations also belong to the same group. So IntelliJ shows icons to the left side of the editor, which we are calling gutter icons. Like, for example, this screenshot shows an icon that indicates that a method is implementing an interface. And there are also inlays. There are extra chunks of text or other decorations that we show inside the code. In this particular example, there is an inlay that shows that the name of the parameter to which you are passing this is called panel. And such inlays make it much easier to understand complex method calls when you don't remember the signature by heart, and especially when there are multiple parameters of the same type, you can easily see what goes where and what is the meaning of each individual parameter. And also one of our favorite examples of these kind of features are extra tricks that we don't paste. For example, if you take some Java code and paste it into a Kotlin file, the IDE automatically offers to convert it. And judging by the feedback we hear from our users, this is one of the most beloved features of our users. When someone sees it, it's very often, they tweet about it very often, they tell how cool is that, and so we are very happy to see that this makes our users delighted. And user-driven features is basically everything else. So all the shortcuts that like Hadi was talking about during his previous session, and lots and lots of other features are something that you have to invoke by yourself. You have to know that the feature exists. You have to understand that it's appropriate to use that feature in the particular moment of time, and you have to know how to invoke it. And there is lots and lots of this stuff. And one other way to look at different features of the IDE is some of them are kind of linear, and some of them not. Some of them make you faster by a constant, so to say, linear, and some of them give you a more boost than that. So, for example, code completion is a linear speed up feature. As I said, you can type 100 characters manually, and with code completion, you can type 200 characters. This is nice, but this is just a linear improvement. And using the keyboard shortcuts instead of a mouse is also the same kind of linear improvement. So yes, Key Promoter is a great plugin, and it's a great way to learn about IDE features, but not knowing the keyboard shortcut of a feature should not prevent you from using it, because if you know that the feature exists and the feature can give you a lot of benefit, then it's better to invoke it using the mouse than just to do the same thing manually without using the feature at all. And nonlinear features speed you up exponentially or give you new capabilities that you don't have at all if you don't use the feature. For example, project-wide find replace is probably the most quintessential example of this feature. So instead of making 100 similar edits to different parts of the project, you can do one batch operation for find and replace. You can say that please replace all occurrences of this string with this other string. And no matter whether there are 3 occurrences or 3,000 occurrences, the operation takes roughly the same amount of time. So this is a nonlinear speedup. Structural search and replace is an even more powerful way to do that, which is specific to IntelliJ IDEA. So you can write very complex patterns of code and also provide complex replacement patterns explaining what the code should be replaced with. And teaching how to use structural search properly would probably take another 45-minute talk. So I'm just like giving you a brief tease of what this is. If you haven't used it before, you should look into it. It's a super powerful feature. And refactorings, of course, are the same kind of nonlinear boost. So rename or extract method or introduce field, they can produce, they can update many occurrences at the same time as a single operation without you needing to perform this or repeat this operation manually. And I would claim that the debugger gives you the same kind of exponential speed up. So if you don't know what is happening during the execution of the system, you can add tracing, you can add logs, you can guess what's happening, you can try to read the code and reason about it. But the level of visibility that you get just by stepping through the code once is often so much more than just having to do this manually without using the debugger. So if you're not keen on using the debugger, please give it a try. And I think this can give you lots and lots of various benefits. The profiler also is also one of the features of this type. So the level of insight into the performance of your system, it's simply not available if with any other means other than using a proper profiler. And the recent versions of IntelliJ Ultimate integrate a great profiling tool that can take care of both CPU and memory profiling, and this is a great productivity benefit. So just as a quick recap, so the IDE helps you in different ways at different stages of the process of running the code. When you are writing code, when you are figuring out what to write, when you are figuring out why things don't work, and when you are cleaning up the code to make sure that it meets the quality standards of your team. Some of the features in the IDE are proactive and are available without you doing anything, and some other features require you to learn them and activate them explicitly to benefit from them. And some features give you a linear, and some features give you a non-linear boost to productivity. So the next thing I'm going to talk about is how people choose and learn an IDE. And the kind of the problematic situation in that space is that IDEs are deceptively easy if you compare them to other professional tools like, I don't know, Photoshop or Maya or Ableton Live. With an IDE, you can essentially make do if you just see the list of files on the left-hand side, an editor where you can type on the right-hand side, and there is all sorts of confusing buttons and other elements around those two parts, and you don't know what they do, you don't know what they are for, but you can actually just get by without learning why those things are here and what they do. And in this way, you can use the IDE, and you can use the IDE for years and years without learning what makes this IDE good or different from other IDEs, because you see your files, you see the text, you type the text, you have some way to run it and make sure that it works, and that's it. And basically, you don't absolutely have to learn anything else. And this is great because the barrier of entry is low. You can start being somehow productive within minutes of starting a new IDE. But the downside is there's no direct incentive to get better at using that tool. And there's when the tools can do so much more for you, it's kind of unfortunate that like many people say, at this level of just using them as text editors and not much more than that. And choosing an IDE is actually a very hard problem. So every modern IDE has hundreds of features. They are all different, and there are different approaches to many problems, and some of the approaches make more sense in one context, and some approaches make more sense in a different context. But when people talk about IDEs, which IDEs they use and why they use the IDE, they don't give that kind of context. They don't give that kind of explanation of the differences between the IDEs. They just say that, yeah, okay, this IDE is great, everyone is using it, so I'm just going to go and use it as well. And also a strange phenomenon is that people kind of assume that every feature of every IDE can be replicated in any other IDE. So like VS Code with plugins has all the features of IntelliJ, or vice versa. And this is not actually true. There are things which are unique to a given IDE that are there are things which cannot be replicated due to how the tool is built, how it's architected. And this is true for any tool. So there are features in Eclipse that cannot be replicated in IntelliJ and so on. But a lot of this is not part of the discussion when people talk about how to choose an IDE. And in the end, we find out that for many people, the look and feel factors play a major role in the decision. And we, once upon a time, IntelliJ itself benefited from it quite a lot when we were the first IDE to introduce a good-looking dark theme. And many people chose IntelliJ for that primary reason, that we had a dark theme that they liked. And also kind of a surprising thing is that learning IDEs is not really encouraged. So there's one tool that people actually encourage other people to learn and take pride in learning this tool properly, and this tool is Vim. And Vim is a great tool. So I had some occasions where I worked together with someone who was great at Vim, and it's just amazing how fast they are able to do things, because it's hard to follow how they do it, but you see that they do some magic and they can get results fairly quickly. But ultimately, Vim is a tool for manipulating text. So its commands work in terms of characters and lines and not statements or declarations. And yes, you can integrate Vim with plugins that provide code completion and navigation and so on and so forth, but those kind of sit kind of separately from the powers of Vim itself. And I would actually very much love to see a tool that integrates both concepts, so the command-driven approach of Vim and the level of knowledge of code that IntelliJ offers. But I'm not aware of any efforts to build such a tool, and maybe we'll get to doing it ourselves, but maybe someday. And novices are actually encouraged to learn to do everything from the terminal. And this is not wrong. So doing things from the terminal actually does give you a somewhat deeper level of understanding of what actually happens under the hood. But many people just stop at that. So yeah, they learn how to use the terminal and they stay there. Whereas doing things from the IDE can often be more effective and more visual, and you can you can see more information. You can see more connections between the various parts of information. You can interact with data more simply, and it's worth learning how to do things in the IDE and why this is different and why this is better from the terminal. And people are just not encouraged to do that. And also, for learning IDEs, there are not that many resources available. So if you look at the amount of books and courses and videos and everything available for learning how to use Photoshop, and compare that with IntelliJ or Eclipse or VS Code, there is just, I think there is an order of magnitude difference. There is just so much more stuff available for those other tools. And this obviously has to do with demand. So people are not that interested in spending multiple hours learning how to do this IDE. And since you are here, since you are watching this talk at this conference, you are obviously already in a better position than many other developers because you are curious about tools. And this is a great thing, because as we've seen, all the ways that IDE can help you, they actually give you a nonlinear boost to how effective you can be as a developer. So you can build a deeper understanding of the code base you're working in. You don't get stuck figuring out why something does not work, because you can actually understand what's happening and understand how what's happening differs from what needs to happen. And so you can find a way, you can more easily find a way to make the right thing happen. You can be better at being a team player and automatically apply accepted standards. There are few things that irritate me more than seeing one senior developer telling another senior developer during a code review that they forgot to put a space in the right place in the code. And with the tools being used properly, this does not happen because tools take care of itself automatically. And IDE assistance can also be a great tool to learn more about your language and frameworks. For example, with Kotlin, we have been putting a lot of emphasis in that, in giving you IDE assistance that teaches you about proper ways and effective ways to use the language. And we are trying to do the same thing for frameworks that IntelliJ supports, and so on and so forth. Of course, Java, for Java, we do that as well. So we've talked for some time about how this looks, how the development process looks from the point of the developer. And now we are going to take the other side and see how we use these insights to drive the development of the IDE from the product side, and what are some of the decisions and features that we have implemented based on this kind of thinking. So first of all, proactive assistance. So I've talked a bit about these kind of features like error highlighting and gutter icons and inlays. And for that, our biggest challenge is finding the right amount of assistance to provide. Because if you provide too much stuff, if you show too much on the screen, this creates cognitive load. So you are getting distracted from the code you are working on, from the problem you are trying to solve, because there is just so much stuff on the screen, especially if it's shifting, especially it's interfering with your typing, it can get very frustrating. So we have to be very careful with adding more features that show extra stuff on your screen. But if you don't show enough, there is just like it's a wasted opportunity. So those things help a lot, and they can help you figure out a problem faster. They can help you move around the code faster, and so on and so forth. So we do want to show some level of assistance for users. And the right amount depends very heavily on context and depends very heavily on user preference. So some people can only work in tools like Sublime Text or TextMate that don't have any kind of assistance of this type. And some people love powerful IDEs such as IntelliJ. And the context also matters a lot. And ideally, we want to automatically understand what the right level of context is and automatically adjust the level of proactive assistance that we provide to the context. But unfortunately, it's in the general case, it's an unsolved problem. So one of the recent examples of this type is the reader mode feature that we introduced in one of the recent versions of IntelliJ. So in this case, we have a very specific context. We have the context of library code. And we know for a fact that you are not going to edit this code. And we know, as a consequence, we know that you are not going to fix errors in this code. So if something is done not ideally in a library, you are not going to go and fix it. It's the job of the library author, not you. And so we remove the assist. We don't show any warnings in library code because this is not helpful. And we do activate a different kind of assistance. We show rendered doc comments. So when you are working with library code, you very often want to understand what a library function does or how to use this properly. And for this, documentation comments offer a lot of assistance. And so we are making them easier to read, showing them in a rendered way. So instead of showing like raw HTML or Java doc markup, we show a nice, easy to read block of text. Another example of this kind is the related problems inlay. I think Hadi mentioned it in his talk. So when you are performing refactorings manually, it's very often that you introduce problems outside of the current file. So if you add some parameters to a function, or if you change the return type of a function, or if you rename something, you make changes that require other changes in other files. And of course, you can build your project and see where those places are and go there and update them manually. But in recent version of IntelliJ, you don't have to do this manually because we detect such problems in real time and we show them directly in the file where you've directly next to the change where you introduce the problem. So in this case, I've changed the return type of an interface method, and the implementation of this method is no longer compliant. Is no longer conforms to the definition. So I see in the interface I see a pop an inlay that lets me navigate to the implementation and see that this is a place that I need to change. What do we? I've talked about proactive features, but most of the features are in the other categories, like user-driven features. So what do we do about them? So here, the keyword that we have been repeating many times in our discussions during the last years is discoverability. So we want features to be discoverable. So for any feature that we add to the product, we want to have a clear path how every user can find out about the existence of this feature and can understand what this feature does and can understand how it applies to their workflow. And of course, this is a high bar. So in many cases, we just say that, yeah, we can see how this feature makes sense, but we don't see how we can make it discoverable. So we may postpone adding some features because we just don't have the discoverability story figured out. And as the opposite side of discoverability, we also try to reduce clutter by de-emphasizing rarely used features. So, for example, we did several rounds of toolbar cleanup so that rarely used toolbar buttons are moved to context menus, and some features are even removed from the product entirely into plugins that are not bundled. So if you rely on the functionality, you can still install the plugin and use it, but most people don't, so they don't see their UI being cluttered by the features that are irrelevant for them. And the IDE feature trainer is one great example of that, and I think Hadi also talked about it. So this is an interactive onboarding experience promoted on the welcome screen. So it's a very easy and very quick way to get introduced to the key features that you have to learn to use in order to be productive in the IDE. So for new users, this is a great path to learn the essentials, learn the 5 features that can open the doors to everything else that the IDE does, and with just a small time investment, new users can get much more productive when using the IDE. And as a more concrete example for making something more visible, we have heard a lot of feedback that people don't know about the features for navigating between problems in the file. So the previous and next problems shortcuts, F2 and Shift F2 in the default key map. So our evangelists kept telling us that they tell users about those features and users are delighted to learn that they exist and they start using them. But there is no direct path to finding out that they exist unless you read through all the help or through all the menu items, which is not something that many people do. So we've added always visible on-screen controls for navigating between errors and warnings in the current file. And so they also let you know about the keyboard shortcuts that you can use, but they also give you a direct path to navigate between warnings and errors. So what else do we care about as a product team? So the next thing is reducing friction. And friction is essentially the word that we use to indicate wasted time and annoyances. So the worst thing that an IDE can do is make you wait for it. So this is basically a negative benefit to your productivity. When you cannot do what you intended to do, you have to sit and wait for the IDE to do something. And this is, of course, very, very annoying. And we are putting a lot of effort into minimizing the amount of such waits that you have to experience when working with IntelliJ. We are also working on improving stability so that you don't need to spend time figuring out how to fix the IDE, why it doesn't do what you expect it to do, why it broke, and what can you do to make it work again. And if there are any problems in the IDE configuration, in your project configuration, anywhere else, we are always striving to provide clear diagnostics and steps for resolving problems. So you don't need, once again, you don't need to to waste time trying to understand what the IDE wants from you. You just accept the suggestion or follow the guidance, and you get productivity. And one example of this is shared indexes. This is also something that Hadi mentioned. So this is infrastructure that lets you reduce the time spent waiting for indexing, which is probably one of the biggest annoyances with IntelliJ's current experience. So we ourselves build the indexes for the JDK and common libraries, and we store them in the CDN, and the IDE can download them automatically. And we also provide infrastructure for indexing your own project so that you can build your indexes on the continuous integration server. You can do this once for the entire team. You can share them with the team, and so every individual user does not need to wait for indexing. They can just use the pre-built indexes from the CI. And finally, what the last thing that the product team worries about is something that we call allure, or creating a positive emotional experience. So this is this look and feel thing that I already mentioned. So we are investing into various changes to make sure that our UI looks modern, that it fits nicely with the evolution of the operating systems, like the new versions of Windows and new versions of macOS. And we also provide a large variety of good-looking UI themes. And one specific example of a big investment that we made in this area is JetBrains Mono. So we hired a font designer to build a great-looking monospaced font, specifically for us and for using our IDEs, and we made it the default in all of our tools. And we believe that it's one of the ways of creating a positive emotional attachment to our products. So as a recap, as a product team, we are working on managing the cognitive load so that we don't overload the users with too much information. We are working on ensuring the discoverability of key features so that people can find out from working with the product directly that the features exist that can help them make them more productive. We are also de-emphasizing less useful and less commonly used features. We try to reduce friction, wasted time and annoyances so that you don't get annoyed waiting for the IDE to do something or figuring out how to fix it when it broke. And we're improving allure, so making sure that the UI is nice, modern, clean, and good looking, and creates a positive emotional response in our users. So what are the takeaways for you as a user of the IDE? So my main call to action for you is, regardless of what tool you are using, regardless of what kinds of problems you are solving specifically, reflect on your work process. Be mindful of how you spend time during programming. Be mindful of what you do, how different things that you do make you feel, when you feel great about your work, when you feel annoyed, or when you feel frustrated, or when you feel slowed down by the tools that you are using. Look for situations when something is tedious or annoying or difficult. And learn the tool that you are using. Once again, no matter which tool is that, whether it's IntelliJ or whether it's other tools that you use as part of your flow, learn them. And when learning them, pay special attention to things that you figured out while reflecting on your work process. Specific areas where you felt annoyed or frustrating, try to find ways to resolve them. And especially pay attention to features that give you a non-linear boost in productivity. And look for options and plugins that adapt the tool to your needs, to your work process, to your specific requirements. And also look at alternative and complementary tools. Look at other tools. Maybe they work better for your problems. Maybe they can solve some of the tasks that you are working on better. And when learning tools, try to go beyond coarse labels, like just knowing that this tool is heavyweight and the other tool is configurable and so on. Just go in depth, trying to understand how they work, why they work the way they do, and what makes them great. And use the right tool for each job. It's actually probably the most important thing. And once again, let us know what you think. We have some time for questions right now. Feel free to leave comments on the YouTube video, get in touch with us on Twitter. We will be really interested in talking more about all of this. And thank you for your attention. So this is my Twitter handle, so I'd be happy to hear from you.
That's great. Thanks, Dmitry. That was really informative. I learned a lot from that. Thank you. We had quite a few questions, and the moderators have been, again, brilliant and responded to, I think, all of them, but there are a couple. There was quite a lot of, I won't call them upvotes, but let's say love for things like related problems, data analysis, inspections, a lot of the things that you said, this is, how we're doing this is why we're doing this. I personally really liked how you split developer productivity up right at the start into doing the right thing. Got my notes over here, doing it quickly and doing it with the right level of quality. I've never taken a step back and thought about it like that. So that was enlightening to hear it being spoken about in that way. I thought it was interesting as well how you explained about the numerous touch points in the IDE, and I guess it's a constant balancing act for you as a product manager between cognitive load and making something more visible and more obvious so that developers find it and use it, and it helps them. Is that fair to say?
Yes, exactly. This is like probably the biggest trade-off that we see as a product team, because we can make every feature discoverable by adding a big pop-up telling that, hey, this is this wonderful feature that we built, please use it. And we very quickly this starts getting in the way of your work, and you just abandon the IDE because you can no longer get anything done. You just have to click on the pop-ups all the time.
Yeah, and I guess so. You mentioned find error, F2, Shift F2. Did that? So I'm a relatively new user to IntelliJ myself. Did that not? You didn't used to have the icon there. Is that correct?
Yep.
So before then it was just a kind of hidden. You put the icon in so people actually could see it. It was more visual. I understand. The other thing that I wanted to shout as well, you mentioned the Learn IDE features trainer. So I've been looking at that in the last couple of weeks as well, and it is really cool. Like it's bite-sized. I know that sounds cliche from a learning perspective, but it is. It's a really low barrier to entry. It remembers how far you've got. You can restart any lessons. It takes you through learning different pieces of the IDE at a very nice rate, well, whatever speed you want to go at. So I would say if you haven't already checked that out, do. It's very cool. Okay, before I go on to those questions, let me just have a look at the chat. Okay, obviously there's a bit of a lag. So how, in your view, can a user get the most out of IntelliJ IDEA to really boost their productivity, especially if they're new or they're just getting started? But in fact, let me split that question into two. Let me make it two questions. So the question is, how can a user get the most out of IntelliJ IDEA to boost their productivity if they're a new user to the product or if they're an existing user to the product? So I don't know which way around you want to answer those.
So for new users, I think actually the features trainer is one of the best starting points. So it's already good as it is now, and we're also trying to make it even better. So we are actively working on improving it in various ways. And I think this gives you the essentials. And IntelliJ is a powerful tool with lots of features, and you don't have to learn everything at once. Don't try to understand all that it can do just in one sitting. Just learn little by little. And if you're an existing user, I would actually call out to our wonderful development evangelism team, developer advocacy team, because we are making a lot of videos that cover specific aspects of the product functionality, like refactorings and version control integration and framework support and so on. And just watch one of those videos a week or one a month and just try to learn what it teaches you. And I think this is probably one of the best ways to to learn.
Would you say the same answer for kind of existing users? So let's say they have got the features trainer, they have a look, and most of the stuff they've already kind of seen or come across. Is there a different route that you might suggest for a more experienced user of the product?
I think the videos that we publish, they go beyond the basics, and like especially talks at this conference, they are fairly in-depth looks at different aspects of the product. So this is like one great way to learn about. And also one other thing that I can recommend, like as a power user, you might want to look into the Code Golf plugin. This is something that someone from our team has built, and this is a way. It basically gives you challenges how to accomplish a certain transformation of the code with the least amount of keyboard shortcuts possible. And this is just wonderful to learn about more advanced features and in an atmosphere of a challenge, so to say.
That's good to know. That's good to know. So, I mean, you mentioned developer advocacy team. What can we do, in your view, to help users get or learn the tool and get the most out of it? So I'm just going to potentially throw myself under the bus with this question.
Okay. So, in my personal view, something that something that helps a lot is content that is targeted to a specific problem that the user might experience. So, not just talking about like IDE feature factoring, but talking about how do we build a, like for example, like Trisha had a great series of posts, how do we build a JavaFX application with IntelliJ? Or I think recently there were something like that. And when you're in the context of a specific task that is similar to the task that you experience as part of your day job or as part of your learning process, this is a great way to learn about the features in the context, not just in like abstract things that the tool can do.
Cool. Good to know. Thank you. Hopefully you're making notes on that one, Trisha. I can see you in the background. I guess another question is, why does it matter that developers are productive?
I mean, I kind of have the view that people want to be good at their jobs, that they enjoy being good at their jobs, and also for personal projects, like if you are learning or if you are doing something as a hobby that you actually want to, when you have limited time to work on your hobby, you actually want to get great results. You want to build something that you are proud of, and this all ends up like developer productivity is like part of the path to achieving that, so that you can actually can get more done with the time that you have and with the resources that you have.
Yeah, there's it's something Hadi mentioned in his talk, actually. I want to say it's called the Productivity Guide. Hopefully it is called the Productivity Guide that you can access from within IntelliJ IDEA. Is that perhaps one metric that developers can use, or do you think that's not necessarily a good measure? To
be honest, this was good when we built it, and unfortunately, the thing is that we haven't been really good at adding new features. We recently added features to the Productivity Guide, so it reflects the state of the idea as it was like some amount of time ago. But as for modern features, it does not have everything that we have added, and this is unfortunate. I really hope that we find the time to work on it soon, so that it actually has like the list of features that it offers is more in line with what the IDE can do for you today.
Understood. I guess related to that as well, it's how you balance getting the new features out there and getting them into the hands of our users so that they have them, they can be more productive with them, and then doing some of that back end plumbing for the kind of related pieces it's always a juggling act in product, isn't it?
Yeah, and also it's very important. Like something that we always think about is that features have to advertise themselves within the product, because we have a lot of channels to teach users about features. We have the Twitter and YouTube and the blog and the website and everything. But in the end, like the number of subscribers of our Twitter feed is like less than 1/10 of the number of users of the product, and so on. And so every channel that we have reaches somebody of the audience, but the only thing that reaches all the audience is the product. So we kind of want the product to sell itself, so that users can understand what value they're getting from it.
Yeah, I guess talking about the product, what's the best way of wording this? What do you think is more challenging? Modifying the IDE, so putting in a product change, or finding a way to make or to finding a way to help our developers be aware that there is a feature there. So, for example, the F2 and Shift F2 example, I guess. I mean, I know it looks simple. There's just one little icon there, but I imagine there was quite a lot of thought and effort that went into considering where to put that icon, what that icon should look like, when it should be displayed. So it's not just, oh, we'll put an icon there and it's great, it works. But is it, I guess, yeah, what's more difficult, making a change in the IDE or finding a way to make people available that functionality exists, even if it's not kind of flashing on the IDE or a button somewhere?
So there are lots of features that are very easy to add. And for example, if you look at feature requests that the users send us in UTrack, they often tell us, why don't you do this? This is just so easy. But yes, often it is. But if you just add like a 14th way to move your caret, that is available if you like in the menu, and there's no way to learn about it, there's no way to see how it's different from the 13 other ways to move the caret, then maybe it's not that much value. So we have to, we always think about the discoverability and understandability of whenever we add a feature. And often designing, it's very often that designing a proper UX takes much more time than just writing the code for a feature. Especially yeah, go ahead.
No, you were talking about designing a new feature. Has there ever been a time when? Does it happen quite a lot that we'll put something into the IDE? So we'll put a button in, we'll put a dialogue in, we'll surface a feature and make it more visible, and then we dog food it, we test it internally, and it really doesn't work at all, and it goes through several iterations.
Yes, this happens once in a while. So, for example, we're one of the biggest examples was the new UI for commit in the version control integration. It took us, I think the final release when it went out by default was like the third or fourth release since the first one when it was available under a flag. So we do iterate and we do look at the statistics, and sometimes we have to revisit things if we see that the feedback and the data that we are getting does not confirm that the feature is bringing enough value.
Yeah, it's I guess it's always better to iterate on something internally and get it right before we release it. So
yeah, so we have EEPs, and we do show unfinished work in EEPs, and that's one way that we are getting feedback. And yeah, it happens it's quite a normal situation that the feature is available in EEP and then we turn it off in the release and then do more work on it and enable it in the next release.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, we have a couple of minutes left. I'm just seeing if there's any other questions over there before I give you some nice easy questions. Oh, actually, I do have one more not so easy question. How much should a developer understand about what's being fixed? And fixed isn't quite the right word by the IDE. So how much is it okay to rely on, things like Alt-Enter? So the IDE helping you out and saying, maybe you want to consider this.
I think it's very important to understand why the IDE suggests what it does. And I think in most cases, we don't really give the suggestions that Alt-Enter gives you are generally not that complicated. And one thing that I would really love to invest some time into is creating a separate explanation page for every quick fix that we offer, so that we actually talk about why it's a good thing, why it's a useful change, or in what context is this a useful change, because in some cases we offer quick fixes that are appropriate in some situations, but not in all of them. And ReSharper used to have something like that. With IntelliJ, we never invested the effort into building that, but I hope that we will get to it someday.
Brilliant. Okay, I will give you an easy question to finish off before I hand over. What is your favorite thing in IntelliJ IDEA that makes you more productive? Maybe I can give you two things, but fine.
There's no single feature. There's just so much more, so much stuff I cannot really identify. I'll probably say Alt-Enter. that's an easy way out.
Alt enter. Brilliant.
Yeah.
All right. Well, look, thanks for your time, Dmitry. Thank you for joining us from your hotel room. Really do appreciate it. And I think, I know our viewers got a lot of value from that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, and thanks for all the questions.
Brilliant. All right. So we are going to transition into our next session now, and I'm going to welcome back my colleague Mala to the stream. Hey, Mala.
Hey, Helen, that was an amazing session. I loved it. Learned so much. Oh my God.
I know. I'm like making loads of notes. And I'm like, I've got to think about that and change that. I thought it was a really interesting and unique way of looking at the world and IntelliJ specifically.
And absolutely, so many dimensions to productivity. So that was amazing.
Right, so I shall let you hand over. Thank you.
Thanks. So time for our next session, Code With Me Behind the Scenes. And I'm pleased to welcome Kirill to present it. Hi, Kirill. It's a pleasure to have you present today. Kirill, you're muted. Can't hear you.
You can hear me now, I guess, right?
Yes.
Awesome. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. Hi, all.
Kirill leads the Code With Me project at JetBrains, and he believes that things we do can literally change the world. And he also loves nature, especially Russian North. And we'll talk about what do you exactly mean by that, because I don't know about that one. Talking about the session, Code With Me is one of the most anticipated features that we have released recently. And it's much more relevant in the challenging times we are now, the new normal, as we say, when most of the development teams are distributed and they collaborate remotely. Code With Me simplifies this process within your favorite IDE, of course, IntelliJ IDEA. So let's hear from Kirill, how does this magic work? What's the story behind it? And the plans and opportunities for this technology. The floor is all yours, Kirill.
Thank you. Hi, all. Such an awesome introduction. I don't know what to add, to be honest, but I'll try to uncover something behind the scenes in this presentation, this talk. So, my name is Kirill. I'm leading the Code With Me project. And apart from that, I'm also leading Rider, which is a .NET IDE at JetBrains. So, Code With Me was released a while ago. It is.
Kirill, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we can't see your presentation now. What we see is a blank screen. So if you could fix that one.
Oh, okay. Good. Can you see it now?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, so Code With Me was released quite a while ago. You can try it out today, both from the marketplace, and it is bundled already in 21.1 EAP cycle. There are hundreds of thousands of users of Code With Me right now. But what differs Code With Me from all the rest of the competitors is its feature richness. It is a very, very feature-rich product. For instance, a Code With Me guest, has no requirements whatsoever. So it can be a totally clean machine without any of our IDs installed. And nevertheless, all the features which are shown on this GIF, all these guest features, will be available. And these are most of the IntelliJ goodies we get used to, right? So it's like code completion, most sophisticated navigations, project view, debugging, and lots of others. How is that possible? How does this magic work? So I will a little bit uncover how did we came to our architectural and technical solutions. And to understand why did we come to these solutions, we'll start a bit from the history. And the history of Code With Me surprisingly starts with a product called Rider. Rider is one of the youngest IntelliJ-based IDE. We released in 2017, I guess. And there is, although there are lots of wonderful IntelliJ-based IDEs, there is one fundamental thing that differs Rider from the rest. And this thing is technical, and this thing is about two processes in a single IDE, at least two processes. So Rider was the first IDE that consists of actually two processes in it. The front-end process of the IntelliJ and the back-end process of ReSharper host. So we did it to get all of the ReSharper features already in 1.0 version, not to re-implement all these features for scratch. But it turned out that this approach also gave us some performance benefits, which is quite interesting. So the major performance issues for the world of IDEs, if you didn't know, is more or less related to the smoothness of the UI thread. How the smoothness of the UI thread can be affected very easily. You can write some bad algorithms which consumes a lot of CPU on the UI thread. You can make a lot of contention, or garbage collection can also affect the smoothness of the UI thread. And it turns out that all these two major issues are, I mean, the garbage collection and the smoothness of UI thread, were solved by this architecture because both are now performed on the backend process, but doesn't anyhow affect the smoothness of the UI process, which is essential. But the most interesting part about this architecture was the protocol, because this architecture implies the synchronization of all the view models of the features. And the view models are very different. So for example, you have the view model of the alt-enter, the view model of code completion, unit tests, and lots of other features. These are very different view models with their own specifics. And we gotta have a very rich, sophisticated, I would say, protocol in order to bind these view models. Also, keep in mind that both backend and frontend have their own very complicated life cycle. So this also makes the thing quite hard. So we developed our own protocol, which called RD. And basically RD, which is open source, by the way, this protocol solved all the above issues. I will show a little bit of this protocol from the development perspective, how we, the developers, use this protocol, because it seems like it sounds like something magical, and I will show some details. Do you see my screen? Do you see the IntelliJ? I hope yes.
No, Kirill, I still see your presentation.
You see the presentation. Oh, okay. Good. Is it fine, right? No.
Yes, I can see your the IDE now.
Oh, good. So we describe the RD entities with the Kotlin because we love Kotlin and it's really cool. And all the view models are described in a Kotlin special form, in a Kotlin DSL, because it's very easy to write a Kotlin-based DSL. So, for example, the search everywhere. So this well-known feature for distributed IDE, for Rider, for Code with Me, it performs in a way when all the items are being calculated on the backend. And only the view model representation of this result will be transferred and synced with this protocol with the front end. So we gotta define the view model structure of, for example, search everywhere feature. And as you can see, it is very easy to define. So for example, what do I have here? I have search pop-ups. The search pop-up contains with field, source, property, with some calls. So RD protocol supports not only stateful entities, but also stateless transient communication, like RPC-like communication. Like, give me these items. Search pop-up consists of current pop-up kind, or for example, search item data. As you may notice, go to declaration works because it's not like some magical DSL, but this is a pure Kotlin. And search item data consists of all the view model items which relate to what we actually see here. Later on, we generate the counterparts, real counterparts for all of these models. So for example, the go-to model will be generated for the front end and the back end, and later on will be used for from a real IntelliJ code for the hosts. Okay, so let's get back to the presentation. Okay, just a second. Okay. In this regards, it will be interesting to compare the stateful approach for the distributed ID building and stateless. RD implies that we have a state. I mean, not just the protocol itself supports both, but the writer and code with me architecture. If we'll look at the stateful approach, we'll see that it's easier to port backend features because we got just to sync the view models. And in some cases, we'll skip lots of the events. So for example, if you, as a front end, connect to the backend and the backend fires thousands of events for a tree, you don't have to get all these events. You just have to observe the mutation of the state. So you will skip a lot of redundant calculation. In comparison with that, stateless approach gives also some opportunities. For example, you always know the acknowledgement for all of your actions. If you do, for example, go to declaration, you always know the consequences of a particular go to declaration. Another good aspect, I would say, a principal aspect of stateless communication is these features can perform even if the backend is dead. So it's fine. And if we'll summarize this, we will realize that the stateful approach implies a backend first architecture, and the stateless approach implies an architecture when the product is a front end and depend on the backend if it is existent or it's not. Now, both writer and code with me are backend first products. They cannot perform without the backend. So this is the fundamental reason why we've chosen stateful approach for the protocol. By the way, it's quite technical talk and some things might be not clear for you. So I'm looking forward to answering all your questions after the presentation. Please ask them. So RG solves all the tasks we had. It's fast. It's both stateful and stateless. It binds both JVM and .NET runtimes and also the native runtime, and it's socket based. And we're looking on some other ambitious tasks to do after writer, and it seems that collaborative development, this famous issue with thousands of votes, was the next one. It was very interesting to do if we can bind with our RG protocol code with me parts. And we started to do the first prototypes. Remember the slide with the Roger architecture? On the right side, there is a server, which is ReSharper host. What we got to do is to now build IntelliJ as a server. So IntelliJ should perform as a server for client. So we did this, and the next thing would be to actually implement the appropriate front end, which will be thin, and all the unnecessary things like indices and virtual file system will be stripped out from it. So this front end will be lightweight, thin, will perform faster, and will be downloadable. But that was just the beginning, only the beginning, because immediately we noticed lots of low-hanging problems. First is that code with me implies that lots of guests, lots of participants can be in the one session. And moreover, these guests are now connected with the host over the internet, not on the same local machine. Apart from that, apart from just porting our protocol, adjusting our protocol so it will be ready for internet, wild internet connection thing, we're lacking of multiplying document synchronization, like the same thing you may notice in, for example, Google Docs, when multiple collaborators write in the same document at the same time. And also the IntelliJ threading model was not prepared for that. What do I mean by threading model? And what do I mean by client ID? Let's illustrate it with an example of code completion. Code completion is a very actually complicated feature, very sophisticated feature of IntelliJ. It has thousands of little goodies, which actually make it so different in a positive way from its competitors. So it's IntelliJ code completion performs on multiple threads, and this is the simplified image I'm showing to you. But let's imagine that the guest, the front end, asks the host to calculate completion. We start the UI thread to get this response. Then we would probably throttle it because we don't want to over-occupy the host's CPU. So we must group these events. So we invoke this completion calculation later, right? Then we dispatch the calculation to the background thread, right? Recalling the UI thread of an IDE, which is crucial and essential for its performance. So the code completion is, of course, calculated on the background thread. And when all the items will be calculated, we have to fall back to the UI thread to send them back to the guests. And then all of a sudden, we don't understand to which guest should we send these results. Because again, we have different guests, and all of them can trigger the code completion, and the threading model is the same for IntelliJ. It would be too much to replicate the whole application pool thread per guest. So in order to fix this, we actually need to pass the client ID through all these complicated thread operations, like invoking something later or dispatching something to a background pool thread. There are a bunch of APIs in IntelliJ platform to do this. And what we got to do is to carefully pass the client ID through all of these APIs. And we did that. And now it is possible. Another stuff we implemented is actually event source based document synchronization. But not just documents, because apart from document synchronization, this is not pure Google Doc. You have to synchronize the caret, the selection. You have to synchronize actions and availability of these actions. For example, you can type something and then immediately press code completion with control space or go to declaration. All of these events must be synchronized together with the same event source-based approach. And it is working. It is working right now in Code with Me with all these rebases, with all these rollbacks, which is kind of amazing piece of technology. Apart from this, we've developed the Code with Me client. You could treat it as a product, but it's some sort of a dependable product only for Code with Me technology. It is downloadable, super lightweight. It is universal, so we don't have a Code with Me client for PHP Storm, Code with Me client for RubyMine, PHP client for IntelliJ and all the others. We have the single one, yet it is customizable and it is personalized by a user's configuration files. So, for example, if I, as a guest, download Code with Me client, I should have my own key bindings, my own look and feel, my own settings, which I get used to, and I will get these XMLs from my locally installed IDEs and port them to my Code with Me client. And although I will be working with the host's code and with the host content model, all the features, all the look and feel and key maps will be mine, which is amazing. Speaking of connections, we try to establish peer-to-peer connection where possible. Nevertheless, sometimes you just cannot establish peer-to-peer connection, and in this matter, we should pass all our traffic through our servers. So the interesting fact is that we have basically three types of wires, three types of connections. The first one is through our relays, which is the basic one. The second one is a direct connection, which is used for internet communications when you just have the direct IP address. And the second one is a punch-through like peer-to-peer communication. And of course, we try to use peer-to-peer wherever possible because it lowers down the load for our relays. All of these connections are end-to-end encrypted with the latest TLS. We also have ping fingerprints to make sure that the guest and the host are the same persons, and they can verify this via the secure channel. The next complicated stuff was that our feature should work across the world, not just in our office. Imagine that two people in Japan collaborating with each other through the relay, for example, where peer-to-peer is not possible, and the relay is only in Europe. In this case, the ping will be how many? 300, 400 milliseconds, which make the whole feature unusable and unpleasant. So we deployed the worldwide infrastructure with our relays, also with the voice calls infrastructure. So the voice calls and the video calls also requires some infrastructure to be done. This consists of video bridges. This consists of STAN and turn servers, the specific servers to pass the media traffic through them. And also all of the above should be deployed on-premise installation, because Code with Me targets on-premise enterprise companies, which tend to say that, yes, we believe in TLS and end-to-end encryption. We would like to have all our traffic inside our intranet, which is understandable. So all of the above is available on on-premise installation. Yeah. So 21.1 will be released in somewhere around, and apparently Code with Me will be available on some of the IDEs. We're working hard for the last half year to implement the missing functionality of perform the inline rename, the multi-card. We are introducing the new tool window support for some build systems like Ant, Gradle, Maven, tool windows like services and messages, and also the project-wide problems tool window will be supported in 21.1. Some people were facing the problems with Follow Me, that Follow Me doesn't reflect all the pop-ups, and not all the features can be followed. So we addressed that as well. And of course, voice and video calls that we introduced. So all of the above is already implemented and will be delivered in 21.1. What's next? Of course, we will work more to make more features applicable for the client, for the guest experience. So we implement the missing tool windows. We will work hard to support Android Studio, and we will also concentrate on some cool team features. For example, if I'm writing in code somewhere, and this is not my code, this is someone other's piece of code, and I'm not sure how to write something correctly. With the git blame, I could potentially understand who is the owner of this code and instantly either notify this person that I'm here, or even invite him right away with the Code with Me to assist me. All of these ideas are on the table, and we will be definitely working hard to make Code with Me experience even more collaborative in a friendly way. What is even more exciting is that based on Code with Me, we can deliver a remote development experience. What is remote development? Now, I'm not talking about any kind of collaboration. Let's imagine that I have my own development server, which is secure, which has all the source code, which is very powerful and has all the horsepowers in it, and which has some interesting and some scheduling, for example, which implies, for example, checking out the latest master every morning, building everything for me, and setting up all the indices ready for me. And then at 9 o'clock, when I'm open the client, which has no source code and which should not be a powerful laptop no more, instantly with this Code with Me like connection, I will get access to fully prepared development environment. This seems to be very challenging and very interesting for our users, and this is another way to go for us. And of course, it would be interesting for me to have not just a single remote development server, but a bunch of it. For example, I would like to have the freshest master branch, another of my feature branches, and another project, for example. And just with a single click, with 2 or 3 seconds, I will be connected to this environment and will be ready to go, which is quite cool, I find. So there are still some missing parts to make remote development work. firstly, we gotta re-implement all the tool windows. We gotta somehow support these heavy functional dialogues like settings and the project structure and the rest. We gotta figure out the deployment model for this feature. And to make this remote development actually usable, I'm reminding that this is not just code with me 5 or 30-minute sessions. This is the experience the user should have for the whole day, for the whole working day. And if we're talking about that, much more of the refactorings and editing experience should be supported. So we're looking forward to delivering all of the above ideas, and as said in the introduction, we really believe that these things literally change the world in a better way. So, okay, if you have any questions, it will be my pleasure to answer them.
Thank you so much, Kirill. A lot of questions, and as usual, the chat moderators will already answer them. So I have a bunch of questions, use the ones which were already answered. So bits and pieces from those and other questions that we had. So the first one, if a developer is not using IntelliJ IDEA, can Code With Me be one of the top reasons why they would want to start using it?
Yes, for sure, because Code With Me helps for those, for example, who cannot work without pair programming practices. Today in the modern world, when lots of people are sitting home on lockdown and they just cannot do pair programming, Code With Me is a way to go. And this is the way for them to explore the IntelliJ ecosystem and its benefits.
Right. The other one is, have you found out other audience for Code With Me apart from the developers, like educators? And is it possible that there will be different types of clients for different types of users? For example, read-only or, I don't know, some other features that you were thinking of?
There are lots of use cases for Code With Me, actually, lots of them. It's not just pair programming, it's mob programming, for example, which tend to be trendy today. It's debugging together. Of course, classrooms, guiding, mentoring, either for, I don't know, Unity, for example, a Unity classroom which teaches how to write C# code, or it can be just educational programs in the universities or schools. Another interesting use case is actually our new approach for interviewing for job positions. So instead of giving the test assignment and waiting for it and then replying yes or no, we can code together and see how the candidate actually writes the code and uses the IDE, which for me, for example, as a team lead would be, of course, of benefit. So there are difference of aspects and use cases for these features, and yeah, I think we'll try to support most of them in terms of both technical and marketing.
Probably you missed one of the questions, which was, and I love the interviewing part because there are so many, at times you think of so many use cases, but you kind of miss a few. And I see what you say, that you are interviewing the other person and you want to see how the person programs, not really the solution that they have, but the approach that they take. That's really important, I would say. And
Yeah.
you can really see that when the person is working with you in the IDE on the same problem. So that kind of is really helpful.
Yes.
So are you also thinking about different kind of clients for such use cases, or would we see just one which would cater to all the use cases?
Another, what of the use cases? Say what?
So the different use cases that you mentioned. So now, as of now, we have just one client. In future, are you planning to add different kinds of client which could have, let's say, different features so that it's more appropriate for that use case? Is that already on? Are you thinking about that?
Code with Me supported multiple clients from the day one. So you can connect to the single host with up to 50 clients. It is supported already.
No, I was talking more in terms of the features that go in that particular client according to the use case, but I think that's okay. So the other one, you mentioned that code completion is much more complicated that it might seem. And so was it a surprise that a simple feature like this was hard to solve in Code with Me, or something that the team already knew was hard?
We knew that it was hard, and actually rider experience, that's why I started with this rider history. Rider experience helped us a lot because we already did it for rider. And we knew how we're gonna do it for Code with Me. Nevertheless, it was hard again. Now we treated IntelliJ as a server, not ReSharper host as a server. It was a challenge, but we did it, and I think it works. It's not like 100% perfect, I know, but I think it's far better than all of our competitors.
Yes, that of course that makes a difference. So what challenges do you see with the adoption of Code with Me, especially when all the developers are not using IntelliJ? Because a lot of comments on the chat were that my team members, they are using some other IDE. So even though I want to use IntelliJ and Code with Me, the team members are not kind of okay to use it. So do we see those challenges, and how are we kind of addressing them?
Yes, we do, and this is why we introduced Code with Me client. As I said in the beginning, the guest should not have any of our IntelliJ-based IDs installed. For example, I can develop an IntelliJ. A friend of mine, a colleague of mine, can develop an VS Code, for example. I can give the Code with Me link session, and they can connect to me. So no requirements whatsoever, which is cool. And maybe I think this will help for Code with Me adoption, because more and more people which are not using IntelliJ will be still able to connect to their friends and colleagues and code together. And by doing this, they will, I really believe they will fall in love with IntelliJ ecosystem and with all its features and all these goodies.
Yes, absolutely. We have, as we know, that we have 2 days of event, and we are seeing so many, because we've been working with IntelliJ for so long, and even us, we are figuring out so many new features, so many dimensions to a simple term like productivity, or so many other things. And I'm sure anyone who starts using it would, of course, fall in love with the features. So there's one question which Trisha wanted to ask. So let me add her to the stream so that she can ask, because she has been working with Code with Me for quite a long time.
So you added me to the stream, and then someone literally rang on the front doorbell right now. Can I go and get the front door? Give me 1 second.
So that's how the online events go with working from home, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I have a parcel right now. I'm sorry, I gotta go. Joke.
Okay. Okay.
I'm so sorry. I've been waiting for a delivery for 2 freaking days, and it happens to turn up right now. So I had a question. I think I know the answer, and I think I know why the answer is, but it's a question that gets asked quite a lot by the community as well. Obviously, the IntelliJ, the Code with Me client, the light client, has a lot of advantages. The stuff that you were talking about, like you don't need to have the IDE installed. You don't need to have any of that kind of hardware. You just kind of use the client. But what if you actually want to use IntelliJ IDEA as the client? Is there any intention to be able to do that, or any value in doing that? Or hold on.
So This is an amazing question, by the way. So there are 3 points where I can answer. Yeah, cool. Congrats. So first of all, I think that the overall UX experience will be kind of messy. Just imagine, I have my own IntelliJ, and you, Trisha, invite me to participate in your to code with you. So in my own IDE, I'll have my own project, my own files, and your files, and 2 windows which relate to your content model, the editors which relate to your code. Should run what? Your application or my application? Debug should debug. Like, it's kind of very messy. I could do it in a separate window, but in this regards, it doesn't differ too much from what we're delivering. And technically, sharing the same application for both of this window frame, which will be a technical mess. So one code with me session will affect another my normal development experience. Moreover, there is a problem with protocol. Because if you have different versions of your IDE, they have different protocol versions. And anyways, you have to have the same, with absolutely the same protocol version, so the both counterparts will communicate. So, like both TeamViewer, Zoom, it's like an industry standard when you download the fresh client in order to have a proper work of the tool. We do the same. I believe that once we will have more and more features in this light client, these questions will fade away. Like, for example, in 21.1, we're introducing lots of missing tool windows. And I think I understand these concerns, but I hope product-wise they will be solved eventually, or are already solved for a majority of our users.
Mala, do you mind if I ask a bunch more questions?
Absolutely not.
And I was going to say something like that, actually. I think that when I started using Code with Me right at the beginning, and some of the very early adopters, I think that the desire to have the full IDE came from the fact that the early client was very basic. And I think that as we're seeing more and more features added, it will feel less like a thin client. It'll feel more like working inside the IDE. I think that it makes a lot of sense to me to have the separation between this is my IDE, this is my project, it's all set up, it's all local, versus I'm coding with someone else's project on someone else's machine, and I'm kind of working with their environment. So it does make sense to me. But back in the early days, I could definitely see why, and I had this thought myself, like, I want my IDE, I want my IntelliJ the way I want it. But as it's getting more fully featured, it is becoming more familiar, more like the IDE.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So I had loads of questions. Oh, sorry. Like, Helen and I have been using Code with Me a bit for both for Java programming, but also for we've actually been doing pair writing, which you wouldn't necessarily think that one would pair write on a blog post or a book, but it turns out to be a really interesting use case, especially because with pairing. So when I was doing pair programming, you'd have like a navigator and a driver. So the driver, when you're sat at the same keyboard, one person is obviously typing, and the other person is navigating, is making notes as to what needs to happen next. Don't forget to do this. Like, we're going to need to, and occasionally jumping in when necessary. The interesting experience about Code with Me is that it's not quite the same as pair programming, but I think it's opening up my eyes to kind of like pair programming plus, because for example, Helen can be making notes in the same document about like what she wants to write about in that document, while I do like maybe like full sentences or whatever. And you can't do that in pair programming because you only have like one keyboard, right? Only one person can write in the file at the same time. And I was finding it really interesting with Code with Me. It opens up totally different ways of working. a real blend between the pair programming thing and what I've done before with remote collaboration is really small commits, check something in, the other person downloads it, gets it out, and then, you know, makes some changes to that. But Code with Me is very different. Code with Me is like, I can be working on this file. It's a bit like using Google Docs, I guess. I can be working on this file at the same time as someone else is working on this file, and we can work literally on the same code at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely agree. We use Code with Me by ourselves in the team every day. There are so much of benefits we gain. For example, when someone watches while I'm coding or we navigate through the code together, then I can ask my colleague that, could you please write a test? Okay, no. Could you please do something while I'm exploring another piece of code in another? This is impossible to do in a common pair programming when there are two chairs on the table and just one monitor. And here there are a bunch of opportunities we can do. Simultaneous programming together, literally typing in different on the same file together. One is exploring, another one is exploring, like, for example, 3 or 4 times, which happened to me last month. Hey, we don't know how to do this. We're gonna find the appropriate API. Who's the fast? Who will find it fastest? And because the navigation and find path works the same way on the client, the way it works on the host, it is real. So it is possible to do such things. Yeah.
I think what surprised me when I first started using it, because I was expecting to use it the same way I pair program at the same computer. The fact that you can follow what the other person is doing, which is kind of like traditional pair programming, where, you know, you're driving and I'm navigating, I follow what you're doing and I'm thinking about what I'm doing. And the fact that one might not follow the other person was like a mind-blowing thing. Like, I don't have to watch you code. I could actually be coding in the same project in a different file at the same time. And my initial reaction was, why would I ever want to do that? But I think like in a few months' time, I'm going to be like, how did I ever not do this before?
Exactly. Yes.
It's really opening up my mind to like totally different ways of collaborating with, especially on coding.
Yeah, agree.
And so I had more questions. So obviously I had a lot of comments there because I've been really interested in how it works. And because sorry, Malay.
Let me ask just one question and then probably I'll drop off the stream then.
Okay, you don't have to go.
Kirill, you mentioned that you love nature and especially Russian North. And I was really intrigued by what you mean by that. So this is not related to Code with Me.
Oh yeah, this is just a special piece of nature, Russian North. It's a very, calm. It's not very exotic, as you may notice, in like no palms, no parrots, no elephants whatsoever. Just endless forest and some hills, maybe no mind-blowing mountains. Nevertheless, it's astonishingly beautiful. And as a matter of fact, I made a trip to the Russian North in January. It was like a little bit warmer than usual. It was -30, not -45 Celsius. But there were no network access whatsoever. Even the mobile network was off. And being there for a couple of days, for 5 days, calms you in an amazing way. You just stop stop digging yourself to find another notification. You start to breathe slowly. You start to think deeply. And the nature around just helps and supports you in this direction. This is somewhat magical there in the north, and this is why I wrote down this stuff.
I feel more relaxed just hearing that.
Oh yes. So Trisha, I would drop off the stream and you both can continue to talk.
Okay, all right then. Thanks, Malo. It's really helpful.
Thanks, Kirill. That was an amazing presentation.
Thank you.
Yes, I just have so many questions and comments about Code with Me. One of the things I wanted to kind of like areas I wanted to discuss. So one of the difference, so there are, as we've already said, there are differences between like pair programming in front of the same computer with the same thing, the same hardware, and Code with Me. One of the things that I've struggled with a little bit, and I'm not sure if it's a feature that needs to be added in Code with Me or a way I need to change the way that I think about stuff, is there is a difference between following someone in Code with Me versus screen sharing. So in a screen share, for example, I can see the dialogues that pop up. I can see like literally everything that they can see, the errors that they see, everything. But when I'm following them in Code with Me, I can't see exactly what they're seeing. I can only sort of see the results of what they're doing. Does that sort of make sense?
Yes, absolutely. So we, as I briefly said this in my presentation, that in 21.1, more and more dialogues and tool windows will be synced and will be shown for a follower. So, for example, if a lead triggers a code completion or search everywhere, I'm not precisely sure about all of these features, but most of them in 21.1 will be shown for all of the followers, which is actually very useful for mentoring, guiding, for example, hey, see my code completion or see my search everywhere. Absolutely understandable. We're just working that, it's in development. The one thing I want to emphasize, which makes Code with Me much more convenient rather than typical screen sharing solutions, is how easy it is to follow one another. And if there are multiple guests, 3 or 4, anyone can force others to follow them, or just say, hey, please follow me, I'm here, because we're in a voice call. And it will be done just in a matter of seconds with clicking on the circle up above. This is super convenient. And also keep in mind that screen sharing solutions, they consume lots of CPU on both ends. And sometimes this really affects the application itself.
Yeah. I misunderstood when you were talking about dialogues before. I thought you meant like, because I know sometimes with the client, not all the dialogues are supported for various reasons. I thought you meant that when I'm writing code, I'll see more dialogues, but no, you mean as a follower, I'll see more of what you're doing. Yeah, that would solve a lot of problems, definitely.
Yeah, just to correct myself, you will not see everything. For example, you cannot see the application. For example, if you're developing desktop application, you launch the desktop application, Code with Me cannot mirror this application, cannot transfer the view model of this application. So what we will do, screen sharing will deliver screen sharing in the later releases for Code with Me for those who want to share the desktop application they are testing right now, they're debugging right now.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. It's good.
So Code with Me will have both following logic, which I described above, and screen sharing for those which really need it.
Oh, that's really cool. What you've mentioned though leads me to another thing which I had not thought about as a user of Code with Me, which was all around the security implications. So if I'm using my client and you're writing code on your machine, I thought that I just obviously want access to everything that you're doing, but the security thing has been obviously quite a big concern that you have to get absolutely right, because I can't just run any old command on your terminal on your machine, right?
Yes. So we think very, very careful about security because it's super important nowadays. First of all the connections are end-to-end encrypted. We have fingerprints, like when you're calling someone on WhatsApp and you have this funny smiles like bananas, stop sign, or I don't know, some other emoji, and you say, hey, do you see the same via the secure channel? We have the same as well. Also, we have the special permission management. So the default option is a read-only option for Code with Me, where the guest cannot modify any of the host's code, cannot debug or run anything, because actually debugging can trigger the evaluation, and evaluation can trigger anything. So there are a bunch of security places when you can trigger something unwanted on the host machine. So all these kinds of activities are gone to our full access mode, which is not default. And when you trigger full access mode, you'll see the red disclaimer, and the user, the host, which shares the session, should understand and realize how important is that. And for the enterprise companies, we deliver on-premise solution. So they will be sure that no traffic whatsoever will go outside of their intranet. This is crucial for them.
Yeah, definitely. I can see, I mean, so many organizations, they want to run stuff on-prem. They're not going to run it anywhere else. They don't want to run it through someone else's network.
Right.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Oh yeah, so the other thing I wanted to talk about was when the video calls, the calls and the video calls entered into Code with Me. I think someone said, oh yeah, I just got a bit carried away and I just implemented video calling inside Code with Me. Love the idea of that. But that made a lot of difference, because before we were having to use Code with Me and another unnamed video calling piece of software, and potentially have Code with Me, you have the screen share and the call at the same time. Now I'm getting to the point where maybe we just don't need any of that, and we'll just do all of our team meetings in IntelliJ IDEA.
Yeah, so just share the link and that's it. No other messengers, no other voice calls, video calls. Just share one link and click on this link on the guest's side. This is the goal.
It's been really, really helpful, because without when we were doing it without the calls, it was obviously you can see what someone else is doing, but the whole point about pair programming is constant communication. Like, I'm doing this, I'm thinking about that. What do you think about the other? And you can do that over chat, but it's just not the same. So once we got the video calls and stuff, it was like, yeah, almost proper pair programming. It's so close to being my one go-to tool for everything now. You can tell I'm really excited about it. It's been so cool, because I've been wanting to. So I did pair programming years ago when I worked at LMAX, and that's how I learned IntelliJ IDEA, by pair programming with people. And I've been working remotely even before I joined JetBrains since 2013. So for like 8 years, I've been like, I really, really, really want this feature in IntelliJ IDEA. I'm so excited about it.
I'm glad you're excited.
It's cool. It's very cool. We've been using it a bunch in our team, and it's been really helpful. So that was the other thing when you were talking about the value of doing like the screen sharing type stuff. Sometimes, because obviously a lot of what I do is I'm like, here's a feature in IntelliJ IDEA. This is how you use it. And so, you know, using IntelliJ IDEA to demo that instead of someone else's tool is just like it's been really, really helpful. And that's my husband, by the way.
Say hi.
Right. I think. Oh, well, we're nearly time to wrap up. Is there anything else you need to share? Or maybe I need to check, see if there's any other questions. Hold on a second. Where are the questions? I've got so many documents open. Okay. Oh, yes. I don't think we asked this question. So you talked a bit about what's coming. Oh, sorry, Mala. Yes, Mala, have you got any more questions?
Yes, so there was a question regarding, you mentioned that you and Helen were working on it, like joining as a participant command in IntelliJ, but in Toolbox. So developers don't have to download client or open a project in IntelliJ IDEA to use it. So because you used that part, so if you could elaborate on what the challenges were.
There was a question, wasn't there, on YouTube, wasn't it? Like, can you use Toolbox to open the link or to join a Code with Me session?
No, Toolbox doesn't support that. But I don't understand what for, because you just can click on the link and either open already downloaded thin client immediately, or you can download it automatically in a matter of seconds.
Yeah,
so
that's
I
true.
don't quite understand the use case. So
maybe it was asked by someone who didn't understand that you just literally don't need any software on your computer at all.
exactly.
You just click on the link.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Any more questions, Mala?
No, I think we're done with the questions, and we are also kind of reaching the time limit. So we have to thank Kirill now and invite the next host.
Thank you so much, Kirill.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thanks.
Cheers.
Take care.
Bye.
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 Helen's not the next host. I'm the next host. Hi, Helen. Yes, I'm the next host for the next session. And I'm now like completely caught up with the Code with Me thing, and I can't remember what the next session is. No, that's not true. I'm paying attention to what's going on. Let's invite our next two guests. I'm just going to add them to the stream here. We have, hold on, where's the other one? I can't scroll here. Hello, Anton and Volodya. Did I say your name right?
Yes, nice.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm so pleased to have you here. Yes, I have to move on from thinking about Code with Me and think about your session. I'm actually really interested to hear about your session, because it sounds like your session is all about the sort of collaboration between the different teams inside IntelliJ IDEA to kind of help at least two products get better by working with them together. Hold on. So yes, that's right. The language support in IntelliJ IDEA, specifically Kotlin. Yes, I'm really interested in this feedback loop between different teams to kind of improve the different products. So this is a talk I really want to hear more about, and hopefully I will have a bunch of questions for this. I want to remind our viewers that you can ask questions in the YouTube channel, and our moderators will answer some of them, and some of them we can ask at the end if they don't get answered. So I will pop back on at the end of the session to ask you any questions. Let me add your slides to the stream. And yes, I will get out of your way and let you get on with it. Thanks for joining us.
Okay, great. So my name is Vladimir.
My name is Anton.
And we are going to take you on a tour to look on how plugins have influenced and changed IntelliJ. We are working in the Kotlin plugin team, and that's why I think we can share our experience quite well as plugin developers. At the very beginning, IntelliJ IDEA was an IDE just for Java. But even then, the IDE was extensible in terms of new features. It was only a matter of time before other language support would be added. At first, there were attempts to use Java with other languages in one IDE. Soon, one of the biggest changes for transforming IntelliJ from a single language IDE to a platform began. New languages and new plugins needed more functionality. Therefore, IntelliJ had to provide more extension points. Sometimes, when a feature in a plugin is perfect for lots of use cases in other plugins, it is added to the platform, to the core of platform, and can be accessed by other plugins. Finally, IntelliJ IDEA became really popular in lots of different markets due to the variety of plugins for things like language support, VCS, databases, and so on and so on. As well, many other IDEs based on IntelliJ. Yesterday was a great talk about how we support new technologies, languages, and framework from Yuri. Yuri demonstrates that with a practical example and quite well. If you want to write your own plugin for IntelliJ and have never done that, it's a good starting point. Strongly recommended. It is interesting how IntelliJ achieved that kind of success. Anton, could you please tell us how it began and how the process back then looked?
Absolutely. So, how did the platform communization look? Many things, one by one, became a kind of platform service that the different languages could use. Lexer, parser, indexes, and so on and so on. Some features was transformed easily, but others, it was a bit harder, I say. For example, yesterday my colleague Igor made a brilliant talk about the debugger. It's a very complex feature, and it's also one that can't be just taken and commonized for the different languages. We decided to keep the debugger as is, but next to it, we made a new debugger named Xdebugger. It is gradually taking over the capabilities of the original debugger. And this process is not yet finished. And even the whole process of IntelliJ platformization is ongoing. It's totally fine that, it's a normal situation where you have already got all benefits from task you wanted, and then the last 5 or 10%, usually the most difficult ones, left and with the least reward. It's a kind of harmless technical debt that separates us from, I'd say, from being perfect. Why I'm saying this, it's by no means a justification for our actions, but when you write a plugin and see that some feature is specified for a particular language which doesn't suit you, you're very welcome to generalize it and send us a pull request. That would be super helpful. Eventually, one of the results of this architecture rework was that Java support itself has been extracted to a plugin too. And it uses the same platform services as other languages do. There are actually lots of great examples of how community engagement and the platform extension and interoperability. Let's quickly say a couple of words about the language injection mechanism. Everyone knows cases when the library of a language sometimes allow using another language inside, like SQL in Java or like regex in whatever. And several years ago, we held the IntelliJ plugins contest, where one participant wrote a plugin that made it possible to have IntelliJ code inside for different languages in one file. JetBrains collaborated with the author afterwards, and the plugin became part of the platform. By the way, Vladimir, has Kotlin supported in it out of the box?
Yes, the basic support, of course, worked right away. At the same time, real life usually requires a little more. In every language, you want to adapt the feature to the language. And usually, you have to polish that particular feature. I remember for language injection in Kotlin, we additionally process trim indent and trim margin cases for Python strings. So this was an example on how an entire plugin became a part of the platform. But more often, that's not. It is some specific feature, some specific things that become common. And in many cases, there are some remarkable circumstances behind the scene. Let's briefly go through several such cases. Inlay hints. Originally, inlay hints were implemented in Java for showing parameter names. Other languages took notice and wanted the same ability in their environment. For instance, with Scala, that has quite powerful type inference algorithm. That means that you don't specify the type where it could be inferred from the context. They have implicit parameters and conversion mechanisms that make language less verbose and more expressive. But in some cases, you really miss the type annotation, and IntelliJ can help you with that. On this particular example, you see that type that highlighted with a red line is only visible in IntelliJ editor, and it's not available in your source code. So IntelliJ helps you here. Scala team extended this particular feature in Scala plugin for one release. They have their own extended implementation of inlay hints. Before long, the IntelliJ IDEA team began to thinking for further development, while Scala plugin has their own ideas and plans. And obviously, we in the Kotlin plugin team were impressed and wanted to get the feature for Kotlin as well. So it took some time because solution for Scala was written in Scala and platform code base doesn't include that particular language. It took as well some time because other languages started to reuse it, and they provide some feedback. And it has to be polished for existing solution as well. But eventually, in a couple of releases, these hints got, I guess, to the final state and became available for all languages supported in IntelliJ IDEA. Anton, do you think that big changes will appear here in the observable future again?
You know, I was in the Scala plugin team when our colleague Pavel extended this feature. I tested it there, and when inline hints started becoming accessible to all languages, IntelliJ languages, I moved on to the Kotlin project and helped with the feature quick adoption there. But, well, it actually was not that quickly. We gave a production feedback about menu restructurization, about other things, and it was fixed in one release. It was released in new state, and I think now everything is nice and everyone uses it. Another interesting example is it's rather about the sharing of an approach, sharing of a feature UX over the different plugins. We all know the best UI is no UI. Vladimir, question for you. How do you write Kotlin code?
I just renamed the Java file into KT file. I'm just kidding you. Sorry. Actually, I use Java to Kotlin converter. Sorry, I'm joking again.
Okay. Let's say you're writing code in Kotlin or Scala, and you have found a solution you need, but it's written in Java. You're going to copy-paste it into IntelliJ IDEA and rewrite the syntax. We initially implemented converters from Java to Scala, from Java to Kotlin. It was a quite obvious solution. But the folks from the Scala plugin team went forward and started to apply this conversion automatically when the IDE recognizes that you copy Java code from browser or whatever and try to paste it into a Scala file. This cool approach was quickly spread over all JetBrains products where possible, of course, including the Kotlin plugin. Okay, let's go next. HTTP client. It's a good example of a standalone feature being initially developed in PHP Storm, an IntelliJ-based IDE for PHP. And the feature, yes, the feature is quite reasonable in the scope of PHP, but it's also useful in other products because many of us interact with HTTP at some point. It was extracted into a small plugin and bundled to the platform. Easy way. Next, Lambdas evaluation. There were a period when Lambdas didn't exist in Java, but were already actively used in Kotlin. And at that time, the platform didn't allow evaluating expression with Lambdas. And Kotlin plugin developed its own way to do this by, as far as I remember, by using interpreter over the bytecode. After some time, when Lambdas came to Java, the solution was easily transferred to Java, and it became a common approach. So, as you can see, there are many different ways how things could get around the ecosystem. Vladimir, did I forget anything that our viewers may find interesting?
Yes, you mentioned things when the feature gets around, but we also have examples of how a thing being implemented in one plugin can improve the capabilities of entire platform. I'll tell you about build server protocol. Build server protocol defines a standard way for the build tool to interact with the IDEs, letting you import project, run compilation, and so on. The protocol is a collaborative effort between the developers at Scala Center Research Institution and JetBrains. Originally, the support of the protocol was made for the build system SBT that's used in Scala. But what it means is that any build system that implements BSP can easily be supported in IntelliJ. Okay, let's move to the extreme case. Rider. Rider is JetBrains IDE for .NET. Rider in its early days, it was a kind of fork of IntelliJ codebase where developers tried lots of crazy and brave things. Why? Rider had to fight for their user due to the presence of another very big player on the market of IDEs for .NET. To be more attractive for users, Rider has to be not only good in terms of coding, refactoring, inspections, and so on, but also provide a nice experience in terms of UI and UX. Another reason for that is that .NET developers don't like how standard Java UI looks. It's a nice example of being in a very competitive market. So, the folks in a Rider team did lots of research and tons of experiments. Later on, Rider team backported their changes to the platform and actually is built on top of IntelliJ and don't have their own fork of it. Let me recall some cool ideas of UX ideas that came from Rider. For instance, is borderless and new tabs. If we compare how IntelliJ looked back then in version 14 and with the latest version of IntelliJ 2020, you can easily see that it's way clearer and not so overloaded UI. Another great feature that came from Rider is code vision, where you can immediately see in your editor how many usages of this particular method or how many inheritance of a class or how many implementation. So you don't need to search. Everything is immediately right here. Another thing, last but not least, is a non-modal commit dialog. It also came from Rider. Somebody loves it, somebody hates it, but I think it's good, and soon it will become available for everybody, and finally everybody will love it. So let's wrap the stories of features and their adoption in the platform. Anton, what takeaways can we get from this?
Yes, as you see, each feature had its own path. And it means that there are lots of different ways in which plugins can influence the platform. The ways include implement a feature or API in the platform directly, or implement a feature in the plugin and then the platform adopts it, or suggesting the idea and the platform embrace it. And finally, of course, complain about your pain points and the platform can fix it, or being a joint effort to address the problem. And what things are important here, from my opinion, because some languages and technologies are really challenging, sometimes really challenging. We have to experiment and research new approaches for their adoption and usage. And because Kotlin, Scala, .NET, so all of us, we are different. And sometimes we can suggest really cool features that are otherwise not so obvious for other languages, other products. Okay, let's go next. Besides the things that come from our plugins community, the platform itself thinks about managing all of this stuff. Active and collaborative development, has a price. We don't have a well-defined and clear border between public and private API. We try to mark some API as internal, but there are some developers who will definitely start to use it. Famous some misconceived. Anyway, there were cases of broken plugin compatibility after the platform release. Additional load on IntelliJ developers to think about compatibility. It actually prevented ecosystem growth and it took a lot of effort to coordinate. And a couple of years ago, a solution was found. During the JetBrains Summer internship, we created a tool that monitors all the publicly available plugins on JetBrains Marketplace and what actual API each of that plugin use. Now, it's possible to check if your commit to IntelliJ platform breaks a plugin. It works like a, let's say, it works like a find usages, but over the marketplace. The check goes only for binary compatibility, by the way. Yes. And this solution, this solution allows us to clean IntelliJ API much safer. It gives us more certainty to perform cleanup during the deprecation cycle. And of course, more or less, it improves interaction with our external plugin developers. Sometimes we notify a plugin team that the upcoming version could change something, could break something, and yeah, we just try to let people know that something may happen and to take actions a time before the release. Still, there are, there still are nuances because we don't see plugins from private repositories, and we don't see plugins tests. Anyway, long story short, we are doing our best not to break anything. And by the way, Vladimir, in the Kotlin plugin, did we notice the effect of the API watcher when it appeared?
Yes, definitely. And it is not the only effort that makes our life as plugin developers easy. Let's talk a bit about the deprecation policy. Why specifically the deprecation policy? Well, because Kotlin plugin targeted 3 versions of IntelliJ and 3 versions of Android Studio that is based on IntelliJ. The pain was real? Sure. With deprecation policy, we try to keep a balance between platform flexibility and the huge base of plugins on it, between ones who develop their plugin rapidly and those who just seldom maintain it. And we keep in mind compatibility for at least 3 releases that allow developers to keep their plugin unchanged for all this period. Or if a plugin is in the process of active development, you don't need to process changes in the IntelliJ platform immediately. Users sometimes ask us about the best way of supporting several versions of the IntelliJ platform. The typical solution for such cases is VCS branches. It works pretty well if you need to backport a few critical fixes. When you need to backport not only major fixes, but also new features as well, we actually don't have a good recommendation, because it becomes really difficult if you have to backport lots of changes. The most common recommendation in this case is to simply avoid such situation. One approach is to expose version-dependent API to specific modules, and build system substitute the proper model and source code directory for each version during the build. Kind of version-dependent facade. It usually works. But in the Kotlin team, we had to support the same plugin, that means with a full set of features on multiple versions of IntelliJ. But we come to a solution, and it's called bunch tool. Its advantage in keeping different API usages very close to each other in neighbor sibling files. If a file starts to depend on some specific platform version, we create a copy of it, keeping the same name but changing an extension by adding a version number. It's in this version-specific file, we write the corresponding API usage. So files for each version are available locally, and you don't need to switch branch switches. And you can easily use compare files action to see what's the difference between them. So for more details, you can just follow that link on a GitHub project. Usually, with established deprecation cycle policy in the project, it means minimal efforts, which actually inside JetBrains affects both platform and plugins productivity. Well, Anton and I have talked a lot about solutions and recommendations for concrete problems. But let's come to the core one, JVM languages made to address Java problems, going further and reaching new horizon. Can they change the Java IDE? Anton, where do you think we should to start?
Let's start from the very beginning. When you have a deal with some JVM language like Kotlin or Scala that have a good interoperability with Java, you need to make them look like the original language. For instance, you want a smooth and flawless experience when you navigate a Kotlin declaration from Java code, or finding usages or anything else. And what's important, Java knows nothing about Kotlin or Scala or Groovy. For those purposes, some kind of bridge is needed. And light classes is that bridge to make other JVM languages look like a Java. Like in the screenshot, Java code completion thinks, yes, Java code completion thinks that it's actually a usual Java class and filled with getter and setter. How did we make it? It was a long story, and I'll tell it shortly. Initially, light classes were generated by the compiler. It actually compiled your code, generated bytecode, and got all JVM declarations like classes, methods, etc. It definitely took a too long time when IDE needed almost immediately. So we need to go deeper in the compiler. The compiler usually has the front end and the back end. The front end has a parser, lexer, some checkers like type checkers, flow checks, there is a return point from the method, and performs type inference, and so on and so on. So if your code could not be compiled, it fails some front-end compiler checks. The backend of the compiler uses all the data from the front-end and generate target code. It could be a binary code, JVM code. Okay, so now let's apply this knowledge about the internals of the compiler, what we can do with light classes. In fact, for the purpose of light classes, we don't need to generate bytecode. It's enough to use the output of the front end. So to make light classes faster, we just rewrote them into ultralight classes using only the front end of the compiler. I say this story started a long time ago, but this is actually a very big and complex feature. And so as you see, we got feedback from the first version. We completely reworked it. And finally, the full support of the new technology, ultralight classes, is available from Kotlin 1.4.20, which was released several months ago. There is actually another side of the coin in this approach. Tooling, frameworks, or whatever that interact with Java don't know when it's really Java and when it's a kind of pretender. And at the same time, pretending is not ideal. At some level, it behaves differently. For instance, from time to time, we're facing with what? UI freezes. Why? There are some implicit expectations made on designing some feature for Java. While Kotlin in some cases pretends Java using light classes, unfortunately freeze could happen because in Java you can easily calculate the type of your argument or variable, but in Kotlin you are not forced to specify types. Therefore, type inference steps into the game, and it takes some time. And sometimes much more than it expected in case of Java. Vladimir, if I'm not mistaken, you also took part in such fixing of freezes, right?
Yes, we fixed lots of freezes in a Kotlin plugin and couple cases in the platform itself. I was quite happy when people from other plugin and IDEs came to me and shared their relief. They suffered from that class of freezes as well. In the meanwhile, there are several big initiatives to get rid or at least significantly reduce the number of freezes in extension points provided by the platform. It's not so simple as it requires changing of API, contracts, or even UX. Thanks to our colleague in the platform and Java team here. I would like to highlight another problem with language plugins. From one side, some languages could be similar to another in terms of syntax. You know that syntax of Java is inspired mostly by syntax of C. From other side, syntax of each language is unique. Typically, to be analyzed and compiled, programming language text is represented as an abstract syntax tree. In IntelliJ, we use slightly different terminology, program structure interface, but for the sake of simplicity, it could be considered just as AST. Let's have a look quickly on a small example for AST for Java. You see, we have a different order, some particular order, like PSI modifier, public, type element, parameter release, and so on and so on. If we try to compare it with a PSI for Kotlin, it will be a completely different story. Different order of elements, and moreover, for Kotlin, as you already mentioned, you can just skip and don't specify return type of your function. So, but what if we need to write down some kind of inspection, basically check that could work for both of them, or even go wider, that can work easily on all JVM languages like Scala, Groovy, Java, Kotlin, and who knows what else. So we have, let's go for some particular example. We need to create an inspection that highlights the issue of using some unstable or internal API. Let's say we have this list of internal API usage markers, and anytime if you use methods that are annotated with particular class, particular annotation, we have to report an issue, right? Well, it looks pretty easy and straightforward, but you don't want to write the same inspection again and again for Java, for Kotlin, for Groovy, where is the only difference in a language syntax. Within the Kotlin team, started to work with the platform developers closely and add another level of abstraction, and we call it UST, Unified AST. Now it is in the platform, and any JVM language can use it. So instead of language-specific IST, like KT method for Kotlin or GR method for Groovy in UST, you refer to U method, unified method, and the expression becomes generic for any JVM language. Okay, it was a huge step forward, and by no means the last one in the direction of how IntelliJ IDEA has become a native home for all JVM languages, with no preference to anyone. And speaking to our audience, I have to say that it's not the only technical efforts that you can solve in a code. It also requires organizational solutions as well. If your framework wants to support other JVM language like Kotlin, don't just rely on ultra-light classes. Try it, use it, and sometimes it doesn't work well. Let's find a solution together. Solutions require some adoption period. Light classes was completely rewritten. UST was actually an attempt to copy Spring support that we had in Java to Kotlin plugin. And later, here in this experience, we managed to write a new abstraction. That's all that I want to say. Anton, do you have anything to add?
Well, I don't, but I want to pay a little bit more attention on the last thing, which is sometimes, let's say, it's also about convincing people who write with Java, features for Java, to switch to a bit higher level of abstraction, or just at least think about other languages. It might be hard and uncomfortable, but after tell with the people and after such discussions, you get available feedback in the very early stages. And don't miss this opportunity. In general, such initiatives are welcome because the IntelliJ platform moves closer towards generalization. And it needs feedback from you for things like cross-language operations, public API, formalization, and documentation. I touched on the topic of inter-team communication. And what can I say here? JetBrains plugins teams try to keep the distance from the platform to emulate an outside developer process. Only very special cases, like when plugin needs to get new changes in the platform immediately, it's moved to the platform repository. But it's not a frequent thing, even inside JetBrains. And the plugin teams also sometimes do, I would say, do hacks when they cannot get from the platform things what they need. And I can say that it's fine because, you know, these hacks could be broken at any time. It was just a real life, and we are just trying to do our best. But what's important is that it's also a way of how we can provide essential feedback to the platform. And we encourage you to share the feedback too. The actions we recommend. First, tell us about what you want in IntelliJ platform forum. Just tell. Go to our Slack and discuss ideas there. Follow our blog where we publish news, and in the comments you could also discuss the ideas about that news. And if you want to take a look, at least to take a look at how the platform API is used, it still be better to start from the JetBrains plugins, because we have seen how improper solutions, say from Stack Overflow, have spread over the different plugins. We even developed a tool that show you usage of IntelliJ extension points in plugins on the marketplace. Our colleague Yuri yesterday showed it as well. So I hope we have covered well enough the topic to give you a picture of how things are going, how plugins teams behave and interact with each other, how they can help other teams and help platform to be better. Vladimir, what do you think? Let's call it a day?
Sure, let's do it. We have seen that plugins face many challenges. Scala, Kotlin are not about those languages itself. There are big horizons for experiment and new features. We've seen an example of Rider that sometimes to be a plugin is not enough, and the only solution is to have their own IDE. Some plugins organically were incorporated into the platform, while others gave birth to new IDEs. At the end, everybody wins. Our hitchhiker guide to IntelliJ is to be open. We have a big, friendly, and mature community. Ask questions, give advices, and share your feedback. Not only about some particular technical solution, but about any aspect of our ecosystem. Where do we miss documentation? Where do you feel the lack of support? Follow the platform updates and our best practices that we recommend on the different resources. Try to use what the platform already offers, but don't hesitate to invent and give some features a chance to live. Who knows, they can power other products and the ecosystem entire. And of course, your contribution is always welcome. Thanks.
Thanks for watching.
Thank you. That was really interesting. I learned a lot with that. I had mostly because I actually work with Java and the IntelliJ IDEA, just like plain without the plugin. So learning about how the different languages impact each other, that was really, really interesting because I just have no visibility over that. I like the fact that the Scala team is stealing like the Kotlin team stuff, and Kotlin team is stealing Scala stuff, and then it goes into the platform. That was really cool. I really liked that.
We call it adopt.
Oh yes, sorry, I didn't mean stealing. I meant utilizing best practices implemented by other teams. It was really cool, especially because so for me, as a Java person, I'm also really pro the JVM as a platform. Like I like Java as the language, but the main value to me is the fact that the JVM is there, and you can have other JVM languages on top of it, like obviously Kotlin and Scala. I also quite like Groovy, but no one seems to talk about Groovy these days. So one of my questions was, if a JVM language can use the UAST, does it make it really easy to just add support for any other new JVM languages should they happen to come along?
Well, if you're going to write down some kind of inspection that will target your language particular problem, it's not the best way, because we use UST for some generic problems, like I shown, using some deprecated API or internal API. Or last year, it was a big initiative for internationalization within IntelliJ, and because we have lots of different languages, we have to cover that everywhere. In effect, to write down inspection in UAST is even easier than to write it in your native language. For instance, in Kotlin, we have quite, I would say, a bit of overcomplicated stuff with all our type inferences, algorithms, and so on and so on. And UAST in many cases just nicely encapsulated, and you just use just some points like give me a return type, and you don't care how it's underneath is implemented. But in the same time, it can give you those particular the hidden problems that we talk about, and that can lead you to freezes, right? If you call Kotlin that goes to resolve entire pipeline or entire dependency to calculate your type to be inferred, it can take some time, and it can lead to the freeze. So that's why it's easy to use, but consequences could be a bit painful.
Okay, so there's some potential performance things to think through with that then.
Yes, but in general, we have quite good approaches now, and we pay lots of attention to performance problems in IDE in general, and that's good. And we try to avoid basically situation when we can freeze UI.
I guess that kind of leads me to thinking about the languages you mentioned, Java, Scala, and Kotlin are all strongly typed. So is it different for the dynamic languages like Groovy and things like that?
Well, as I already mentioned, it's not only the difference in the syntax, but yeah, you're right, in approach, how to use it. Still, underneath, we try to make some basement, right, even for dynamic languages. And from Groovy, you can access easily Java Vault, right, where you have strong types and all that stuff. To access easily from Java Groovy, well, it's painful. But in many cases, it could be goes in both directions.
Oh, well, yeah, there was another, I think this is a related question. Are there still language-specific nuances when you write something in the UAST? What do you call it? The UAST or the UAST?
Sorry, can you repeat this?
Are there still, I don't know if this has been specifically answered. Are there still language-specific nuances when you write something in the unified AST?
Well, we tried to, because UST is a new layer of abstractions, right? So basically you don't see any language specific on this particular level. And that's the idea of entire approach. So in general, no.
One of the questions quite interesting is, what I liked about the presentation was how you were talking about how we can learn from other communities, not just other JVM languages. So the example of Rider I thought was really interesting, because I, as a long time IntelliJ IDEA user, I get a bit precious about changes to the UI specifically. Like, I remember when we unified all the icons and I was like, oh, I hate the new icons. And like 3 minutes later, I'm like, oh, it's fine. It's actually much, much better. And it seems like that idea, did that come from Rider then, the change in the UI and making it a bit simpler? So I really like this idea of being able to use not just other JVM languages to help improve the IDE, but like other communities that are completely different languages with completely different expectations. I think that's really cool that we can, even someone as like old and crusty and set in my ways as me, can benefit from something from a completely different language, a completely different community, and bring those into the platform as a whole. I think that's really cool to be able to do that.
Yeah, another thing that is when people decide to move from one language to another. I often hear feedback from interviewers say, when people say it was very easy because the tooling is the same.
Yeah,
so you don't need to learn new.
Yeah, exactly. So when I'm using IntelliJ IDEA and I'm writing JavaScript inside IntelliJ IDEA, obviously I get the benefits of being inside IntelliJ IDEA. But when you move to something like Rider, so I've done a tiny bit of C#, but not very much. But if you move to another IDE, but it still consistently kind of looks fairly similar and you have the same expectations, it means that it reduces your cognitive load, because you're like, well, it just kind of works the same kind of way, and I get what it works the way I expect from my IDE, and that's really cool. It just makes things a lot easier for developers, I think. But I had a sort of follow-up question from that. I like the way that you can take things that work and put them into the platform, for example. But are there things which seemed like a good idea from one community, and then you try to generalize it to something broader, but it didn't really work out?
Actually, this happened. It could happen because of very maybe very complex things in implementation, and yeah, usually it's a matter of a technical solution. Yeah, I can't remember the specific features. What the question means that this feature will not need it, for everyone, right?
Right, basically, or like I sort of thinking about things like workflow. I guess the commit window is an example of something which did work but might not have worked. The removing the mode or commit. Is there anything that kind of looked like it should have worked, but like no, it's just, I don't know if it's technically or just like from a user mindset point of view. Is there anything where like maybe a Java developer is just never going to embrace the I don't know, C# way of doing something?
Well, for instance, that particular feature with code vision that I showed for Java, it could be available in any other language as well. But for instance, for Kotlin, we don't imply it due to the performance problems. If we start using it, it will immediately ruin the entire experience of using this particular feature. So we tried, we tested, we checked, and said, well, we have to do lots of other stuff so far to enable it by default, or even give people to ability to enable it, right? So this particular feature is basically disabled. If you're able to do some stuff like the path that took for inlay hints to come from Scala, it has to be completely rewritten from Scala to Java or to Kotlin to be supported from platform inside. But other things, maybe they are still in progress and we just don't know that particular names. Who knows?
Yeah, and I like the thought that maybe it seems like a good idea, but it's just not needed across the board.
Sure.
Yeah. No, interesting. Let me check for other questions. No, just more observations. Like I like the way that you presented. Actually, I like the fact that you were like riffing off each other the same way that you're sort of suggesting the different teams and different plugins riff off each other. It was really cool to sort of see that. Like for me, it's all about collaboration and working together to get something which is going to benefit everyone. And it was really cool. I don't know if you have any other comments, questions, anything you want to wrap up.
Well, basically what you highlighted, we try to share our experience of working in the shoes of plugin developers and not the people from just inside of IntelliJ. They can do everything, right? But how it's easy or how it's difficult to write, to use our platform and to create some big and valuable plugins like Kotlin is. It was our goal.
Cool. Great.
Yeah. Often in our bug tracker, issue tracker, we see a request like, "Hey, I see the cool feature in that plugin. Please implement it in this plugin." And we want to encourage our users, just to keep looking in other places and suggest us to do this. It's a really nice approach, and even if we monitor things that happen in other plugins in other teams, we still can't miss something or just overlook something. Yeah, and if you think that it's it really helpful for this community, just suggest it. Yeah.
I think it's really nice to be able to utilize the so-called polyglot programmer, because someone who uses a bunch of different environments and a bunch of different languages, they can kind of say, well, this actually really works. Maybe we could try it somewhere else. I like that idea. Cool. Thank you very much. I will let you get on with the rest of your day. And yes, thanks very much for your very interesting talk.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye-bye.
I am going to bring on our next host, Helen. Hello, Helen.
Hello. I like that you introduced me that time, because I got a bit freaked out by my previous unscheduled appearance.
You're like, hi.
Well, I was looking at the YouTube screen over on the other monitor, and then I had StreamYard on this monitor, and then I saw someone wearing a red jumper that looked suspiciously like mine. So I then was like, why am I there? I shouldn't be there. And then looked over here. It was a very strange moment.
Oh, Dahlia wants to join us. Do you want to come, Dahlia? Okay, here we go. Excellent. Oh,
Did
nice.
we click add to stream at the same exact time? I just woke up. Hello, everyone.
Morning, Dahlia.
I nearly clicked it, and I thought I'd wait for you actually. Cool. Yeah. So we've got 8 minutes before Mala's session starts. So I thought we should have a stand up. We should have a team meeting.
Oh, brilliant! Is this one of the ones where you do all the talking and just listen?
Are they all the ones where I do all the talking?
So what have I missed so far? That's a good.
So you missed the postman coming to my door in the middle of me trying to ask a question about code with me.
That was pretty epic. Yep.
Great. How was Hadi's session?
Oh, it was amazing. I honestly, I just don't know how that talk is a really challenging talk to give, because you spend like 45 minutes or whatever just doing tip after tip after tip after tip, and to have all that in your brain is really hard. So I have so much respect for Hadi when he gives that talk.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back and listen to that.
And Hadi, if you're listening, your jokes were funny. Just gonna put it out there.
Hadi is very well known for his jokes.
Yeah, so I thought we would have a bit of a chat about because Mala's session is coming up, and actually this is a topic that we're all kind of reasonably familiar with, the idea of new features in Java. So this is a good opportunity for the three of us to have a bit of a chat where we can sort of I was going to say kill these next 7 minutes, but that's unnecessarily violent language.
Yeah, and we can talk to the audience. The audience can talk to us, tell us their favorite parts so far and from yesterday.
I think it is. Is it Friday? I've got no idea what day
it is. Friday. I can confirm it's Friday.
All right, so it's Friday afternoon, so I really would like the audience to kind of chip in with like, what, like you said, what they've enjoyed this morning, what they've enjoyed yesterday, anything. Obviously, Mala's session's coming up on new features in Java, so anything. If we've got Java programmers out there talking about the new features in Java, or most likely, I expect a lot of people saying we can't move off Java 8 because, and I'm really interested in that kind of why can't you move off Java 8 thing. Dahlia, you've got quite a lot of experience in that area, I think, from your previous incarnation.
Yeah, I'm very interested to know, like, okay, I tried and it went really well. Sometimes people are like, oh, we just migrated, it was fine. And I'm like, okay. And then some other people are like, no, these libraries don't work on Java 11. These blah, blah, blah doesn't work on Java 11. So I'm always interested in knowing like what their experience is. That's funny because that's how we know each other. I just reached out to you on Twitter and I'm like, Trisha, could you help me with this presentation? Do you want to help this random stranger on her presentation? And she's like, yes. Trisha's super nice that way. And she just helped me.
It was easy because I shouldn't give that away, but it was relatively easy because you're like, would you like to help me on this presentation, which is on the same topic that your presentation is on? I'm like, oh, I can do that. Yeah, I got that.
It was so nice of you.
It was very cool. But you're right. That's how we met. We were talking about like how to migrate, and especially because you were talking about the bits that I hadn't bothered to talk about, which is the difficulty of migrating and how to do it.
Yeah, it's not yawn-inducing at all during my talk. This got removed, and this got removed, and this got removed.
But that's the thing, that's what a lot of people are kind of afraid of, I think, in terms of the migrating from Java 8. Like they've seen things like Jigsaw broke things, and Java 11 removed things, and deprecation is a serious thing now. And I think this, from my point of view, and obviously I can say this from over here where I'm not working on an enterprise application, but I think there's more fear than is called for. I think there are steps that can be taken. So, like you said, some things just work. I've migrated a bunch of applications to Java 11 and they just worked, and I was really surprised. And some stuff is like, it's kind of reasonably well documented, the steps that need to be taken to migrate things to Java 11.
Yeah, and a lot of people are waiting until Java 17 comes out to migrate. So I suspect we'll see more people migrate then. But like, you know, as more and more people do it and others see that it hasn't been a problem for them, I think they're getting more encouragement to move. But I completely understand the bigger the code base, the harder it was. I remember when Open Liberty moved to Java 11 and it was an interesting experience, and we were like, yeah, we're gonna turn off that Jigsaw thing and then figure out what to do later. But I mean, yeah, everyone is like figuring it out together and they are happy to share that experience, and I think that's really awesome.
Yeah.
Do we have any comments coming in?
No, I think everyone's chilling or maybe getting lunch.
In the pub.
Oh.
But I was going to ask Helen actually about, well, I want to come back to potentially the Java 17 thing if we have time, but fortunately we picked a topic where we can talk forever. Helen, as someone returning to Java, what's been the most interesting thing about like the new features that come in Java since you last used it?
I think that's a tough question. I think retrospectively, what's been most interesting is potentially me not realizing how small Java was 20 years ago, because you now see how big it is and you think, geez, it was tiny, like really, really small. How much it's been built on and how much effort the community pays to making sure that we keep this backwards compatibility is really, really nice to see. Something I think I know I'm interested in is like you mentioned with Java 17 coming and that touted to be the next LTS, whether we're going to see developers, especially developers working in enterprise on enterprise code bases, whether we're going to see people going Java 8 to Java 17 or Java 8 to Java 11 to Java 17. Like what kind of upgrade path people will be taking, and what are the pros and cons of each one. So that's something I'm interested in, because I've heard a lot of we're still on Java 8, and especially when we're allowed to go to conferences and you're like, show of hands if you're on Java 8, and 85%, 90% of the hands go up. So I think it's going to be very interesting to watch how that whole piece evolves.
I have a feeling that if Java 17 is the long-term support release, I think that what will happen is a bunch of people will jump from 8 to 11. Like,
Yeah, well, that's, I don't
realize you're
know.
like one behind, right?
I'm sure they won't, because if you see the time for the support, you'll see that Java 8's timeline is like longer than Java 11, which I always was like,
That's a good
all
point.
right, that's interesting. So
Yeah.
my suspicion is they're gonna be like, okay, 17 came out. I can ask my manager to do it now, and they won't look at me weird. I get that question all the time. How can I convince my manager to move?
Right.
I don't know. Give them money.
Performance and security. Those
Yeah.
are my two main things. Like, because your security patches are like not going to live forever, and
Yep.
I think security is going to be one of the main things.
Yeah, and TLS 1.3. Yep.
Yeah,
All right,
yeah.
I'm gonna hop off so can bring Mel on. Thanks for having me. I'll see you later.
Take care, Dalia. I'll see you in a minute.
Bye.
See ya.
All right, great timing. So yes, let me hand over
Yes.
to you because you are going to host Mala in her Java
I
features
am.
presentation. All right, take care. See you later.
Thank you. Bye. And now my script is ruined because I can't say. And now I'm going to welcome my next guest. As you just heard, please give a very warm welcome to Mala, who has taken off her presenter hat and put her speaker hat on. You don't have any glasses to put on like Trisha does, but we do appreciate you doing this context switch for us. So are you looking forward to your talk, Mala?
Absolutely, Helen. Absolutely.
Good. We're certainly looking forward to hearing it. So I don't think Mala needs a particularly long introduction, but I will give the spiel. So Mala's going to be talking to us today around the fact that JetBrains are releasing IntelliJ IDEA 3 times a year. You've got Java's 6-monthly release cycle as well, and the IDE excels at keeping up to date with these new language features and being very, very cutting edge for the Java releases. So Mala's going to show us how this release cadence and the other IntelliJ IDEA features can help us to keep pace with the new Java versions, which, like we were just talking about, is a much faster iteration of this 6-monthly release cycle that we have now. Please do ask your questions to Mala in the chat. The moderators are incredibly efficient, but if there are any left, I will put them to Mala or just put them to Mala anyway. Fun fact about Mala, and I'm going to pronounce this wrong, so I'm just warning you. She enjoys helping her daughter in making paper jewellery with paper. Is it quilling, Mala? Is that how you say? Is it quilling?
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
That's right.
And a few of them are hosted on kazvakar.com.
I'll pronounce that for you. So that's
Please.
skagzever.com. So that literally translates to paper jewelry in Hindi. Skag is a short form of paper, and Zever is jewelry in Hindi. So that's skagzever.com.
Kazvakar.com. Brilliant. Thank you. I'm going to go and look that up now. Well, actually, I'm not, because I'm going to listen to your talk first. So let me add your screen to the stream. I finally managed to master that sentence. And best of luck, Mala. Enjoy yourself. Thank you.
Thanks, Helen. So let's get started. So today, I'll not just talk about the latest Java language features, but also how IntelliJ IDEA helps you to stay on top of them. And if you have already listened to some of my talks, which I have been doing recently, this year, last year, this is not an identical talk, because there I have been talking only about the new language features, how you can use them, why you need them. But today, I would also focus on how IntelliJ IDEA helps you to use them with a lot of ease. So to add, thank you, Helen. That was a wonderful introduction. To add just a bit to that, I'm a Java champion, and I've also written a couple of books on Java certification, because I strongly believe that writing Java certification can take your Java skills to the next level. A lot of Javas in that sentence. And just in case, if you are not already aware, last year, Oracle released a new certification exam. Now you have to write just one exam to become certified Oracle professional. So what can you expect in this talk? I will be talking about the release cadence of Java and IntelliJ IDEA, as Helen mentioned, and how that impacts how IntelliJ IDEA helps you to get to work with the latest Java language features. I would also talk about the changes in the recent version of IntelliJ IDEA that really makes it simple for you to configure it to work with the new Java versions, including downloading and configuring it. Of course, I will talk about some of the latest language features like seal types, pattern matching, for instance, of records, and others as the time permits. And while I do all of this, I would also mention how the context-aware actions and inspections in IntelliJ IDEA, which is a great deal of it, really helps you to work with the new language feature. So now let me talk about the release cadence of Java. Java has a 6-month release cadence. Java 16 would be released in March this year. And after a gap of 6 months, we would see Java 17 in September this year. IntelliJ IDEA has a 4-month release cadence. So we see the next version, 2021.1. That's a bit of a tongue twister, which would be released in March this year. The second version would be in July, tentatively, in 2021. The version number is 2021.2. I would not say the version number again. And the third one is in November, scheduled to be released in November. So how does the release cadence of both these help in you getting to work with the latest Java language features? The other interesting part is the ramp down phase 2 of Java happens a bit earlier before it goes GA, which is general availability. So March 16th, yes, Java 16th would be released, but the features are frozen, of course, a bit earlier. So that happens around January. And that's the time when the early access version of IntelliJ IDEA is also released. So by the time you can access the early access builds with the feature freeze, so that really means that no more features are going to be added to Java 16. You can also access a version of IntelliJ IDEA that has those features. Of course, it's not just the highlighting of the syntax, but it also the additions of the context-aware action and inspections that really help you to work with the new language features. And as I mentioned earlier, I would cover how that works. Okay, so one fact here is the Java team leads, which Tagir and Anna, they also work with the Amber expert group, and they really talk about the new features as they come in, how that would be implemented in IntelliJ IDEA. So there's a lot of back and forth discussion going on. So it's not just us just consuming what Java has, but it's a two-way communication, and that really helps because to adopt any new features in Java, tooling is very important. If I'm a Java developer, I'm using IntelliJ IDEA, and if I get to use the new features without a lot of hassle, and I could just use additional features in my existing IDE, and the IDE is always up to date with the new language features, what more can I ask for? So that's the magic of IntelliJ IDEA. And I've also been interviewing a lot of developers for the 20th anniversary of IntelliJ IDEA, and a lot of them were really happy with how IntelliJ IDEA supports the latest Java language feature. So now let me talk about some simple configuration and how IDEA helps there. So the features that I've mentioned, like sealed classes, that is a preview language feature. What a preview language feature essentially means is it's a complete feature. It's not an incomplete or half-baked feature. But since Java shifted to a 6-month release cadence, they did not have a lot of time to try out a feature before that would be added to the Java language. Because unlike an API, which can be deprecated or probably taken off in future, a language feature, once it goes into the language, it stays there forever. Of course, talking with the all other existing features that they have. So a feature remains as a preview language feature when it is introduced, like the sealed classes and interfaces now is in its second preview in Java 16. And how do you work with those preview language feature? You need to have a pass value like this, enable preview, so that you know that you are using a preview language feature and you are not using it by default. So this is another kind of, I would say, to help you to not use the preview language, to not really prevent you from using the preview language features, but to make sure you are using them, and that doesn't really go into your production without you knowing it. But of course, when you're working with the command line, you need to pass these parameters and the values to compile your Java code, which uses those preview language feature, and also to run that. But when you are using your IDE, these simple configuration things are taken care of. But how do you take care of the production part? Of course, you have to set the values when you are working with your IDE. So let me quickly hop on to my IDE, which is, of course, IntelliJ IDEA, and show how you can even download the JDK and configure it. Because I remember as a developer, I used to kind of struggle if I had to download the JDK using a different tool or a website and then configure it using some environment variables. So that, I would say, is not a very long process, but when you have to context switch from what you're doing and then you have to figure out a lot of things, as developers, we understand that seemingly simple things might not be simple. So let's see how IntelliJ IDEA can help you there. So, so I can go to the project settings, and when I click on add new SDK button, the IDE can detect the JDK versions which are already installed on my system, but I can also download. As of now, you will not see version 16 here because Java 16 goes GA next month, and post that you would be able to see that. Now you can see the versions that you can download from IntelliJ IDEA, and also the vendors. You can choose both the versions and the vendors, of course, the location. And once you install that, you would be able to, I would not go ahead and with the installation because that might take some time. So you can install it, and once you do that, the number of the JDK you just installed would appear here, and then you could use it to configure to use in your project. So this is simple. And the other one is, once you have downloaded the required JDK, you can set your project SDK. So in this case, I am using 16. So you have to set it twice. So this is the project SDK, which is 16. This is taken by default, but just keep make sure that you are using the right language level, because I could be using JDK 16, but I could work with the other language levels as well. That really depends on the project that you're working with. So you could switch the language level to, let's say, 8, and then you would not be able to use the new language features, even though the JDK is a newer version. And I have worked with that, and I think that's really amazing. It has been really helpful to me. Now, this feature I really find very helpful when I'm working with the new language feature. It says I could use language level 16, and I could use the preview language feature, which is the seal types. I could use the version 16, but not use the preview language feature, and I could just use records, pattern matching, local enums, and interfaces, which are as a standard language feature in Java 16. Again, so different versions, you can check out which ones do you want to use and which new versions have gone in those, have added in those versions. Just in case if you are wondering what happened to the switch expressions which were introduced in Java 12, because now it says no new language features. So when we were talking about how the preview language features, they can change before they are finally added to the Java language. So switch expressions was introduced as a preview language feature in Java 12, but after I think that was 2 iterations, it was added as a standard language feature in Java 14. So that's why you see the language version as 14 and switch expressions, but no new language features for Java version 12, because it doesn't really make sense to support the preview language version that was released in 12, because it changed in 13 and then in 14. I remember, I think break was initially used to return the value from one of the branches that it had, but due to a lot of feedback from the developers that it is kind of confusing, that was changed to yield, which is YIELD. I'm not sure whether the pronunciation was, that could be kind of understood. So that's why I spelled it out. So this is how you get to know what features are going in each of the Java versions. So you really don't have to open another window to find out. And this I have been found, I find that really helpful. So we talked about the configuration, the runtime. Of course, you don't need to add any command line parameters or values to work with the preview language feature. You just have to select this one, as I said. So I will keep the language level to 16 for this presentation. Okay, so now let me go back to my presentation. Okay, so now let me talk about the seal types, which was introduced as a preview language feature in Java 15, but it continues in its second preview in Java 16. So what this feature is, why do you need it, and how IntelliJ IDEA can help you to use that. So the syntax of this feature would, so let's kind of look at the literal word that we have, seal types. When I talk about sealing, I talk about protecting something. I talk about sealing so that it's not used by anyone, or probably I'm talking about restricted usage of anything. So that's exactly what the seal types is. The syntax lets you define or restrict what are the classes or interfaces can extend your classes or interfaces. But why do you want to do that? Again, as I said, because we are talking about sealing, we're talking about securing it. So the goal is to let developers create hierarchies in a declarative manner, which are secure. If you think that was quite a loaded sentence, let's talk about an example in how we can do that. So let's talk about an example, which, let's say an example for gardeners, which gives them information about a particular particular hierarchy of plants. So we are talking about, let's say, climbers, herbs, and shrubs, and we are not talking about things like aquatic plants or desert plants or those kind of plants, which so that's the business model that I have. So let me create a new class plant, which I would use to create my seal types. So let me quickly create a class. Let me say the name of the class is plant. And in this class, let me have a hierarchy of other plants. So I have a couple of other types of plants. I have the herb with extend plants, shrub, climber, cucumber, a couple of classes that extends class plant. And how do you want to use this hierarchy? So let me go on to my project window and find the class where I should be using it. Yes. So imagine this is the method that we are talking about. And I assume that I have a method which is process type, which accepts a method parameter of type plant. So how would I want to process this method parameter? Let's say I say, what was I supposed to do? Okay, if plant is an instance of, let's say, herb, I want to sell the herb, then I say else if plant is an instance of what else do we have? We have the shrub. And what I want to do for the shrub, I want to prune the shrub. Okay, so that looks good. What happens if I say the plant is an instance of, I know it's getting quite repetitive, but we'll get to the end soon. So what was the hierarchy here? Okay, now let me talk about the climber first. Climber, what I want to do is I want to, let's say, sow the climber. And the last one is if the plant is an instance of cucumber, what do I want to do next? I want to harvest the cucumber. But if you, as you have been working with the if statement, you know that you need an else part here because the compiler is unsure whether there would be any other type of plant that would come in as a value to this method. So we would need a final else clause. And what do we usually do, us developers? So that's my favorite part. So we just print a method, we say, can never reach here. Right? How many of you do that? And then what do we say? We say return some random value, which is 0, -1, or 1, or I don't know, what's your favorite value that you return. So this is how we see that it would work. But this is the part that we don't really want to use because now we are not securing the kind of values that can be passed to plant. We still have the uncertainty, and this is not how I want to model my domain. I want it to be definitive. I'm not looking for extending the class plant for my business model. I'm looking for completeness, exhaustiveness, and security. I just want my application to work in a certain way. I'm not really looking for extensibility. So what can we do now? So this is, again, my favorite part. You could invoke, now I'm going to seal this class. And one of the ways is I could write the terms because I already know them. The other one is I could invoke context-aware actions in IntelliJ IDEA, which is by using Alt and Enter. You would see the shortcuts that I would be using for my presentation towards the bottom of the screen. So I'm not sure whether you would be able to see that. So that just flashed towards the bottom. I might not mention them as they flash, but this is how you would get to know the shortcuts that I would be using in the presentation. So when I say Alt and Enter on my plant, I get an option of seal class. So as I mentioned initially, how IntelliJ IDEA helps you to work with the latest Java language features, even though you might not know all the tiny details about them. So this is one of the ways, invoking the context-aware actions. So in this case, I click on seal class, and this adds this keyword to the class plant, and automatically all the subclasses here, they are defined as non-sealed. But this is not really the case. The subclasses could be either final, they could be non-sealed, or they could be sealed. So what happens if I delete the non-sealed part? So I see that herb is underlined with the red wavy line here. And what does that mean? So I can invoke I can navigate to the next error by F2, and I also see a message which is quite, I would say, explicit in what it wants me to do. It says sealed, non-sealed, or final modifiers expected. And this is the message that I see on invocation of F2. I can use context-aware actions, which is Alt and Enter, and I get the options of making herb final. So let me choose that. Now I don't want to, I want the class shrub to be non-sealed. let's see what options do I have if I remove the non-seal part from the climber class. Now, again, I get to see the same message. When I select Alt and Enter, I make it a seal class. Now what happens? Now this is underlined. See, let's see what happens here. So if I seal the derived class climber, I need to define its subclasses as either again seal, non-seal, or final. Let me just make this one final. Right. And one other thing, since this class, all the classes are in the same source file, I don't really need the permits clause towards the end of the declaration of my class plant. But if you define all these classes in separate source files, then you would need that. So I'm adding this here. But if you would have, as I said, all these files in different source files, then IntelliJ would prompt you to do that. So here by the permits clause, I can actually define which other classes can extend class plant. Now, how can I do that and how can I use it? So as of now, as I said initially, the seed classes let you define a secure hierarchy in a declarative manner. So now you can declare which other classes can extend your class plant. And you are decoupling the accessibility from extensibility. Now, if a class plant is accessible to another class, let's say, I don't know, aquatic plant, it can still access it, but it cannot extend it. So you are adding a lot of security here. Now let me go back to my class. And so this is how, so as of now, we can't really do much about this if-else statement because that's how the syntax of the Java language is. As of now, the seal types can only prevent the extension of your class, and you can really define who can extend it by the permits clause. But in a future version, this might happen. Work on pattern matching is in progress at Oracle, and it's being extended to the switch expressions as well. So in a future version, you might see something like this, where you would be able to iterate on the types of a base class and then return a value. The same way you can iterate on, let's say, the values of an enum, because that's an exhaustive list. So when we have the exhaustive list for the types that extend a base class, then we would be able to use it in pattern matching, for instance of recently, I think some text was published on this by Brian Gates. So I recommend that you check out that one. I don't know. I'm not sure whether I have the link in my presentation, but that's an interesting read. I think we can see that as a preview language feature in Java 17. Who knows? So this is what I have about seal types. And yes, one other thing. So I was talking about the seal classes. In the same way, you can also seal your interfaces. In this case, move is an interface which is sealed, and it permits other classes and interfaces which can extend or implement it. So the same way you can also seal your interfaces as well. The benefits are the same as the sealed classes as I mentioned. So let me hop on and let me see, okay, we already had the demo. Now let me talk about the pattern matching for instance of. This has been added as a standard language feature in Java 16. So let's see, what do we have here? So this is records and this is seal types. Okay, so we are classes. Okay, so we have the pattern matching, right? So what is this feature about? So let's see if we, so let's first talk about how we have been using instance of operator until now before this feature was introduced. Let's say I have a method which is output value in uppercase, and I pass this an object of type, a parameter of type object. So what I can say here is I can check if the value that I pass to this method is of type string. And depending on if it is, I could print the value in uppercase. So what I say here is if object is an instance of, let's say, string, then what do I want to do? I would create, let's say let me create a local variable. I say string is equal to obj dot cost, right? And I'm casting it. So this is quite slow. So what I just did is I'm creating a local variable and I'm casting obj to string. What is the next obvious step? I just want to output the value, I say to uppercase. So this looks simple, but what is the problem here? I have an obvious repetition and declaration of a variable, which I don't think it's required. What do you want to do after you compare whether a value is of certain type? Of course, you would try to extract or access a member from that object. So when you talk about the repetition or things which seem implicit, of course, we can have an area of improvement there. And this is exactly what pattern matching for instance of does. Now, how does IntelliJ IDEA help you to work with it? If you notice, the variable str has a different background. It has a yellow background, which highlights that there are improvements that can be applied to it. So, and how do I access those improvements? Again, Alt and Enter is your friend when you're working with IntelliJ IDEA. So if you can kind of take away just one tip from this session, that would be of using Alt and Enter much often when you work with it, because it can offer you a lot of suggestions when your IDE highlights some code, or even if it's not highlighting the code, as we saw in terms of the sealed classes. So let me invoke context-aware action, and I can replace str with a pattern variable. So let me do that. So this is the pattern variable, which is a local variable, which is declared here and initialized with the casted value of the value which is passed here, the obj. And so there's been change. Earlier, I could not modify the value of this variable, but in Java 16, that's allowed. So I could modify this value in here if I want to, but let's not do that because that's not required. Now, what happens if I try to access this variable, this pattern variable here? Let's say I say if this is not dot to uppercase. So let's say I want to do this. No, what did I just do? Okay, so what just happened here? If I click on F2, it says I cannot resolve the symbol str in the else block. So the scope of the local variable is of the pattern variable, which is str, is restricted to the if part here. And what can I do here? So of course, if I say Alt and Enter, it prompts me, the IDEA prompts me to create either a field or a parameter str. So I have multiple ways to work, and this really helps me to understand that this is not available in the else block, and what else can I do? So that's a double benefit, I would say. This doesn't work, why it doesn't work, and how can I get around this, or do I want to get around this? So yes, this is okay. So let me kind of just get rid of this one. So we just talked about the scope of pattern variable and that it's no longer a final variable in Java 16. What else can I show you? Of course, let me hop on to my project window and oh my God, I already have the simplified version. I do not have the other version which I show. So let me hop on the other one. Okay, so in this one, what I always show is that I have a long equals method where I have values matching. Not sure whether I would be able to replicate that, so that's okay. Let me hop on to the other class, which is project. And let's see how IntelliJ IDEA can help you make your code concise by offering the suggestions, again, using the context-aware actions and inspections. So now we're also talking about the inspections that we have in IntelliJ IDEA. So first of all, I see that this is highlighted in yellow. So let me invoke the context action and I want to replace this with a pattern variable. So I did that. Now, can you see two if statements here? So I have if and another if, and this is yet another if. So what I want to do is I invoke context actions using alternator, and the suggestion that I get is I can merge the nested if statements. And how do I know that I can see that this suggestion exists? I would show that to you a bit later after I talk about another Java language feature, new language feature, which is records. And I'll talk about the settings where you can access these intentions and inspections. Or I can do that right after I simplify this method. So in this case, I would merge the nested if statements here. And I see that I have another set of nested if statements right up one after the other. And I could merge this as well. Now, as soon as I do that, I see that the background changes to yellow. And now I know my IDE has another suggestion for me here. So let's see what the suggestion is. So this is replace the loop with collection.remove if. So I'm not sure whether you read the description of this talk, but I also talked about how IntelliJ IDEA can help you to work with a certain language version of Java. So it's not just about the new language versions that come out in 16, 15, or 14. If you are, let's say, working with Java 8 or Java 9, and you are using, let's say, some ways of working, like using your external loops, you can have IntelliJ IDEA suggest you that you can use a different way to achieve the same result. Let's say if I'm using an explicit loop, I could use a method from the Java API. I think I'm going in a different direction now, and let me talk about simplifying this method. So I'll select replace the loop with collection.remove if, and what I get now is I can also inline this variable. And this is how this method has been made concise. So I think I messed up with my settings of how to format the code. So which is okay, probably I'll fix that later. But this is how I could make my code concise by using the context-aware actions and inspections in IntelliJ IDEA. So let me go on. And yes, the other part of this new language feature, which is pattern matching for instance of, is when you first read about this feature, you might say, oh, it lets me just kind of get rid of one line, which is the casting of a variable into another type. And I think I can do without it. But no, that's not really the case. How this feature works with the other part of your code and how you could use it in combination with the other features that your IDE has, or once you use that feature, that could open you a lot of, I would say, opportunities, because in this case, when we got rid of one of the line which was casting in by a local variable to a particular type, I could actually merge the nested ifs, and then I could use a particular API call and inline a variable, and that really made my code concise. So this is not just about losing one line of code, but it's how you make it work with the rest of your code. And the code that you see now, I think that's concise and it's easy to read. It's not terse, so that really helps. So now let me go on to the next feature, which is records. So again, this was kind of voted by as one of the best and favorite features by a lot of developers when we had a poll last time when Java 15 was released, or was it 14? I don't remember, but it was certainly voted as one of the favorites features by a lot of Java developers. And I have an example for you to kind of help you understand why is it so. Imagine you walk into a shop and you want to shop trousers for yourself. And what you see is all the trousers are of the same size and length. What do? Of course, you have to pick any one of them because they are of the same size. But depending on your size, they could be big, tight, or small. And of course, if you are lucky enough, that could fit perfectly. So this is what, as Java developers, we have been doing, using the same class, altering it, and using it for different purposes. And one of that purpose was to define the data classes, or the wrapper of just a set of values. So what did we do? We defined a class. We had fields to store the values, getters, setters, constructors, hash code, equals, toString, a lot of other methods to make the class really work. That's no longer required if you work with records. So records define a compact way of defining your class as data. So let's see how that works. So let me hop on to my editor. Let's see, we had some, yes. So I have this class in which I have this line of code, and I have not defined this class person. And the purpose of class person would be to store and retrieve details of a person, let's say the name and the age, to a file and then read from file. So what can I do? So because this is not defined, so that's why it's in the red color. And let's see how my IDE can help me here. So when I say Alt and Enter, I get the suggestions. I can create this type as a class person. I can also create this as an enum or a record. I want to show you some other features of IntelliJ IDEA. So let me select creating this class as a class and not a record. So I say I want to create this class, and what do I want to do? Let me say I want the fields as, let me mark them final and also private. String name happening, private final string name. What is the problem? Variable name. Okay, so that would be solved when we have the constructor. So let's private final int and age. And now I want to insert constructor, and this looks good. I also want to insert the getter methods for it. Perfect. What do I have? I also want, so I'm using the generate of IntelliJ IDEA to generate the constructors and add the other methods that, as I mentioned, as developers, we are used to adding to a class so that we can use it and store its instances in the collection classes. Because if we don't add equals in hash code and the methods, then that really will not work, mess up with how you store and retrieve the values in collection classes. So let me add the equals in hash code method here. And yes, we are almost done. And now I want to add the equals toString method as well. So this is how, as developers, we are kind of used to defining our data classes, but not anymore. Let me hop back here and see if this would work. Now, because I'm storing and retrieving details of a person to and from a text file, let me also, what I want to do is implement the serializable interface. Right. And now let me run this to see if this is working fine. I hope it does, and we don't have any errors. Yes, seems to work fine because we did not get to see any errors now. I think my system is running something else, and why is it taking so much of time? Okay, yes. I think I'm having some issues with, okay, no, didn't work. Okay, because I have some, oh, just a moment. Okay, let me get rid of this one. Okay, I have something here, which I know I was looking for something where I could just run one class and kind of mess that one. So let's see if I can run this now. And yes, looks good. Yes. And yes. Right? Oh my God. Yes. Yes, now we have the result. And I could actually read and write this person to a file and then read from it. We are running out of time. Now let me go back, and I just want to delete this from there. Let's say delete, I guess. Now what happens? I want to go back here and I want to say that I want to create this as a record. As I said, I can just invoke context actions and I can create this as a record. And I can say string name and int age. Let me implement the serializable interface because I wanted to read and write it from C. Why did I get the spelling wrong? I know that's what happens when you life code. Okay, so so this is just one line of code which would do all the work that the other class was doing, which we just created. And let's see if we can read and write this to the file and from the file. This looks good. Okay, yes, we'll get there. I don't have to worry. I should not worry. Yes, so this is working. And so what did we see here? We got the same amount of work done by just one single line of code and by not creating a full-blown class. So that's interesting. Now, the other interesting part, which is, of course, by IntelliJ IDEA. Now, when I say alt and insert, the IDE asked, what kind of constructor do you want to generate for this record? which is different to the constructor which we create for a regular class. So let me say I want to create a compact constructor, which, as you can see, doesn't has the parameters which are passed to it. 12 minutes to left. Helen, I'm doing that fast. I'll try to do that fast. Okay, so what can I do here? Of course, like a regular constructor, you can check whether the value that is being passed to it are the right ones that you expect. Otherwise, you can say throw illegal argument exception, and what's the age is less than 0. So this is how I could define a compact constructor inside my record class, and the IDE would really help me to insert the right constructor in the right place. What other things can I show you about the records? Let me go back to my thing. Okay, so did you notice here that the way you use a record to instantiate it, it's absolutely the same how you would instantiate a regular class. So this is nice. The other thing that I want to show is adding the fields and the methods. I cannot add, let's say, another field to it. I can't say this because it doesn't make sense to have a record define its state by the components it has, the way the components are defined for this record, and then kind of say that I want to add another field. No, that's not how it works. You are completely kind of destroying the purpose. But of course, you can define the static fields, static variables in a record. And you could define instance methods, and you can also define, do we have the time? Yes, another, Helen, probably only 5 more minutes. So yes, you can define instance method and static methods. So let's hop on and see what other things you have. The base class of a record is by default java.lang.record, so you can't really extend any other class or record from your record. And the other interesting thing in Java 16 with records is that it's truly immutable. You cannot change it even using reflection. I know as developers, you are kind of using the reflection to change the final fields of your objects. You cannot do that with records. So let me show that. I had some, okay, so I have this code here. Let me kind of get rid of this window. So this is the method change final field values for non-records, where I have this class, which is just, okay, what am I doing wrong here? Okay, so this is, so notebook is just a regular class and it's not a record, and point is a record. And when I run, sorry, when I run this class, you would see that. So let me just kind of walk you through the code. Here I'm trying to create a variable of notebook, which is not a record. And I initialize a value for the instance field that it has. And then using reflection, I change the value. And when I execute this line, the change value would reflect here. But point is a record, as you can see here. And when I try to modify the instance value, the fields of this instance using reflection, that doesn't work. So let me run this and see how this works. Another 7 minutes to go. Right, so probably there's just one feature that I would show right after I demonstrate this one. Yes, so if you can see, You can modify the final fields of a regular class using reflection, but not for a record. So this is interesting. You can finally have immutable data if you use records. So what other things do I have? It's just about the generic records. So I will take just 1 minute to kind of create that one. So can you define records which take generics? Yes, you can. Let me define the record name as parcel, and let me define the type parameter as T. Let me quickly define a class which is table, which is just a dummy class, which I would probably use it here. And what I want is, oh no, I did not want to create this as a regular class. I want to create this as a record. So I need to select record here, and then I would say parcel. So when I use IntelliJ IDEA and I want to say I want to create a new type, I get the option of record. So here I would say add a type parameter here, and then I would say contents, and then I have double weight, right? And let me kind of just create a dummy class, which is class table. So this is it. And when how would you instantiate this one? Let me say parcel, and then I say table, and okay, it's to new parcel, and the value that I pass is new table and some random value, let's say this. So this is how I can create records that use annotation, and I can also add the not null annotation to it. So add annotations to class paths. So this is again another feature that I really love. So the annotation was not available, but my IDE could figure it out and add it. So that's how, oh, I missed this one. How could I? So this is in inspections.
You've got about 30 seconds, Mala, sorry.
Okay, I'll take 1 minute.
45 seconds, go.
Okay. So you can access the project settings, and then you can view the different inspections which are available in your IDE. If you look for control flow, I just used the merging of the if statements, and you can also look for intentions, and that would show you the list of intentions that are available for your code in your IDE. And the other interesting part is, okay, so you can also modify, what was that? That was inspections. Okay, so you can have the list of inspections and intentions in your code using the settings, and you can also modify the background color that you have when it notifies you of the changes that you can make. So that was it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mala. Thank you. That was really informative. We do have some questions. The moderators have again been very good and very efficient, so thank you for that. We do have 3 minutes before the next talk, so if anybody needs to make a coffee, etc., now is a great time to do it. There was, firstly, Mala, I loved your talk. It was awesome. I love your code samples. They're very clean, they're very clear, and they're very relatable as well. You know, it's not foo and bar, it's plants. I love plants. One question was, how do you do those nicely formatted comments? I think I've seen this question at least twice already today. So if you could explain those in 30 seconds.
So that's the in-doc rendering. Okay, so did I add something? Okay, I have to move this one back again. So that's
feature, isn't it?
Not a very recent one. I think that was added in 2020.2 or
Okay.
3. But now you can, this is how you can render your comments. So I would also upload this code to GitHub, and when people download that, they would be actually be able to see how that looks.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. All right. Well, in fact, I think I'm handing back over to you now, Mala, right? You can take off your presenter hat or your speaker hat, and you can put your presenter hat back on.
No, I think Dahlia would be hosting the next session. If I'm not wrong, who is hosting the next session?
I think it's just you.
It is me. But we do have a video.
We have a video before you, Dahlia. Yep.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
All right, let's do the video.
All right, thank you.
Yes. So how much time do we have? Just 1 minute. And yes, just before we move on to the next session, we want to play a short video. And here's a look at one of the JetBrains' newer products, Space, which we use every day at work. Thanks, everyone, for listening to the talk.
Awesome. That was a really good presentation by Mala. Thank you, Mala, for walking us through all those great features. And hey, Eugene, how's it going?
Yeah, hi, Dala. It's all good here.
Good. I'm really excited to be introducing Eugene today. I found out that you have a PhD in computer science. So should I be calling you Dr. Petrenko or Eugene?
Well, it's something new to hear. So the Eugene works better, I guess. But it's up to you.
Sure. So Eugene is a developer on IntelliJ IDEA team. He's responsible for so many awesome features, including one of my favorite when I started getting to know IntelliJ IDEA, which is the JDK downloader. I don't know why the other I've used a lot of other IDEs, and the main one that I had was not didn't have this feature. So you'd start the IDE and it would just fail with an error because you don't have anything installed. So I was like, when I downloaded IntelliJ IDEA and it started, and I didn't have a JDK because it was a brand new system, and it asked me to download it. I was like, this is amazing. Like, why didn't we have this before? And then, I found out you wrote that feature, of course, with the rest of the team. And I'm like, I'm so grateful because I have so many times where I'm downloading like Java 15 and Java 16 and whatever. And just keeping up with that is difficult. So thank you, Eugene, for an awesome feature.
Yeah, you're welcome. It's great to hear that the feature is being used and helps everyone around.
Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, especially with the new rapid releases of Java. It's really helpful. So besides developing awesome features and being a trainer and a blogger, Eugene is also a jogger. When he visits new cities, he goes around and jogs like 12 kilometers in Sydney. Is that right? Wow.
Yeah, that was it. And it was so inspiring in that city. I started to jog and I just started looking around, and then I realized, it was 12 kilometers or 14. I don't remember exactly. It was so cool. And there's so many things to watch around, for example, in that city. And there are many other cities where I was. And it's so nice to match what I've seen while jogging to what you have in a tourist attractions list. And then comparing this, you see, okay, 95% is done. Fair enough.
That is amazing. I'm just doing the Couch to 5K program right now, so I'm nowhere near jogging around in a city, but I can imagine that being just really great. hopefully you get the chance to do that again when we're traveling and we can go to places.
I hope so, and it's a good habit to joke and see new cities where I've never been before, for example. I try my best in doing so.
Awesome.
But these times it's a little bit harder, you know.
Yeah, I mean, no matter what, I think it's awesome to combine two of your loves, seeing new places and jogging. So that's really great. So Eugene is going to talk to us today about indexing. That's one thing that I really want to learn more about from an IntelliJ standpoint. I know it's the reason we get a lot of the awesome features that we have in IntelliJ IDEA. So I'm really looking forward to this session. Eugene is going to talk to us about how you can shorten your indexing time in your IDEA. I know that's something kind of a bottleneck for some folks. So I'm really looking forward to this session. So I'm going to hand it over to you, Eugene. Thank you very much for being here.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, now you'll probably see my slides. So hi everyone once again. So I'm Eugene and I'm covering the indexing part of IntelliJ. We'll touch on also the point where how we made indexing a little bit more faster in IntelliJ. But before we go, and since this is IntelliJ 20 birthday event, I would like to ask a question, but don't be worried. We covered the answer in the middle of this presentation, but just try to imagine how would find usages work. And interestingly and relatedly to the past, this was one of the first features which you may have seen in the renamer. Frankly, I haven't seen renamer myself. I was too young to try it, probably. But nevertheless, this is the feature. This is the idea which was covered in the keynote of the yesterday. As for today, in IntelliJ, you may find the find usages, and it may look like this. And it may work like almost instantly. So you just click and you see some results. It works really fast. So I would ask you to think, how would you have implemented this one? While I'm talking some introduction, you may think about it, and we will take back on this. But now I would like to reflect on my past. And to be fair, I started doing programming probably before the renamer was released. And in my times, the program may look like this, or even in a tube monitor with a console mode. And in that times, we used to have no highlighting at all. It was the program. And to be fair, this version of Java had not yet existed. And so it was how we program. We can start a compiler, we can see the results, but it was, well, a little bit hard to see any errors in the programs before a compiler is executed or the program is started and so on. Right? At some point, I've upgraded my environment. I got the better monitor, and I got the simple syntax highlighting, like that one, for example. And it made the programming better for me. So I realized that, okay, I can see something more in this code. I can see some problems probably, but at least I can see what's going on in this program. It's better. And then we jumped and evolved into the smart inspections, highlighting what we have nowadays in IntelliJ. And then we see that, okay, there are so many troubles in the nice looking code snippet. And these troubles has to be fixed before it runs. It wouldn't run actually. And to be fair, I made these mistakes on purpose. And now, thanks to highlighting and the code inspections, we can see the problems. We can see that the for loops are broken. We can see that there are some missing classes used, or what does this swapper 32 mean? I have no idea. And the thing is that in editor, we have this error highlighting, which shows up quite fast. We see that, okay, there is no such a symbol. What should we do? And how could IntelliJ do this that fast? To be fair, it's really related to find usages. So IntelliJ would try to find and see whether we have that symbol somewhere in a project, in the sources, or in libraries. And if not, there is a highlighting. If we do have it, it might be an import pop-up, by the way. Well, I decided to go for an experiment and to try on myself, how would it be to find a given symbol? I decided to go for an experiment with a full text search. So what we do, we grab IntelliJ code base, like an example on a sort of medium to big project. It's on Apache 2 license. It's on a GitHub. It's not that long to download, 4.5 gigabytes. It's about 120,000 files, whereas it's about 77,000 files of Java reporting sources. which gives us around 200 megabytes of the code. Well, what we do? How would we search for a symbol in a file? Well, we can use the Linux, Unix, Mac standard tool, which is called fgrep. We just scan through the whole code base to figure out where is the file containing this string. No matter where the string is used, we at least have an estimate of the places where this class can be declared. Next, we have to go through the average of these files and filter out all the wrong results. Like, for example, this word can be used as a string, as a text, as a command, as a method name, or something else. We should filter this out, and then we can have all the usages, and then we can say, okay, fair enough, now we have this class, and now we know, like, for example, the name, or whether it exists, or something else. Surprisingly, my experiment took time on macOS, 80 seconds. I don't know why it took 80 seconds. It's too slow. I don't know, maybe my computer is broken. On the Linux machine, which is not the new Linux machine, by the way, it was 1.5 seconds, which is pretty good, wasn't it? At that point, I realized that something might be broken in my computer and I'm missing the Windows. But on the Windows, we have no standard fgrep. At least I don't know about this. Of course, there are so many tiny utilities which replace or does the same features as the fgrep, but it's not the case. It's not the standard. So I decided not to give it any of this a try. I decided to code a small program. This is written in Kotlin, but I guess you can see what does it means. It just uses their Neo2 APIs, it lists all the files, and it simply tries to read all the files from under the IntelliJ community checkout folder. And I measure the time, and I see I got the results. And this time, the results are better. What I see, what I have is that the time, it takes around 4 seconds on Windows, 2.5 seconds on macOS, and I decided not to even try it on Linux. There is no sense. It would be around 2 or 1 seconds anyways. This is pretty good. This is pretty fast. So to summarize, if I would need to find a given symbol somewhere in a code base manually, I would spend several seconds at least to get the result estimate. And then I would need to spend more time to figure out which results are valid, which are not. This is not that fast to be true, because when I use the full text search in IntelliJ, usually it is able to figure out the results even faster than I type. That's the performance, that's the speed I'd like to have. And now I'd like to explain to you what's the difference between our approach and the IntelliJ. And the thing is that behind the scenes, IntelliJ is using the trigram index. The trigram index is a specific data structure which helps to speed up the search. And in IntelliJ, it's implemented the most performant way. I will explain you just the idea how it works. It is not for us to understand the thing in this presentation. Otherwise, it would take longer. It would be way more complicated. Well, to start with, the trigram or a triplets or 3-character sequences. So what it does, it takes the string, say swapper 32 as an input. It cuts it on all possible 3 characters by like moving a window, 3 next standing characters. It takes all these characters, so it creates all the possible triplets or trigrams. Then it uses a database of all the trigrams. It goes through, it looks into their variants, and from the database, we can know in which files we've seen each of these trigrams. Of course, it's not the answer yet. We need to intersect all the files because we will need to consider only the files which do contain all the trigrams. So we do the intersect, and now we have an answer. And of course, before we give a file as an answer, we have to prove that it indeed contains the exact string we've been looking for, not all the trigrams, because having all trigrams is a high probability of having the original string included, but it's not the guarantee. There could be the files which do contain all the trigrams, but in different places, not forming the same string as we started to look from. And by the way, the full text search in IntelliJ is able to do the search with the regex, regular expressions. And it uses the trigram for implementing the regular expressions for your search as well. Well, But I've been talking about some database with you now. And as long as we have this database, we need to spend some time preparing for the search. This is what we need to do to make it answer your questions really fast, to make IntelliJ work for you really fast. And this is called like building of indexes or indexing. And what we do in this particular example, we take every file in a project. We not only take in the sources, but also considering their parts of the library, say the sources from a library, or even the classes for specific indexes. And we extract all the trigrams, and we create the data in a database for a file to the trigrams. And then we create in a so-called inverted index, so we, for every trigram, we know in which files we've seen it. And this is the thing we need to prepare for the work, for the search. To be fair, like the document search systems or databases, they do spend their time on indexing as well. And so that in this example, what we have a file as an input. We cut it into a trigram, and this information is stored in our indexing database. And this and other indexes are being built when IntelliJ is showing this progress for you, like updating indexes. This is what is happening underneath. This is why we need it, because this is the way IntelliJ gets smarter and knows what you have in your codebase, so that it could answer you almost instantly on most of your questions. Like, for example, the name search, the class name search. When I type the class name or only the capital letters of the class name, I see the result, again, almost instantly. And to be able to navigate me from a class name to a file in my project, we do need to build this index of class names. It's not a trigram index, it's a different index, which IntelliJ has to solve this particular problem. And speaking about the find usages, the implementation of that one uses another index. It's called ID index. The ID index or identifier index is a really tricky thing. But no, I'm joking, it's not that tricky. It's the list of all identifiers which we have in all the source files in our project, including libraries, and in all languages. It could be Java, it could be Kotlin, it could be Python, JavaScript, whichever you like, whichever you use. And this is a huge set of information. So when I'm looking for identifier, I jump into this index, and now I know all the files where this word is used as an identifier, not just a string, but as an identifier. So it's quite a few files. Then for every file, I have to go and check if it is the right usage of my identifier or not. For example, we may have the swappers 32 declared in JavaScript, in Java, and maybe in C++. These are three different declarations. This would work. So we need to process all the found files to figure out which are the really matches to what I've been looking for. Maybe we can do the go-to declaration and make sure that both the original one, from which I do the search, and the found one, they have the same declaration together, or maybe something different. But this part, again, is a language-specific part, but it uses indexes underneath to do the job. So the rename refactoring is built on top of the find usages. That's yet another example. At the moment where we can find all the usages, we can replace these usages with the new names. Just fix some imports probably, maybe reformat the code a little bit, and the work is done. Again, this is based on top of indexes through the find usages in this example. And there are too many places in IntelliJ where indexes are in place, like import pop-up, like find usages which we covered, some navigations, inspections, and highlighting. For example, the nullability things in Java is partially using indexes to highlight you some problems, and so on. Of course, refactorings do use indexes, and so that's an endless list. I can answer probably yet another question for you. So how many indexes are there? I've made this test in IntelliJ 2021.1 EIP, and I figured out that in IntelliJ Ultimate, that's around 208 indexes included. In IntelliJ community, it's 99. So why the difference? Because the number of indexes do depend on the number of classes or number of plugins which we have included or enabled in our IDE. So for example, for my daily work in my IntelliJ Ultimate, I have around 155 indexes. That's because I turn off some plugins. And the same thing can happen to you. So you may have a different plugins or additional plugins, and the number of actual indexes may be different. That is it. So, and here comes a horrible thing. It is true that indexing can be slow, unfortunately, but it is true, and we know about this. The good thing that we are trying to make indexing faster and faster, release from release. We keep working on this. Well, the second sour thing here is that indexing is done per IDE instance. So if I open my IDE with a project, I do indexing. If you would open the same project with the same IDE, you would have the same indexing running for you once again, and so on. That's sort of a time waste, isn't it? And out of the statistics, I would say that we do spend, as a whole community of the users who's using IntelliJ Ultimate or Community Editions, we spend around the human years per week on indexing. That's the number. And we decided to come up with another approach to make indexing consume less time for the whole world and the whole community. That's called shared indexes. And I'll be speaking about shared indexes with you now. So the shared indexes is the idea that we are able to literally share indexes. So I mean that we would use the pre-computed data from one place in other IDEs. So there should be multiple IDE instances that would use the data on, instead of computing this data, or instead of building these indexes. So for example, with a trigram index, we would be able to download this database from somewhere and use it instead of building this locally. And you may remember that in that example, I've been referring to a file, a mapping between a trigram and a file. Here, when we're trying to share an index, we can no longer use file, because a file may have a different path. For example, on Windows or on Unix, it could be different. The file may have a different line length inside, surprise. Or even I and you may have a different files, right? Because I have one revision and someone else has local changes. So to overcome these limitations, we came up with a specific hash function for file content. So now we consider, on an example for trigram index again, we download the index, which is the mapping from a trigram, into hashes. And when we do a lookup, we do have the hashes as the answer. Then we try to figure out if a given hash has a local file on my machine, which refers to it. If there is such a file, then we can grab that file and go further and process the results. Of course, it can be the situation where for a given hash, there is no file on my computer. Say, for example, I remove that file or change that file. That's all fine. That's okay. Because the shared index is not the one index which is used. In fact, it's a combined structure. So when I have the IntelliJ running or IntelliJ-based IDEA running, it uses the local indexes, it uses the shared indexes together with the local indexes to answer my queries. On a trigram example, it would be like this. We query, for every trigram, we query a local index and the shared index. And then from the shared index, we have the hashes, we map the hashes to the files, and then we have the files so we can continue the processing of this data. And by the way, I forgot to mention that on the previous slide, is that the mapping within a file and the hash, or a hash to a file, that's two-side mapping. We build this mapping locally on every computer, and we maintain this index. This index helps us to be able to use the shared index, which is download. So we spend less time building this index. That's the main trick. So, and of course, we still need to build this index, but now we do this only once for a number of machines. And for the building, it's essentially the same as it was before, but instead of recording the mapping between the file and the trigrams, we store the mapping between a trigram and the hash of this file, which was computed by this algorithm. That's the difference. And that allows us to share indexes. So speaking about indexing, the shared indexes would not replace the indexing progress and indexing task. Instead, it makes indexing work faster. This is the main achievement that we have. So I would like to explain what shared indexes allows us to do. The first thing, to use indexes, just similar to what I've shown before in the previous slides. So we either have the bundled shared index, like you download IntelliJ, and it comes with the bundled pre-built shared indexes for JavaScript. It helps to spin up faster for most of the projects. Or IntelliJ may spin up, figure out that you're, for example, using a JDK, and then it would download the JDK shared index for you so that it would be faster. So it is able to use a bundled indexes, or it is able to use a downloaded shared index. This, by the way, applies not only for IntelliJ IDEA, but for all IntelliJ-based items. The next thing we have a logic in this subsystem to figure out the best suitable shared index in the network, be this a public CDN or be this on-premises CDN or location. It is able to figure out the best suitable shared index and download that and use it. And lastly, of course, there is a tooling which allows us to build shared index on a project or on a library or on a JDK and so on. And this tool is a headless, it is operation system independent, which is by itself tricky. Command line tool, which you may spin up and get the index built in your case. So I mentioned that there is one IDE and there is a shared index built by something else, right? And of course, there is a question of the compatibility. How these two are compatible? So the first off, we have a base version. That's similar to base version for the local indexes. That's the most specific constants which define if a given IntelliJ is able to read the data. So this is a prerequisite for a shared index to be loaded. But then we have a later compatibility check. I mean that as long as we are able to open the storage, we check their compatibility between the plugin, between the indexes independently. So I mean, there could be an index which is included in a shared index, and I may have on my IDE a new version of another index, which is not included because, for example, it's just not included in the shared index, or it can be of another version of my shared index. That's all fine. This data would be recomputed locally on my machine. So essentially, it would be like a two-dimensional graph of it, because on one axis, we would have their indexer versions. The other one, we would have the files. So it could be a file being changed so that we would need to re-index that file with all the indexers, or it could be an indexer version change. Then it means that we would need to re-index all the files with that indexer, but with only one indexer. And the main speed up comes from the point where we don't need to re-index with all indexers a given files. So remember, I've shown you in IntelliJ Ultimate, it's around 200 indexes. That's too much. That's pretty much. And this is the reason how we can minimize the time spent. And should it be a little bit different on my local machine, maybe I've installed the different plugins or removed some plugins or I updated the plugin, that's no problem. All the difference would be computed locally. So it will just run. Speaking about the shared indexes, we realized at JetBrains that it makes sense to share this approach to the community. So for now, we are building shared indexes for everyone. This includes the JDK indexes for the recent JDK releases, like just the releases you may see in the JDK downloader. We build the shared indexes for Maven libraries to speed up their project indexing on the popular libraries, which are likely to be used by almost everyone. And we do help to improve their indexing time for IntelliJ SDK users. If you are creating your IntelliJ plugin, the indexing will be faster for you as well. Of course, there are more public shared indexes to come. Stay tuned. Well, as for building shared indexes, there is yet another computational problem which we solved. Because there are a number of IntelliJ versions which we would like to cover. This is the releases starting from 2020.3. These are EAP builds of 2020.3 and newer. But as for EAP builds, you know, the EAP builds, their lifetime is limited in 30 days. So we only having the shared indexes for EAP builds for the 30 days. We are not building the indexes for an older IDs, which would never start. And internally at JetBrains, we do test and we do use our tools so that we include the shared indexes for internal nightly builds of IntelliJ, for example. This helps us to see if it works, how it works, and what could we improve. As for building, so we build the public shared indexes and the internal shared indexes. As for internal, for example, we do build shared indexes for IntelliJ Ultimate project to help ourselves run better. And as for building, we use TeamCity because we have thousands of tasks to be executed. And as long as we support the nightly builds, the number of tasks is growing. So this is how we build it. And as for distribution, we have the CDN. So for the public shared indexes, we have a public CDN, which has around 700 gigabytes of data so far. And we're constantly updating and uploading the data to the CDN for newer builds of IntelliJ or for, say, for newer releases of a GDK and so on. As for the protocol, IntelliJ and shared indexes, they use HTTP stateless protocol between the IDE and their CDN. We don't need any server-side logic, which makes it easier to spin up the whole world CDN for every one of us. And as for project shared indexes, remember I've just mentioned that we're building it for IntelliJ Ultimate. What is this? This is a way to maximize the effect of shared indexes in your case. So you build an indexes for your particular project, including all your libraries, all your sources, and so on. And it helps to faster the clean indexing time. It helps to faster the branch switching. But you should understand that the actual performance improvement, and I'll show you more graphs in a moment, it may depend on many factors, including the project, the languages, the network, and so on. So it should be a good idea to measure what you would have on these examples. But if it works good enough, then every team member would have the benefit of a shorter indexing time. And as I mentioned, we use HTTP and so HTTPS, and so the solution is on premises ready, so it might spin up with inside, or it's a cloud ready, depending on what you would like. But the setup is not that easy. That's something we know so far, and I think we may come up with something different on this. So technically, that might look like this. So we have a version control in the middle. We spin up the indexing jobs to generate the indexes. We upload this data to their CDN. And IntelliJ and IDE or any other IntelliJ-based IDE downloads the necessary indexes if it needs these indexes. Usually, IDE downloads indexes once and waits for some time because this index is good enough and there is no need to re-download it in the nearest future. That is it. So I mentioned about experiments. And now I'm happy to share the metrics or the measurements which I've made. The first thing, and by the way, I'll explain you a little bit more data information on the GDK indexes, for example. So here's the problem. You have an IntelliJ project, you open this up, and it uses some SDKs, the GDKs inside. And we need to match this GDK to a shared index. How would we do this? The first thing what IntelliJ does is it computes the hash code of the GDK contents, and it looks in the CDN if there is a shared index with this hash. If there is such an index, the index will be downloaded and the indexing would run faster. It could be the different situation where the hashes would not match. Remember, I told you about the two-dimensional graph of the compatibility. It is not the problem if we would download a slightly different shared index for your GDK. So we use the GDK name and versions to try to find something like similar. And if we would do so, it would speed up the indexing for you as well. As for the generation of the public GDK shared indexes, we actually use the same data as we have behind the GDK downloader dialog. Have you ever tried this dialog, by the way, in IntelliJ? So for this dialog, to keep up with updating Java versions, we do have a backend. We have a service at JetBrains where we list all the actual versions of all the GDKs. So when there is a new GDK, the dialog will show it to you no matter how old IntelliJ is. And the same data is fed into their generation tasks for shared indexes. So when you, for example, downloading the GDK with the dialog, their compatible shared index is downloaded in parallel with the GDK download. This is how we try to make it work faster for you. And here's an example. I've tried to use an empty project, clean indexing in Amazon Corretto. In my example, I have the shared indexes downloaded, pre-downloaded. So that's sort of the best expected time which you may expect. And in this case, it's 37% or 10 seconds less indexing time was needed to spin up this project. I do really like this result. Well, speaking about the Maven libraries, as of now, we have a list of 123 libraries which we index. When we do index a library, we do include all the transitive dependencies, because once again, the chances are quite high that everyone who using the library would use like the same dependencies or like a similar versions of these dependencies. And when IntelliJ does a lookup, we do first try to look up with a full name of the library, like JUnit 412. If there is an index for this library, then it is downloaded and it's the best performant situation. There could be another case where there is no index for particular this version, so that we would try to find an index for a major version. Usually, when you have a minor update in the library, it would not change the whole library, hopefully, right? So the chances are that the downloaded shared index would be a good match anyways, no matter if it has a little different between some slight changes. So I've made an experiment on an IntelliJ plugin SDK project. So we have an amazing Gradle plugin template on a GitHub. So if you would start doing the IntelliJ plugin, it could be every IntelliJ IDE, by the way. And there is a Gradle plugin. It do the heavy lifting for you. So you only would need to write some code. And there is a template on a GitHub which would help to start the project for you. So the indexing time in this example was 64% less. So I'm really happy to see that everyone who would be trying doing the shared indexes, a plugin for IntelliJ, would spend that less time on their like start experience. So if you have a passion or flow in doing the plugin, now it would be faster for you to spin this up and have first experiments. Well, here's the trick. We do build the public shared indexes for IntelliJ community project. So if you have this plugin included in your IDE, you might open IntelliJ community project sources, and you may experience how faster it gets the indexing in this example. On my machine, and remember a grep example, right? On my macOS machine, it took 51% less time. Maybe it's something wrong with my machine, but it's a good result, and I do like it. And if you would give it a try, you may see something like this in the event log. It would show you information if some shared index was downloaded, and then it would write you an information on how many files were found in a shared index. Remember this two-dimensional graph. It would show you a projection on one side. So it would say you, okay, 82% of the files on your computer, on your project, were covered by shared index. That's a pretty good result. And I have a pretty good low indexing time in this example as well. As for IntelliJ Ultimate project, the thing which I use daily, we also have about 52% on my macOS. Not that bad. Well, that were only the numbers, that were only random numbers or like experiment numbers which I had on my computer. All the experiments I've done, these numbers were quite comparable. But of course, it may depend on my computer, on measurement, on too many factors. So to make sure that it's not getting broken and it's getting better, we have a well-established setup, continuous integration setup, if you will, which helps us to measure how this improvement differs or deviates from the time. So in this experiment, we have a specific hardware machines, the fixed machines for Windows, Linux, and Mac. These machines are dedicated for this task. And we do the measuring of shared indexes as follows. We have a build of IntelliJ, like a nightly build. We build shared indexes locally. Then we measure how much time would it take to generate index a project with no shared indexes enabled. Then we measure the time it took to index a project with the shared indexes enabled. And we can compare these times, and we can see the results. And in our case, we spin up this test after every new build of IntelliJ is built. So we have a number of data, and here's the data as I have it. So every point in this graph is yet another build of IntelliJ. Every line denotes a different operation system. And the time, the vertical axis, is the percentage how fast their indexes turn out to be. The same measure as we had before, like 55% faster and so on. So blindly speaking, out of this data, we may see that their GDK indexing may improve their GDK shared index, may improve your indexing time from, well, at least 30% to say 50%. Well, it depends on operation systems. It depends on the builds, but this is something we can see out of this data, and we're trying to analyze this data, and we're trying to fix it if there is some problems. Here's the graph for IntelliJ Ultimate indexing, and here we can see that, well, in general, if you're using, say, Mac or Linux, we can expect 55 to 65% less time, even more than 65 if you're lucky. Indexing, this is pretty amazing, isn't it? Well, but you may probably thinking, oh wow, the graph, but why is so noisy? Why this data is so noisy? Well, the answer could be, well, probably you should not trust this data, or trust this data, but take the assumptions that we have. Well, here are some assumptions, and here are some factors which may affect this data. And of course, the first thing, the indexing process is not that trivial. It deals with the operation system. It reads the files on the disk, it scans it, and it may be bound with an I/O performance. The network performance, which is not even included in this graph, in my graphs, when a shared index is being downloaded, it may take time. And the longer the download takes, the less results, the less benefits it brings. So it should be like faster. But for example, in the GDK, the shared index is about 30 megabytes. It's not big. For a huge project like IntelliJ Ultimate, it may be around 600 megabytes. The dependency resolution time, speaking about the network, if I open a project for the first time, it may take time for dependency resolution. And this is something which has to be done before we're able to index or see if something is included in the shared index. It's again a problem. It depends on the enabled plugins. It depends on the number of files, either in the libraries or in a project. It depends on the languages which are used in the project. So it's better to give it a try. It's better to measure what we have. And now we come to the question, how can you try shared indexes, if you would? Well, there are several things which you can consider. The first one, if you're using the operating new IntelliJ Ultimate, you're likely to be trying shared indexes or using that just out of the box. Starting from 2020.3, with JavaScript and a Go, shared indexes are bundled into IntelliJ. This is a common subset of indexes which helps for the generic case. And starting from 2021.1, we do include more, the PHP and the Python. This is what you actually do have now, and I hope this increases the performance of the indexing on your cases. The more thing you could try is to download a GDK or maybe shared indexes, as I explained it before. You may have seen this pop up in IDEA. Out of the data, it's probably 1/5 of you have seen this before. I'm not sure how many of you are allowed it to download something. It's up to you. If you are uncertain on this, just go to the settings or preferences that under tools, shared indexes, we do have the options where you may see your consents, whether you are allowed it to download something or not. Or you may change your mind every time you like. It's in the settings. When you change it, it will attempt to download the shared indexes for you, for your project, and so on. According to the CDN usages data, we can see that it's being used. It's being used by you and by others, but don't be worried. Once a shared index is downloaded, it would be kept in your IntelliJ. So it will not re-download the indexes instantly or really frequently. So there is nothing to worry about. And if you would like to give it a try with the project shared indexes, here's the way. You may use this action in IntelliJ, but you should have their project shared indexes plugin installed in 2021. Well, it would show you the action so you can dump a project shared indexes for your specific case. And then if you would follow these instructions, you might give it a try and try to see how fast it works when you load the shared index into your project. And you hope it would be a good enough improvement for you to consider trying this any further and setting up their generation pipeline as I showed you in the middle of the presentation. Well, now I would like to stop by and a little bit explain how shared indexes are available in the IntelliJ platform or in IntelliJ-based IDEs, including IntelliJ IDEA, of course. The first thing is naming. And we all know naming is hard. So we start experimenting with shared indexes. We named that shared indexes. This plugin appeared in 2020.2, in 2020.3, and before we name it, as I say, shared indexes, this plugin supports the bundled shared indexes, mostly for JavaScript and Go. It supports downloadable shared indexes like GDK, Maven, and so on, and the project shared indexes, if you can set this up for your case. This is all done within the same plugin. In 2021.1, this is EIP so far, we decided to make it easier for you. So we decided to put the bundled and a public shared indexes support just inside IntelliJ. So there is no plugin anymore. It's just included in their IDE. It's included in all IDEs we built. And we cut the rest. We renamed it now the project shared indexes. This as a preview plugin, which helps to deal with their on-premises project indexes, and it supports the tasks to generate this headless generation of their project indexes. This is a part of the project indexes plugin now. I hope this would make any reason and simplify the way you use it. As for IntelliJ, let's specify it more clearly. In 2020.3, the plugin is available on the JetBrains marketplace for the plugins. Just go in the plugins and install it. In 2021.1 EIP, in IntelliJ community, you would have the core part just included. And if you would like to give it a try with the project shared indexes, you would need to download the plugin from the marketplace. That is it. It's way more simplified in IntelliJ Ultimate. There we have anything included, starting from 2020.2, if I'm not mistaken. So 2020.3 and 2021.1, they both have anything included out of the box. It just works for you. So if you would like to give it an experiment, it's in there. Nothing needs to be installed additionally. As for other IDEs based on IntelliJ platform, yeah, it is possible. The shared indexes plugin is available on the marketplace for 2020.3, and we do have some IDEs where we do bundle it. Even more, in 2021.1, we have the same core, which is included to every plugins, and we have their project shared indexes, which is bundled in the most of IDEs. For the others, it's downloadable from the marketplace. That is it. This is how it is as of naming or availability, if you would like to give it a try. So to summarize, and that was our story on how we made indexes shared, and I hope fast. So with the shared indexes plugin, it's supposed that indexing would complete faster. And out of my data, I can say, well, it is highly likely that the indexing would indeed complete faster. But if it's not, well, let's debug it. This is all about software engineering, isn't it? So that was it from my side. And I hope it was interesting. Thank you.
It was. We have a lot of good comments from the audience, the awesome audience, that you did a really good job explaining a complex topic simply. So everyone is appreciative of that. It was very interesting. So we do have some questions. Most of them got answered by the moderators, so thank you, moderators, for that. One that was left was, did you try to share indexes in the cloud?
Essentially, we do. As I mentioned, the public CDN, it's actually cloud. So we use the CDN. In this case, it's Amazon, and we upload the data into S3, and it's available for around the world. Moreover, for the JetBrains internal use, we do use like a similar setup, but with authorization, so that only we can see these indexes, because indexes like the trigrams, for example, they don't contain the data as it is, but it's probably possible to extract some useful from your sources if you leak your shared indexes, for example, outside. So it's better to keep it protected if you are building the project shared indexes, like we do, for example.
I was wondering about that. Like, it probably has some things you want to protect that's specific to your source. So I would think that you want to kind of be careful with it.
Oh yeah. You know, like for example, if you have a beans of coffee, right? These beans, we say that's the sources, and we're like trying to protect this. Then you use a grinder, you put these beans in a grinder, and the result is something like a shared indexes, right? This is a powder, and if you're picky enough, you can rebuild the beans out of it, right? And that's the kind of analogy we have here. So if someone would really dig inside there, for example, the class names should be found easily, and so on. That's why it's better to not to share the shared indexes outside. That's in like a binaries, for example. But it's very far from binaries, but yet not.
Yeah. You can decompile or do whatever, but you probably want to be careful with your indexes. So that's really interesting. I've actually in the past used search in other IDs as my break time. And when I first started using IntelliJ, I was like, okay, I'm going to do a search, getting ready to get up and take the break. And it just came up and I'm like, why did this just happen? But I did notice that there's this concept of indexing that was happening when I started my IntelliJ. And, you know, it did take some time. So that's when I take my break. But I was appreciative that it's just one time operation, that after that I can search in my repo and not have to wait forever. So I can kind of tell that it's probably a very difficult thing to shorten the time of. What's the biggest bottleneck? Like what is, if you could solve this problem, it would shorten the time a lot?
Well, the indexing is not that easy, to be fair, like because the first thing, you open an IntelliJ and should understand what are the new files, what are the old files on the disk. You may have changed it for some reason without IntelliJ noticing this, right? Then essentially it has to go through every file to see, is it the same or it's not? It has to go through all the libraries and see what's going on in there as well. Once we have this, we need to, for example, parse every file to build the PSI for every file to extract the data that we would need for the indexes underneath. So once we all do this, all these things, then we have it ready. On the other side, we try to allow some actions to work in a semi-complete indexes. It helps for you to do something, not anything, but something at least, while indexing is still running. So speaking about what we can improve, we may use the shared indexes. We may try to avoid checking all the files on the disk if we can for some reason, like using the file watching or like checking the library. If we know if the library is unchanged, we don't need to check all the files inside this. So we have a number of optimizations which we might take place in the future to have this work faster. And it's an ongoing process. There are so many things inside.
Yeah, that's amazing. And another question was, shared indexes seem like quite an obvious thing in retrospect. Is it something that the team had wanted to do for ages but haven't really been able to, or is it something that simply just was obvious that you wanted to implement?
Well, it's not that brand new thing. I guess there are several years at least. There are like so many things which we finally figured out and decided to make it available, because it's a really huge topic. and from the huge ideas and a huge experiments to something which we may call the product, that's a long way. And we figured out the subset which we are happy to share so far. And this was a really long journey. On the other side, IntelliJ is really huge. And remember, there is hundreds of different indexes which are written already. And including the shared indexing in this should not break like hundreds of indexes. So it has to be done really carefully. Having all together, this is the reason it took some time for us to come up with something stable to try.
Cool. There's some other questions that just came in. Do you have recommended settings for slowish internet with data limits?
With data limits?
Yeah, I think they're worried about downloading too many things. So if you're downloading a lot of shared indexes or anything like that, is there any recommendation from that perspective?
Well, if you're speaking about the GDK indexes, it's around 30 megabytes per GDK. If it is downloaded, roughly pure IntelliJ version, there could be the versions of IntelliJ which have the same shared index. I mean, if it's downloaded once, it's likely to survive the updates in the next AP builds and so. On the other hand, if you really care about the traffic, you may not say always download in the pop-up. You may rather say download it once. This is the way you'll be notified on every attempt for every download. I hope it would help.
Okay. Is it possible to use Nexus Remote Proxy?
So essentially, IntelliJ uses HTTP server, like any static HTTP server or HTTPS, if you will, for shared indexes storage. So if you could make the Nexus the HTTPS server, like proxy or like HTTP server, that would be all fine. I'm not sure so actually we don't need anything beyond. That's it.
Have you had other approaches than triplets? How slower are they?
Well, it's good. It's a good question. I'm not sure I know the whole story here. I guess that's instead of triplets, you may have B or like two character thing. It would have more results which are not which we would have to filter out. Like having 4 instead of 3 will increase the size we need on the disk for this data structure. Well, we may probably take this offline and find some more detailed answer. I'm just guessing the answer here.
Yeah, definitely. The chat is up, so we can definitely follow up on that. Have technology improvements helped improve indexing? I guess speed and memory, but also the cloud.
Well, I'm not sure about the cloud. Probably we'll cover it answering about the CDN. As for technology, well, yes, for example, SSDs, they do change the way how you use I/O. For example, now I/O is parallelized. We are using it and we are working on using it more because, well, there are some, IntelliJ is quite old project and there are so many things inside and some places we may improve and we are knowing about that and we're thinking and we're doing something to make it work even faster on the new hardware.
Awesome. I think that's mostly the questions we have. The last question I had for you was, I was actually really curious about implementing the GDK downloader feature. So could you tell us kind of how hard that was? Was it something that you've always wanted to do? And then you finally got the time to do it, or how did that go?
Well, it was like a small feature. I was suggested to do this feature you can do it in several days. It looked to me like it was like a really short one. So I started thinking on it and I realized quickly that, you need to have the list of the GDKs somewhere outside of the IntelliJ, because I may have an IntelliJ and then after it's released, we may have a new GDK showing up. Mm-hmm. And I, as a user, I would be happy to have this GDK listed in my downloader, right? So that was the first tricky thing. So I separated this part. So I have the list of GDKs on the JetBrains.com, and IntelliJ downloads the list for you, and then it shows all the data. So the list contains all the necessary data for you to download the GDK, to check the checksums, to extract it, and so on. This is the first tricky thing. And then it turned out that I realized, oh, as long as we can download the JDK, why wouldn't we set the project up? Say I'm opening a project and it's missing a JDK. Could IntelliJ be so smart to find the JDK on the disk or to suggest me downloading a JDK for my project? And that was a really long journey. It was so exciting. I was so excited that we figured out how we can do this, and we indeed do this for the set of use cases. So now, for example, opening an IntelliJ community project on a clean machine, we just say, oh, you need the JDK. Would you like to download? Yes, please. Here you go. And I do really like this approach. I do like that IDE does not force us to do some manual work, or like when we open a project, say in a team, the project just opens and just works without any like manual setup, which has to be done for every newcomers and so on. You know?
Yeah,
and
exactly.
We're trying to avoid this. And, so overall, it made a really long journey in this case.
Yeah, and I was thinking about that because I hadn't updated IntelliJ, but it came up with like Java 15 as an option. So I wasn't really sure where it was getting it from. It makes sense that you're hosting that list somewhere else. Okay, that's awesome. Well, thank you so much. This was extremely interesting. I really appreciate you coming here and talking with us today, Eugene.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Thank you.
The good ending of the Friday, I'm not sure which time zone it would be for our listeners.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate you. Bye.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Well, our next host for our last session is going to be Trisha, and I think Trisha, but her camera's off. Trisha, are you still on, or am I going to... There you go. There she is. Are you still eating your burger?
No, exactly. I forgot to turn the camera off because I was eating.
That would have been a good like back from the camera. Like instead of Helen, like I think we need to get that back.
Cool. Helen unexpectedly added as a host to the stream.
Yes. All right. I think we're ready for our next session. I know people wanted a little bit of a break. I don't know if we want to give them that, or we can just end our Friday, our day 2. I think we want to just push on and then end our day.
One more session. This is the last session. So I think we're just going to power on through. Then everyone can take their drinks breaks or whatever breaks they need to take.
Sounds good. All right.
Great. So let's add our next speaker. Hello, Dmitry. Dmitry's muted. It happens with like every other speaker. Someone comes on and they're muted.
Sorry for that. Yeah, hi. Looks like a tradition already. So, hi Trisha. Hi everyone. Thanks for staying with us for the last talk of Friday. Probably it's not that easy, but thank you for that.
I'm really excited to have you here, actually. So Dmitry's going to talk about version control in an IDE, like you can see on the screen. I just wanted to say, like, I really love the version control, specifically Git, in IntelliJ IDEA, because I am not a command line person. I am a visual person, and having the version control stuff exposed to me inside my IDE has actually helped me to learn Git when I didn't know it before. So I just want to say thank you, Dmitry, for like everything you do, because it's amazing.
Thank you for your kind words, and you're welcome. We do strive to make experience as smooth as it can. Of course, there are a lot of room to improve, but we are doing our best. And basically, that's what is something I would like to speak about today. Yeah, so
I will let you get on with it.
Thank you. Okay, so for the last talk of the day, probably it would be much funnier if it was some demo showing cool features or whatever. Unfortunately, my talk would be a bit different. Of course, I will go through some features we have. But the idea I have is mainly to discuss what it means to build a version control and what challenges we have. And at the end, I will probably reveal some further plans for this. So stay tuned. Okay, so a bit about me. My name is Dmitry. I joined JetBrains in 2016 as a support engineer for version control. and I was working in that role for some time, gaining experience and understanding of how people use our version controls, and not only ours, but in general, what issues they have. And recently, I have switched to a product management role, so now I'm working as a product manager in IntelliJ product management team. So my main focus, of course, is still version control. So hopefully the changes we introduced recently were to the best of all of you. Of course, I understand that some changes, because they touched UI, they might not be as pleasant as they should be, but we're sure it is all for good. And this was something I would talk about later. Again, we're talking about version control in general here, but of course there are others except Git. Git is the industry standard de facto now. So basically, what I'm talking about having Git in mind. Git is very flexible. There are different workflows. A lot of people have different preferences how they could use this. This means that whatever we do in IDE is not universal and it will not fit everyone, and we do this and do understand this. So what I'm talking about is a point of view, and it's okay if you disagree. And if you do disagree, please don't hesitate to tell us. You can basically contact our support. You can use Twitter. You can use feedback in the IDE, whatever. Be sure we read every feedback we get. So if you have something to say, do this. And in my talk, I will basically cover 3 parts. First of all, a bit of the current state and how IDE could be helpful, what challenges we do have, and we did, maybe we tried resolving some time ago. And as I said, what would be the focus for future? Let's start with a bit of history. We are all here today because IntelliJ turned 20. It's a great date, but it basically means that there are a lot of, let's call it legacy, but it's not necessarily bad part. There are like version control was a part of the product for a very long time, and IntelliJ has support for very different version control systems, starting from like CVS, clear case, whatever, and all version controls that basically was ever supported has left some mark in how it was designed. The thing is that through this 20 years, the version control changed a lot. So does change its workflows, so the demand for new features and new UI. But still, we have some UI that was designed long ago and is still in the product, and we still have some habits from back there. It's good from some point because all users who are long with us, they keep everything. So they just are used to that, and it's comfortable for them. We try not to break any stuff without any real need for that. And just a quick recap for what version controls we have support for. So currently we have, of course, Git, we have Subversion, we have Perforce and Mercurial. This all is basically not supported in Ultimate out of the box, but there were lots of others, and they all basically touched the concepts and the idea. Basically tried to be consistent through all these version controls. Maybe it's not always the right thing, and Git has its own concepts, is unique in some ways. For example, of course, the staging area. And recently, we of course are focusing on Git, and here is like a list of features that we just recently implemented. And I just want to show you that we are working on making Git experience as pleasant as it could. So yeah, we did implement the staging area support. It's not the default. If you are not using it now, you are welcome to go to settings and enable it and give it a try and let us know what you think. We implemented Git commit templates features. We reworked a bit the log view to show all the branches in there to make it comfortable to work with the repository. We invested a lot into GitHub pull requests. We reworked some dialects to be more Gitish and easier for Git users to understand, so on, so on. There are a lot of small things we are doing. And basically, hopefully, hopefully these changes are really helpful. But even without those changes, IntelliJ IDEA has a pretty powerful version control already, and as Trisha said, it basically is all inside at your hands. And I would like to speak about this a bit, how IDE would be helpful for you if you want to do your version control tasks from IDE. Again, workflows can be different, and IDE might not support all of them, but the good thing here is that it can be customized. We rely on the command line Git. It means that as Git is flexible, you can go to its config and do everything almost everything you want right there. So in most cases, IntelliJ will just pick it up and work with this. So if your workflow needs some customizations, just go to Git config and do tell Git to behave like you want, and IDEA would do that as well. Also, there are a bunch of plugins that can bring you missing functionality. So if you want some feature that is not there, go check out plugins that could be really helpful for your productivity. So now, what is the version control, and basically what can IDE do? So I would say that version control includes several aspects. First of all, it's a backup for your codes, so a way when you can save something. It's, of course, history of the development. It's source of truth. So once you put something in a master branch or main branch or development or whatever is used in your branching model, then basically it goes to the application. So it's source of truth, and we need to make sure that version control has everything in right. And of course, it's a tool for collaboration, to share code, to review code, to work on features in a team. So let's drill down a bit. So a backup aspect of version control. There are several approaches. So you can do really small version work in progress commits, and it would be great if IDE could help you here. And I think IDE does help here because it's easier with the commit tool window. Just make quick work in progress commits. You can just open it, specify the commit message. That's it. You don't need to spin up any additional processes, huge windows, dialog switch, context, or whatever. You can shelf stash your changes right from the IDE. So it has shelf tab. It does have support for stash, and we are going to. So stash currently is like an old dialog, separate dialog, but we are going to basically make it a similar tab as a shelf. And of course, local history. What's local history? It basically auto commits. So you just do edits, and IDE saves some states. And if for some reasons you have not committed, you have reverted your local changes, you made a lot of undos or whatever, you can just go there, browse what has been changed, and get the changes you did out of local history. It's a great tool. If you don't know about this, now you should. It's a great tool that can help you get from some situations when you could lose code. So if for some reason something happened and the version of a file in the working tree lost the changes, local history is to the rescue. So the history part of the version control is basically, I believe, where IDEA could just literally shine. Why? Because we have basically great diffs, and history is about to find out what changes were made, and diff is essential part to understand what was the change. I believe we have a great diff tool, and also I believe we have a great ways to call this diff. What I mean, we have a great log, which shows all the history of your project right in the place. You have all the commits, you have branches list, you have changes browser on the right showing contents of all that commits. You can select several commits, compare them with each other. You can select branches on the left and compare it with each other, or compare everything with local state. It's really, really handy to browse through the history, but it basically could be too much. And to help with reducing the scope, we could show history of individual files and individual folders in a similar way, where we have the commit history graph with all the list of commits. We have some preview diff on the right. And so basically, we have an option to show this history of particular file throughout the entire branches. Again, you can select any commit in the list and compare it to another one. It's very, very handy. Update info, if you got some updates, IDE would show you a similar view showing the list of commits that have arrived during the last fetch. And again, it is useful to review what has been downloaded. Again, history is about finding who did the change and what is annotate feature. Annotate feature, also known as git blame. It can be easily opened up in an editor with like right-click on the gutter. And from there, again, you can navigate history from the annotate. You see the author. You can basically find out who to ask about something. You could see the commit messages and so on. And the great thing is history for selection. Probably not all users know it. You can basically select any random text in an editor and go through its context menu git and show history for selection. And it would show you a dialog listing commits that touch exactly that part. So you can highlight a method, and then IDE would automatically show history of the specific method. You can just call it for a random selection. You can call it for a class or whatever. So it's a really, really great thing to find out what has happened, especially if some strings were removed, which is not listed in the annotations usually. And of course, you need to know why was the change. And to understand why, you can, of course, go find ask colleague. But it would be great if the colleague wrote a great commit message when doing something. So making good commit message is a great, let's say, skill. And IDE could help here. And how? Basically, we recently introduced the commit template support, as I mentioned. It would be available in 21.1. Also, we have a long-standing feature with commit message inspections, which you configure in settings and make IDE to verify your commit message basically complies with some rules. Another point is collaboration. So collaboration in terms of version control is basically reviewing the code. So submitting pull requests and reviewing them. So we basically introduced a lot of, and especially in the times of pandemic and also remote work, it becomes more and more important to support this. Also, collaboration means that you should be able to easily share your work with your colleagues. So for this, IDE has a good push dialog, which gives you an overview of what you're going to push and where. It basically allows you to create pull requests. Again, with the new release, the UI is uplifted to be more comfortable to use and allow more features. So check it out. You should be able to use a share your project to GitHub or Space or whatever other service you are using. And it should be easy to discuss your changes. Again, this means that you have all the review tools right inside your IDE. And we do have this for GitHub. And with this release, we will also have it for Space, so that you will be able to browse all their reviews and view the timeline, use the diffs, navigate diffs, leave the comments right from diffs, whatever. And IDE, version control is a source of truth. So IDE should help you to make sure that commits that you publish, and in terms of Git is basically pushing to some specific branch, I believe, are of the good quality. So for this, we have several pre-commit checks that basically verifies your work when you commit. We have, again, the push dialog that allows you to review everything and make sure there are no typos in messages, all the contents are right, whatever. It shows pretty the same view as the log. It has a graph, it has a change browser, it has commit details, everything right into your place. So we have some protected branch rules similar to GitHub, and basically they're synced from GitHub. So if you some branch is prohibited, so protected branch is basically the branch you can't force push to, and it basically means that you should not be able to, you should not rebase it because you will not be able to force push. And the IDE takes care of this. And if some branch is in a protected list, IDE would not allow you several operations with that. We have commit message inspections to make sure that commit message is good enough. We have commit template for the same purposes. Yeah, here it is. Here how it looks like. So IDE would basically automatically populate it if it is specified in the settings. So let's just do a quick recap of this section. So there are already a lot of course, I didn't mention all the features we have. There are a lot of them, minor ones, bigger ones. Some might be useful for you, some might not. But still, there are tons of them. If you have some idea, if you have some popular operation you tend to do from command line and you are not comfortable with this, check out the capabilities. There are already a lot of features IDE could provides that could help you to be productive and do your tasks faster. I believe the IDE is the best place to work with the code because it's aware of the code and to work to see diffs. So you can use it. If you are not comfortable with this as a version control client, you can configure it as a git diff tool. So why not? You have a local history that basically is your backup plan. So if something goes wrong, check out the local history. Maybe should be able to help you a lot with this. But building these features, we of course face a lot of challenges, and I mean, as developers, and we as a product team. So IDE is primarily about being productive, and if you have missed that, check out the dedicated talk about this Dmitry made today earlier. Version control basically is just in this regards just some other feature of any other. So it's basically follows the same rules. So being productive with version control means do version control tasks with the least effort. And under least effort, I mean reducing number of operations if you have some routines. So basically automate routine. We should reduce context switching, as this means provide everything within the IDE without need for users to go to other tools or whatever. We need to make everything clear so that users do not need to think what to do, to save their mental effort to think of their code. IDE should provide assistance with complex and not very complex tasks right in place when it is needed and not distract. And of course, IDE should not get into the way if you are doing something. So again, let's take a bit closer look at every of this. So reducing number of operations, I mean that we should provide some ways to do several steps as a one. And we do provide them. And of course, there are always a lot of places when this can be done, but we already have something. A good example for this could be update project. It basically does the same as pull, but for all the repositories in the project, and you don't need to do anything. It can just be called with a single shortcut. Another good example of such action would be the checkout with rebase. It saves you additional checkout and indexing. Or a good action we implemented recently is like a checkout for remote branches. So unless instead of putting you into the detached head as like regular checkout would, our action would basically create a local branch pointing to that remote, so you can work with this easily, and it will take care of all the conflicts that could possibly arise. Basically prompting you to resolve them if really needed, or just fast forwarding branch or whatever. And there are a lot of such minor things, and again, it would all depend on the workflow, which actions would be helpful. Also, there are some plugins that could help with the same. So that's great that we have them, and it's a good thing. It's basically a must to have them, but unfortunately, as any good thing, it also has a drawback. we could not invent, we cannot fill the IDE, the entire IDE with like only these smart actions, because basically they could be unique to the IDE and users would not understand basically what they do because it's too complex. And maybe because other tooling does something different way and they're not basically used to that. So such actions are not clear and the IDE needs to explain. And we to try to make things clear, we have like some, of course, documentations. We basically put a lot of effort in naming actions correctly, at least as we could, as correct as we could, and so on. Another thing that could help with with the routine is basically doing something automatically in the background or whatever. For example, IDE checks for incoming commits and does it on background and show you some markers on the branches pop up if there are. Another way, maybe extension of this, would be to do automatic fetch, which IDE does not do currently, but there are plugins for it if you do want. There are some like email requests to do some automatic merges from time to time, and so on. But of course, we just cannot simply do this because of several reasons, and one of the drawbacks would be that doing some automatic process, starting it in the background, like it could interfere with your working. So if IDE starts some process right in the middle of your coding session, it could show you some dialogue, some prompts, it distracts. It's not something we actually want from an IDE. IDE should help and not distract you from your work. So, for example, for the incoming commits, we implement a special logic that suppresses call or prompts for credentials. So if we need credentials for this operation, basically we either have them already saved or just feature just gets disabled. And also doing unexpected action, especially those that could alter your working tree, is not something one expects from the IDE, I believe. So we should be very careful with doing this, and if IDE does something in the background, we need to make sure it is safe. Reducing context switching means that we should have everything right inside the IDE. And under everything, I mean that not every single command should have an alias in the UI. I mean that you should be able to do your tasks. You should be able to resolve all the use cases you need right from the IDE. Of course, there are some tasks that are really rare, and basically it's okay to call some third-party tooling to do that, or like go to the command line to do that. But if you do something regularly, of course, it should be inside the IDE. So a great example of such in-place operations would be like gutter pop-up. You type in your editor, you have the highlights, you can basically do revert it, diff special, and since staging is introduced, you can stage right from there. Another, I would say, good example of such in-place operations is like git tool window. What I mean here is that basically git tool window shows you all the changes in your project, and right here it shows you the commit controls. So you can commit quickly right from the place without the need to go elsewhere. Or maybe edit history operations in the log. So of course there is rebase, and we have a great interactive rebase dialog, I would say. But still you have to call the dialog, and sometimes it's just more handier to just call something from the context of a explicit commit and do not go to any additional dialogs. And there are numerous places we could do that, numerous things we could add. But again, it is not something we should do probably, because it would clutter the UI, it would make the IDE overwhelming, it would increase cognitive load. So, for example, yeah, what a mess. I don't think that it is something you would like to see and work with every day and would expect some cleaner UI. So when doing something, when adding a feature, we basically need to think, and we do think how to make them more context specific, do not expose it in everywhere, and just to reduce cognitive load so it does not stay in front of you. Save mental effort means that IDE should do as much as it could to just work. For example, and one of the way to achieve this is to set proper defaults. So when doing something, you should select all the options in the way that the command succeeds in as much scenarios as it could. For example, a good example for this would be overriding credential helper in Git, which we did for GitHub first, because otherwise IDEA does not have any controls over authentication in Git. And we could not deliver the best experience for our users in that terms. So overriding that for the commands called from the IDE was a good go. Another part of this, of course, is clear error messages, so that user does not need to think what that message means and what he could do and stuff like that. So yeah, first of all, of course, it means that IDE should parse errors and show only part of this. For example, like here, it says that basically the push was rejected and offers to show the full details in the console. Instead, we could basically put everything in that small, tiny notifications and make it unreadable, but I don't think it's something that should basically do. A better way here in this specific example would be basically to offer additional actions right in place to solve this, because it's something easier. But for complex tasks, when IDE could not automatically solve something, it is a good way to make it clearer. Add helper actions to fix errors. That was actually what I was just talking about. So if you have some errors and you have a clue how it could be, I mean, you as an IDE, you should be doing this. In some cases, even it could be done in the background. So if some operations is attempted and it fails, and you know possible reasons for that, you can attempt it one more time with some steps to resolve. And if it works, that's great. From the user perspective, it just worked, and it's a great experience. Installing Git, for example, context action. If we, for example, could not find Git, we offer to download and install it. Basically, we tried doing that in the background, but going to the internet without some explicit actions is not probably something you would like to do. So in this case, we have to limit it to an action. Oh, it's like setting up stream when Git fetch fails. That's the same thing. And again, best UI is no UI. So we should invest as much features, as much effort to make our features just work without user interaction at all, if it is possible. For example, yeah, a good example here again. Some time ago, IDE had user to choose the Git executable manually, and then we introduced automatic detection. Or maybe another good example is submodel support for Git. Did you know IDEA supports submodels? And basically it does so if you have, what I mean under support is if your project has submodels, it would just work as any other project. So, but there under the hood, there are specific things done to make it work. And one more aspect of mental effort is that we need to increase discoverability of some features, making them available in contexts that could basically help you doing your stuff more productively. And part of this, like assistance when needed. So this is exactly the part of the discoverability. For example, when we currently have encounter any conflicts in Git, IDE shows you the corresponding dialog that helps you solving them. And inside the dialog, we have like magic ones that can help you solving the simple conflicts. And this basically all in the context. So you just invoke the operation and you know where it comes from, why, what to do. And once you're finished, basically IDEA does everything else and finishes the operation. Another example would be like if your push gets rejected, you just need to auto-update. And IDEA offers that. Or maybe if some of you have encountered, if you're setting up a new project and Git for some reasons is not configured and has no username in its config. IDEA would show you a dialog asking it, but it would show you it only when you try to commit and not at any other time. So only when the username is really needed, IDEA would prompt it for you for it. And the really important part of an IDE is not to get in the way. That means that we do not need any confirmations, special model confirmations, if they can be avoided. For example, you can drop a commit from log right now. So you can right-click a commit and select drop even accidentally, and it will just go. With Git, it's completely safe. Commit is not actually lost. And we have undo right there, right in the event log. So if it was an accidental thing, you can just undo, and it's much easier, and it's basically, I think, perceived like when you don't need to confirm your choices. First of all, you do not get a habit to agree to every prompt. And on the other hand, it feels like much easier. If we are working from the IDE with Git repository, IDE should not lock repository when possible, so that you can use any other tooling and don't have any issues. If IDE needs to prompt you something, it would be better to avoid model lags. Of course, yeah, sometimes there are cases when some input is immediately required, and this is the use case for showing the model. But in a lot of cases, when let's say several years ago showing a model was okay and widely accepted, nowadays the UIs are quite different, and models are not necessarily the good thing. So doing everything, all of this stuff has the following changes. Yeah, we need to resolve all the specific things, and having in mind that all the VCSs we support have specific changes, have their like unique, let's say, workflows, unique concepts. And in terms of Git, first of all, talking about stage, IntelliJ IDEA did not have support for stage for a rather long time, because we had a pretty comfortable way to commit through change lists. It is a good feature. It allows you different stuff like working on several features simultaneously and like keeping them separate and committing. But Git concept is different, and a lot of people are used to that. So of course we need to have it in mind. This is why we basically introduce the stage support. But still, we cannot provide a solution for every and each situation, and we have to pick something that we believe most users do, and we have to pick defaults carefully. Especially, we have to do this because there are various requests out there, and some demands contradict each other. For example, your commit workflow. One user might consider commit like as it used to be like a publishing somewhere, when it's like, which is the case for centralized version control systems. Others are used to Git style, and commit is something really easy. And for one of them, keeping the dialog opened after the commit is not something you would like to do, because commit is finished and that's it. Others might want the commit interface to stay because they would like to do series of small commits and so on. And of course, this contradicts each other, and we cannot make UIs that would fit both at the same time. Of course, we could add various options, but basically going with thousands of options is also not something that a product needs, because again, it becomes overwhelming, and it contradicts the goal of saving mental energy. Another thing that is challenging, especially in IDEA, is that it's a 20-year-old product. It has a lot of users that are with us for a very long time. They are used to that. They have their habits. They know shortcuts. And basically, touching even a small part without maintaining the compatibility in some way, or maybe providing a way to roll back if it is a really major change, it's it's hard to change UI in such a project. And even if we are sure that it's for good, we do understand that it breaks a lot of habits, and we usually making a lot of effort, putting a lot of effort to at least keep shortcuts working and workflows looking the same. And talking about some smart actions, smartness produces too many unclarity, might produce. And as I mentioned, users might not trust the tool because of that. A lot of users just prefer simple but clear commands, simple but clear actions to solve their tasks. And discoverability of all the features we have is also a major challenge, and we cannot put all of them right in front of the users, or like advertise them all with some banners. Again, this is not something we would our users experience. So the goal of the team when making a great UI for an IDE is, I believe, first of all, making as much things just work with additional efforts, but at the same time, keep it as clear as possible and provide as much context and as much help as it is possible. And as a product management team, we need to find out the right amount of features we add, the right amount of features we removed, because of course, over the years, there are some features that were used previously and are not used anymore. And we have to remove something. And this is some challenge for the product management team. And also we need to make sure that IDE helps, but helps only when it is needed, and not trying to be too proactive. So that was it for the challenges. And let me, while I have some time, let me speak a bit about how we see the future of version control in an IDE. So first of all, as I mentioned, the primary focus and the thing that basically gets more and more importance nowadays is collaborative work. Various collaborations. And of course, as I said, from the version control point of view, collaborations, first of all, means code reviews. So we would be investing in this a lot. Making PRs from the IDE. Reviewing the code from the IDE. For reviews, currently one has to fetch and probably check out something. So it would be great if it would also could just be on the server side. There are a lot of things that could be improved here. Well, like currently, in the near future, like we are focusing on supporting existing scenarios and maybe adding some more features later to this. So the idea is that you work with code entirely within the IDE without basically going to other third-party services. Another part is basically, we have just recently introduced Space, released Space. So Space is a great collaboration tool, and of course, it needs to have, and it already has, a great integration with IDE. So the plugin is there, and we plan to invest a lot into collaboration through Space, and not necessarily only reviews, but maybe even communication with colleagues right from the IDE some way. And another collaborating tool that was also mentioned today is, of course, Code With Me. It's not a part of the VCS, but VCS, again, is involved somehow. So I couldn't just not mention this. So Code With Me is also a great collaboration tool, and it would be integrated somehow with version control. For example, like a simple idea of, like, out of the top of my head is like, so you could invite a user to a Code With Me session right from the annotations. So you see that some user changed the code and you don't understand why, and you can right from there invite him to the collaboration session and to discuss and fix. For code reviews, we already have for GitHub and Space. We will be looking into adding support for other platforms like GitLab, Bitbucket, maybe something else in future. One more thing that IDE could really do for code reviews is like when there are complex changes, including a lot of files, mixing style changes, white space changes, with like cleanups and whatever, with some real more important changes. It is sometimes really, really hard to get an understanding of where we are and how to review that and to get an entry point. So we will explore ways of making the diff views like individual file diffs, or maybe the entire commit diffs, you more semantic aware, so that we can filter out unnecessary changes. So we can find out the entry point where, like, for example, some interface was added, and then only after you see that interface was added, you can investigate its implementations or whatever. So we would be working in a direction to make the diff smart and helpful in filtering out the changes. Basically, already in the changes view of IntelliJ, there is a filter that, so if in a log you select some commit, there is, in the toolbar of the changes browser, there is a filter that allows you to ignore white space changes right in there, in the changes browser. So it's a small example of what can be done. Of course, it could be much more. If you open, for example, the diff and the method was moved, currently it would be just deleted and added, but IDE could show that it was moved and tell you from where. And another one, in terms of code review, another thing that could help with the productivity and the way we are reviewing is to make reviews to be the same as working with the local code. So currently you are reviewing in diffs, but probably if you, so you can basically already check out some branch and see what was the diffs and work it with locally. But if we can do the same without the need to check out with some additional helps and controls for review right in the editor, it could be a good help. So we will be looking into this direction. And to help with saving mental capacity and reducing cognitive load, we will be working on consolidating features. What I mean under this is that all the actions and UIs, all the concepts in the IDE should work in a similar way. So it is clear and intuitive. If you do some actions you are used to something similar, it would produce the similar results. So it is clear. We would reduce the amount of different concepts. For example, we have like several places to look at branches. Probably it could be unified. Or we have several diffs like diff in editor, diff in a frame, some other diffs. They could be unified, of course, in a way to keep the habits. So if you do prefer, for example, diff in a frame, you could drag out the tab from editor and have it in a frame on a permanent basis. So something like that, but so that any diff is like other diffs. So there are not separate diffs that behaves in a different way. And of course, we would look for all possible ways to reduce cognitive load. Maybe remove something, maybe move some actions to better locations whatsoever. We would look into additional popular workflows that are not covered yet, and that support for them. We would look into multiple repository setup. What I mean here, of course, we do have such support already, but they were built with an idea that all those repositories are part of the same project. So in other words, it's like a single repository cut into several. We would be looking into scenarios when the current approach does not work very well, and we can improve this. And yeah, we will be trying to make IDEA not to get in the way. And the best example and what we would do in the near future is a non-modal merge. It's basically almost there with the introduction of stage, so stay tuned. So a quick recap, takeaways from my talk today. So IDE already has a lot of features. So doing some stuff inside it could really help with your productivity. So if you are not doing VCS in the IDE, try, it could help, it could work for you. If there is something missing, do not hesitate to configure it and install plugins to make you more productive. Next focus of the IDE and all the tooling, I believe, in the near future is collaboration. And be sure that we are actively working to get us all in that bright future of the best user experience. Thank you all for staying with me today. So if you have some questions, I believe we have several minutes for that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was really, really interesting. I was particularly interested in, and this is questions I had for you before I saw the talk, about that balance between how do you expose the features of the version control system versus kind of like trying to abstract that away. So I think you did a really good job of showing that tension between providing those features or getting the IDE to do stuff for you, or wrapping up features into multiple things. So that was really cool. I liked that. We do have a bunch of questions. Not surprisingly, there are questions around when is GitLab support going to be the same as the GitHub support? And is there a goal in that direction?
I mentioned that we will be looking in that direction. I cannot promise you any ETA for that, but we definitely do recognize that GitLab is a popular thing. And of course, it needs equal support. I would mention there are some plugins already, third-party plugins, but they could make your life easier. But it would be great, of course, if we have the same review experience with GitLab as with GitHub. So we do have this in mind, but I cannot give you any ETA for that.
But it is on the we are aware of it, is what you're saying. Cool. Oh yeah, well I guess this is kind of related, and Bitbucket as well, support for Bitbucket as well.
Well, it would be great and easy if all the platforms have the same API, so we can just point the. Unfortunately, it's not the case. Yes, Bitbucket is also a major thing. I would say that in my understanding, GitLab is quite more popular nowadays, so probably GitLab should go first. But what we are doing now, basically, we are making an API for review frameworks, so that all review tooling can get the same controls, the same look, with some difference in the background. So once it is done, and it is basically done as part of introducing space reviews, so unifying space and GitHub experience requires this API. So this is work in progress. And once it is done, I believe we would be looking into adding additional. And because we would have this API, adding additional platforms would be much easier. So probably if and when we release GitHub, Bitbucket would be next, and pretty shortly.
That's good to know. Okay. Here's another question. When can we expect the diff viewer to contain the file/folder tree on the left-hand side? There's a long-standing ticket for that, apparently.
Not sure what. So talking about diffs, as I mentioned, we are going to unify diff experience in the upcoming releases. So probably when the 21.2. So we would be working to make diffs called from anywhere exactly the same, and probably that would solve that. I'm not sure exactly what ticket is mentioned, but of course, when reworking diffs, we would try to resolve existing issues.
Okay, GitLab support. Oh yes. So this didn't come up on the channel today, but it's something I get asked a lot as a developer advocate. A lot of people ask me, are we ever going to make our version control support as a separate standalone client?
I was expecting this question. It's a tough one, you know. On the one hand, how would it be different from like a lightweight version of an IDE with a bunch of plugins disabled? And currently it is not exactly clear what is expected from that standalone tooling. On the other hand, there are definitely use cases when users of our IDEs are working with something that for example, like MathCat or whatever, which is not currently a part of the offering of IntelliJ, but they would like to have the same experience, and adding such a client is kind of logical. We do have some thoughts around this. Again, I cannot promise anything, but we do see that there are like interests in this. There is interest in this, and the people keep voting. So it's quite it could happen. It could happen.
So maybe in the future.
Of course, I do not get it like a promise to deliver one.
It's what is it? Whenever I go to a Java conference, the Oracle guys always put up a slide at the front going, "We don't promise anything. We're not sure what time we're going to do anything." It's the same thing. Yes, it'd be a nice idea. We might get to it at some point.
To be honest, there were some discussions around that, and it could get some traction.
Yeah, I mean, I can see the appeal for it. So I used to use a separate standalone tool for Git. But now I use, as like most people, I just use IntelliJ IDEA for all of that stuff. But I can definitely see the appeal if they're, like you're saying, if people are using a project which is not an IntelliJ IDEA project. It'd be interesting.
Yeah, the issue with that standalone tool would be that, as I said, we tend to reduce context switching, and having a tool basically makes you to switch context. And the question is, what is your use case for that? There are some valid scenarios, and basically, if you would like to somehow substitute the built-in integration with that tool, I see no point for that.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, thank you very much. It was really, really helpful and really interesting as per usual. Thank you so much, Dmitry.
Thank you too. Thank everyone who stayed here until this time. Thank you, our hosts, and have a great Friday. Have a great weekend.
Thanks. Bye. All right, let's bring back all of the hosts. We have Mala, we have Helen, we have Dalia. Everyone was ready and waiting this time, not unexpectedly added. Mala is muted. I'm going to tell her before she tries to talk and finds out she's muted.
Thank you.
We got it.
We're by the end of day 2, we're pros. We're all ready. We're all unmuted. It's all good.
We got it right the last 5 minutes.
Yeah,
is what matters.
That's the point. We did learn, and that's the important thing. Right, I can't remember what I was going to say now.
It's been a long couple of days.
Right, yes, I do know what I was going to say. It's the end of the conference. I'm going to say, sadly, it's the end of the conference, but also part of me is a little bit relieved that it's the end of the conference. It's been a very full 2 days where we've learned like a lot of stuff. I think I've learned more about IntelliJ IDEA in these 2 days than in the last 2 years.
I really can't agree more, because as I was watching the sessions today and yesterday, it was kind of a mixed bag of feelings. Oh, that feature is good, and this one is great, and that one is awesome. And that was kind of immediately followed by the feeling, oh my dear, I don't know this one, and this one, and this one too. But I'm really glad that we hosted this event. As Trisha, you said, we learned a lot from all the sessions. The speakers was amazing, the sessions were great, and the audience, they all were amazing. What else can we ask?
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I'm going to commit to watching this whole 2 days again without the pressures of hosting. I feel like I picked up maybe like 5% of what was actually presented. But it's been an absolute pleasure to be involved with the conference and everyone behind it and learn from it. So yeah, thank you for that.
Yeah, I agree with Helen. I think I need to go back and rewatch some of the sessions, especially the debugging one, because I was like, what? So that was really great. And I think my favorite part was just interacting with the audience. Everyone has so many wonderful things to say. And it's really wonderful to be part of this community. So I really appreciate everyone being here with us. And even if it's a Friday afternoon or night or morning for me, we appreciate you being here with us. We had a really lovely time. I had a really lovely time.
And now I'm going to thank all. And when I say that you have to subscribe to the YouTube channel, we all have to do this so that people know where the subscribe button is. On behalf of everyone at JetBrains, I thank you all for attending the conference. And don't forget to subscribe to IntelliJ IDEA's YouTube channel. so that you get notified as soon as the recordings are available. And see you all for the next conference.
Malano, no Malano. Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye.